Chapter 656. In the mirror 0656, Fan thought to himself, it was probably something like a sanitary pad. A girl's little privacy. He had spoken too much. After arriving at Du Yunner's house, the girl turned on the lights and seemed to be at a loss of what to do. After all, it was the early hours of the morning, and there was a man in the house. Brother Fan. You. My. Du Yunner didn't know what to say. All right, take care of yourself. I'll go take a shower and then go to sleep. Fan patted the girl's shoulder. Hearing that, Du Yunner hurriedly went to the bathroom and took out a new towel and toothbrush from the cupboard. These are for you to use. They're all new. Fan smiled and said, You've prepared quite a bit. If I don't stay here in the future, wouldn't it be a waste of this towel and toothbrush? Just coincidentally. Du Yunner blushed. Under the white light, the girl's shy and evasive eyes made her look like a pure white daffodil, delicate and alluring. Fan stared at Du Yunner for a while, and her face became hotter and hotter. Brother Fan. You. What are you looking at? I was wondering, do you want to watch me take a bath? Only then did Du Yunner realize that it was time for her to go out. She hurriedly ran out of the bathroom. You wash up? Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really admired his willpower. Such an alluring beauty was actually able to hold it in. If it was the previous him, he would have definitely pounced on this girl and done it. In the end, he still had feelings for Du Yunner between a man and a woman. Even if he kept telling himself that the two of them should be family, like siblings, how could a big girl and a young man completely separate themselves from all kinds of desires? Fan sighed in his heart. After washing up and bathing, he remembered that he hadn't changed into his undergarments. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he heard Du Yunner's voice say, Brother Fan, I've prepared underwear for you. It's at the entrance of the bathroom. Take it yourself. Fan was stunned. Okay. This girl was sure that he would come stay one day. He took the underwear from the door and tried it on. It really did fit. Fan walked into the living room and saw that Du Yunner had already turned on the central air conditioner. The room became hotter. The girl was wearing a thin pink lace nightgown and was absent-mindedly watching TV. I'm done. Yunner, do you want to wash it? Fan asked. Du Yunner stood up and nodded. Brother Fan, I've helped you tidy up the bedding. It's all in the guest room. I'll go take a bath first. Fan was not in a hurry to sleep. He watched the midnight news in the living room for a while. In the news, he saw a lot of reports about the embroidery team and Su Qingxue. In Fan's heart, he couldn't help but miss the woman at home. Actually, Fan was also clear about the cruelty of the business world. He also knew that from Su Qingxue's point of view, she didn't go too far. No one could be morally kidnapped, and charity should be done in a certain way. However, from Fan's point of view, even President Li had been used this time. In the end, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Thinking about it from another perspective, Fan also knew that since he had other women outside, Su Qingxue would definitely be dissatisfied with him. Thus, after accumulating to a certain extent, the conflict between the two of them exploded. It wasn't just the Ivy League Foundation's problem. It was the accumulation of all kinds of complicated problems between the two of them. Perhaps there were some conflicts and frictions between husband and wife that needed to be mediated and slowly worn in. This was the only way to go. For the time being, Fan was not willing to think too much about who was right and who was wrong. There were some things that couldn't be changed, so he could only use time to erase some of the unpleasant impressions. If he had to analyze everything clearly, then Fan would feel too tired. After a moment of emptiness, more than 20 minutes had unknowingly passed. Fan smelled the fragrance of bath milk wafting over. Du Yunner, whose hair was still wet, came to his side with a towel around her and asked, Brother Fan, can you help me? Fan looked at the girl's tender face, watery eyes, a pair of slender legs, slender and straight, and the ravine in front of her chest, which evoked infinite reverie. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Help with what? Fan was no longer in the mood to think about anything else. In front of such a beautiful woman, how could a normal man like Fan not have any reaction? Du Yunner said, It's more troublesome for me to blow my own hair. It's very late, so I want Brother Yi Fan to help me blow it. Usually I go downstairs to the shampoo shop to blow, but I didn't have time today. Yi Fan smiled and said, You women's hair is really tiring. You have to blow it for so long. Although he said that, Yi Fan still readily agreed and followed the girl to the washroom. Facing the mirror, Yi Fan started to use the hairdryer, stroking the girl's black hair while blowing. Through the mirror, Du Yin'er looked at the man behind her with a gentle gaze. The joy in her heart was indescribable. Yi Fan also felt that the atmosphere was a little ambiguous. He couldn't help but look at Du Yin'er's perky body. The towel wasn't wide enough, making the girl feel as if she was wearing a short skirt that covered her buttocks. It was extremely sexy. Yi Fan couldn't wait to lift the towel with his hand and take a look at the scenery below. Brother Yi Fan, do you remember when I was young? You were the one who helped me dry my hair after I washed it? Du Yin'er asked. Of course I remember. At that time, there was only one hair dryer in the courtyard. I stole it from the principal's room to dry your hair, but in the end, it got burned in the water, which made the principal quite angry. Yi Fan recalled the past and smiled. Du Yin'er turned her head slightly and said with a meaningful smile, At that time, when I looked at you in the mirror, you kept staring at my hair. Now, your eyes aren't that honest. Yi Fan had an awkward expression on his face. He was too engrossed in watching, and was discovered by Du Yin'er. His old face turned red, and Yi Fan smiled. Who told you to look so good now, tall and curvy? Your brother. I am also a normal man. Du Yin'er turned her head, pursed her lips, and said in a low voice, Brother, have you been enduring it all this time, ah? What? Yi Fan turned off the hairdryer, afraid that he had misheard. That's right. It's just that. I have that kind of thought. Du Yin'er almost couldn't continue. Yi Fan coughed a few times and choked on his saliva. Yin'er, what are you talking about? I'm your brother. But you also know that we aren't related by blood at all. Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking at me like that, would you? Chapter 657. Something I like 0.657 inch. How could that be? You are different from them. You are younger, more youthful, and your temperament is also different. Yi Fan said. Du Yin'er happily asked, Really? Yi Fan felt that the situation was getting out of control, but he couldn't help but nod. I won't lie to you, I know. Then, Brother Yi Fan, do you like me like this? Du Yin'er's voice became even softer, carrying a trace of nervousness and uneasiness. Yi Fan was about to go crazy. Only an idiot wouldn't like this kind of girl. Of course I like it, silly girl. Du Yin'er's moist eyes flashed twice, and she happily said, I am too. If it's Brother Yi Fan, I feel that I can accept whatever you want me to do. Du Yin'er's eyes became gentler and gentler, and the fragrance she exhaled seemed to carry some kind of catalyst, causing Yi Fan's mind to gradually become more and more blank, unable to remain clear-headed. Under the white light, the girl's skin was like mutton fat jade, so smooth that it seemed to have a lustrous halo. Yi Fan's breathing became especially heavy in the bathroom. He knew that if he took a step forward, he would never be able to return to the past. His relationship with Du Yin'er would become even more complicated, but no buts. F***ck that but. How could there be so many buts in life? He liked this girl, and this girl was already brave to such an extent, almost no different from a clear indication. If he was still so timid, wouldn't that make him a coward? What relationship? What responsibility? Everything. Yi Fan didn't want to think about it anymore. He hugged Du Yin'er's waist and kissed her heavily. Du Yin'er let out an "oh" sound. Being kissed so suddenly and so warmly, she bent her waist backwards. It was unknown if the towel was pulled off by Yi Fan or if it slipped off itself. No matter what, it was very convenient for Yi Fan's hand to do whatever he wanted to the girl's body. Brother Yi Fan, slow down. Slow down. Du Yin'er's hand was weak and limp as it attached itself to Yi Fan's chest. Let's go to the room. Yi Fan smelled the girl's delicate fragrance on the girl's swan neck. The clarity he retained told him that this was Du Yin'er's first time. Perhaps he was too rough. He nodded, and with a Princess Carrie, he brought Du Yin'er to her bedroom. While Yi Fan was taking off his clothes, Du Yin'er picked up the bag on the bedside table and took out a brand new box of condoms. Brother Yi Fan, you want to use it later, right? Du Yin'er blushed to her ears. Yin'er, The convenience store you went to just now was. Yifan suddenly understood. When he thought about how the girl ran into the store to buy this thing by herself, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Du Yin'er shyly turned over and hid under the blanket. Brother Yifan, don't laugh at me. I just want to make it more convenient for you. Yifan pulled off the blanket, looked at the curled-up girl, and kissed her cheek. I'm not laughing at you. But how did you know that I wanted you tonight? Because Du Yin'er wanted to say something, but hesitated. Tell me why? Yifan's hand moved under the blanket. Du Yin'er's face became redder and redder as she whimpered. Because, Brother Yifan, you have so many women, so you definitely like this kind of thing. You agreed to sleep at my house at night. I just thought you might want me to. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In Du Yin'er's eyes, he was actually such a man. Of course, Yifan didn't deny that he liked beauties. So that's how you see me, Yin'er. Then you're still willing to follow me. Yifan was puzzled. Du Yin'er mumbled, although Brother Yifan. He's that kind of person, but you treat me well. I still like you very much. Yifan had never heard such a sincere confession before. It couldn't be any more truthful, and only Du Yin'er could say such words. You are perverted, but that doesn't stop you from being good to me. Brother Yifan, are you angry? Seeing that the man didn't speak for a long time, Du Yin'er felt a little regretful and asked pitifully. Yifan let out a long breath, picked up the box, slowly opened it, and said with an evil smile, I am angry, so I will punish you tonight. The lights went out not long after, but it rained all night outside. Under the irrigation of the rain, it seemed to indicate that the footsteps of spring were nearer. To Du Yin'er, a night of rain and dew had also allowed her to complete a metamorphosis. Early in the morning, when Yifan woke up from his bed, he discovered that Du Yin'er was already busy making breakfast in the kitchen. He really didn't expect that Du Yin'er, who was on the verge of collapse and had almost fallen asleep in a coma last night, would wake up so early in the morning. Sure enough, there were only dead cows and no rotten land. Yifan put on a pair of shorts and walked out. When he arrived at the kitchen, he saw Du Yin'er frying an egg. She was wearing a pink apron, loose gray cotton clothes, and her black hair was simply tied up. Just looking at her from the back made Yifan feel endless reverie. Brother Yifan, you're awake. I'm almost done. Wash up and eat. Du Yin'er turned around and smiled sweetly. After a night, she had added a bit of the charm of a mature woman. While Du Yin'er was taking the egg out of the pot, Yifan hugged the woman's slender waist from behind. Yeah. Du Yin'er leaned on the man's chest and felt a hand reaching into her clothes. She bit her lips and said, Brother Yifan, what are you doing? My Yin'er is so energetic. Does it not hurt at all? Last night, Yifan discovered that Du Yin'er's physical fitness was really outstanding. After a little pain, he quickly recovered. There was no pain at all, so although it was his first time, it took him a long time to do so. Du Yin'er lightly shook her head. Thinking about what happened last night, her heart was still sweet as she replied, It doesn't hurt. Yifan looked at the girl's obedient and charming appearance. Without saying anything further, he carried the girl to the sofa and began his morning exercise. Du Yin'er laid on Yifan's body and said with a silly smile, Brother Yifan, you really like to do this kind of thing. Have you been enduring it when you faced me in the past? Yifan grabbed her little hand and kissed it. That shouldn't be the case. What do you think I am? Who told you, a little demoness, to seduce me like this? It would be strange if I could still endure it. Hee, I'm going to be your little demoness. Du Yin'er happily hugged Yifan. In front of others, be a pure teacher Do. In front of me, be a little demoness, right? Yifan asked as he stroked the woman's hair. Chapter 658. Figured it out, 0658 inch. What did you forget? Yifan was puzzled. I ordered soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and century egg porridge. When you came out just now, the food delivery master asked me to open the door for him, but I forgot. Du Yin'er said. Yifan smiled. It's not like it's a big deal. He didn't call you, so he probably hasn't arrived yet. No, my phone forgot to charge last night. It ran out of battery just now. Du Yin'er hurriedly put on her pants, got up, and walked to the door. Leaf opening the door, he found a bag of takeout and a note at the door. Du Yun'er picked up the note and couldn't help but cover her face, almost crying as she ran in front of Yi Fan. "It's over, brother Yi Fan. I won't have the face to see anyone in the future. I won't order takeout from that store anymore." "What's wrong?" Yi Fan was puzzled. He took the note and looked at it, and was immediately amused. On it was written, "Beauty, I won't disturb your love. I wish you happiness." Haha, this delivery boy is very good. Next time, I should order more from their house. Yi Fan couldn't stop laughing. Du Yun'er's face was gloomy as she hit Yi Fan a few times. "It's all your fault. Brother Yi Fan, you're too bad. You can't stop early in the morning." Yi Fan only cared about laughing, feeling that his mood was the same as the weather outside, clear and sunny. After eating a sumptuous breakfast, Yi Fan was not in a hurry to leave. Taking advantage of the fact that Du Yun'er hadn't gone to work yet, Yi Fan felt that he should accompany her more. After the layer of window paper between the two of them was pierced through, he discovered that it wasn't awkward at all. "Brother Yi Fan, where are you taking me to play?" Du Yun'er asked in anticipation. "Where do you want to go?" Yi Fan asked her. "I don't care. I just need to be with brother Yi Fan." Du Yun'er's answer was very naive, but very realistic. Yi Fan sighed. "The hardest time to make a choice in this world is when it's casual." Du Yun'er smiled and said, "Then how about I arrange it?" "Sure. Where do you want to go?" Yi Fan asked. During the day, we'll go to a movie and take a stroll. At night, I have a colleague's birthday and invited me to a party. How about you come with me?" "It's your colleague's birthday. Is it appropriate for me to go?" "It doesn't matter. Our relationship is very good. Moreover, she keeps urging me to find a boyfriend and always introduces a man to me. I'm so annoyed." "So?" Du Yun'er smiled. Fan Xian suddenly understood and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. I don't want all sorts of messy men to appear around my woman." When Du Yun'er heard this, she laughed even more happily. The two of them watched TV and chatted at home until it was almost noon. Then they went to a nearby shopping mall, had lunch, and chose a movie to watch. When they entered the cinema, they realized that there were not many people inside. The two of them had actually booked the entire theater. "Oh, right, today is not a weekend. Brother Yi Fan, you didn't go to work, is it okay?" Only then did Du Yun'er remember that Yi Fan was also someone who had a job. Yi Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Let's talk about it in a few days. We'll be playing games anyway. Are you still upset about the quarrel with Sister Sue?" "Brother Yi Fan, what exactly happened between you and Sister Sue?" Du Yun'er was very curious. Yi Fan felt that Du Yun'er was already his woman, not to mention that she had a close relationship with Principal Li. It might not be bad for him to tell her the truth and let her give her some ideas. Thus, Yi Fan briefly explained the entire process of Su Qingshuet dealing with the 10 billion charity funds. "Sister Sue is so amazing. Are you saying that from beginning to end, it was all within her calculations?" Du Yun'er was very impressed and surprised. Li Fan Xian was puzzled. "Yun'er, you're not angry at her? She used my relationship with the dean, and I feel very sorry for the dean." Du Yun'er thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I don't know either. Although I feel that it's a bit excessive, I shouldn't be angry. After all, what Sister Sue did was also a win-win situation. She might not be very good at communication, or she might be used to doing things by herself, which is why you, Brother Yi Fan, feel uncomfortable. Anyway, I quite admire her. If she didn't use the dean, I would have cheered for her. She's really amazing. Do you really think so?" Yi Fan frowned. "Yeah," Du Yun'er nodded. "I don't know if I'm too naive, but in any case, I feel that nothing can be perfect. No one is perfect, so you can't ask Sister Sue to do everything. For us, for President Li, this matter might make us feel uncomfortable and dissatisfied. However, for the employees of the embroidery group and the shareholders, they would definitely be grateful to Sister Sue. Just like money, there was no right or wrong, good or bad. The key was how people used it and how they viewed it. You think that the money Sister Sue earns isn't conscientious enough, isn't magnanimous enough, but as long as the money Sister Sue earns really helps more people, then what does it matter if there are some flaws in the process?" Yi Fan was stunned. After hearing Du Yun'er's words, it seemed like he was making a big fuss out of nothing. Shu Qingxue was originally that kind of woman. She was used to dancing on the blade of the shopping mall and fighting in the turbulent undercurrents. It would be too difficult for her to become as pure and clear as crystal. In the end, Su Qingshue's original intention was not to hurt some people. She should have seen this clearly. Yi Fan laughed self-deprecatingly. Yin'er, you really woke me up from my dreams with a single sentence. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? There are two sides to everything. Du Yin'er leaned her head on Yi Fan's shoulder. All right, don't think about it today. When you're with me, you can't keep thinking about Sister Su, right? When we get back, we'll properly reconcile with her. Yi Fan caressed the girl's hair and leaned back to watch the movie. After watching the movie, Yi Fan accompanied Du Yin'er to buy some new clothes and cosmetics. He originally had a plan to spend money. After all, he didn't have much money left, and all he had to use was earned from the embroidery group, so it was impossible for him to buy too many expensive things. However, after being woken up by Du Yin'er, Yi Fan suddenly remembered that he had earned an astronomical amount of assets in the underground world back then. So why didn't he use it? The process of earning his money was not very clean, but the money itself was innocent. He could use that money to help more people. Just like how Sally took his money to take in the children who had lost their loved ones in the flames of war, to take in mixed-blooded outsiders, and to nurture them in a netherworld guards. Actually, Li had also been using his money, so why didn't he use it himself? After experiencing more than 3 years of silence, Yi Fan finally figured it out and no longer felt guilty about his money. After all, it wasn't a good thing to always be a man who lived off women. Chapter 659. No drinks 0659. After strolling with Du Yin'er until 6 o'clock in the evening, the two of them drove to a nightclub called Huahai Silver Seat in Huahai. This was also one of the most popular nightclubs in Huahai. To Du Yin'er, this kind of place made her very nervous. If it wasn't for Yi Fan accompanying her, the girl wouldn't have dared to come here alone. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the nightclub, a fashionably dressed woman wearing a leopard print skirt and black stockings walked out. Because it was Du Yin'er's first time here, she even sent a message to find a colleague. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known where to look for him. Teacher Du, you're finally here. The leopard-tattooed woman was wearing bright red lipstick, looking quite sexy. Du Yin'er smiled as she walked over. Teacher Wang, I was just worried about where to find you. This is the boyfriend you've been hiding for a long time? So many tall, rich, and handsome men have rejected him. It seems that this handsome guy must have something extraordinary about him. Teacher Wang chuckled. Du Yin'er introduced him shyly. His name is Yi Fan. Brother Yi Fan, this is Teacher Wang Yuding, who is celebrating her birthday today. She's in the same office as me. Yi Fan was a little surprised. The moment this language teacher came to the nightclub, he was quite hot. Yi Fan, right? Don't look at me so strangely. Do you think that as teachers, we have to be very conservative in our private lives? Wang Yuding blinked. Yi Fan smiled. No, it's pretty good. Come, let's go through the VIP passage and go straight to the VIP box. My cousin knows the boss here, so we'll use the biggest and best box tonight. Wang Yuding led the way and walked in. When they walked into the nightclub, they found that the decorations here were very cool. When the attendants saw them, their attitudes were very respectful. They bowed and greeted them with all their might, giving you a strong signal. With money, you're the boss. Arriving at the largest luxury room, he pushed open the door and entered. There were already more than 10 people inside, sitting on a spacious leather sofa. There were also 2 teachers, one male and one female, already singing there. Io, our good baby, Teacher Du, has finally come to participate in a nightlife event. Teacher Wang, you have face. Is this handsome guy Teacher Du's boyfriend? Teacher Du, aren't you going to introduce us? A few of the teachers started to laugh noisily. It was obvious that they were very curious about Du Yin'er's arrival, but at the same time, they were curious about Yi Fan's identity. Wang Yuding pushed the 2 anxious male teachers back onto the sofa. What are you doing? What if we scare our Yin'er? It's rare for her to muster up her courage and come here to give me face. If you guys scare her away, I'll have to go out and chase after her. Du Yin'er was still very nervous. She smiled shyly. It's fine. So everyone is here. I thought I came early. Tonight is Teacher Wang's birthday party. The expenses of this ginza are extremely high, so of course we have to come early. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of this hospitality? A teacher laughed loudly. Wang Yuding pulled Du Yuner to sit beside her, then hooked her hand around the neck of a man who was wearing a Versace suit and looked to be around 30 years old. How can my salary be enough to bring you guys here to play? They're all my good cousins, and they love my cousins so much that they can bring you guys here to show off. You guys have to toast him more today. Yes, yes. Let's all toast to our cousin. A few lively teachers quickly poured wine and raised their glasses. The man casually smiled and raised his cup. I, Zhang Jinyao, only have one sister. Thank you everyone for coming to her 29th birthday. Aya, cousin, why did you say my age? Wang Yuding pouted coquettishly. The group of teachers laughed out loud. I just asked Teacher Wang, and she said that she was 25 this year. The difference is too big. Humph. You bunch of people, if you keep talking nonsense, my cousin won't help you pay the bill later. Wang Yuding pretended to be angry. The group of teachers hurriedly admitted their wrongs, all of them complaining incessantly. Teacher Wang, please spare us. We can't take this. That's right, there's so many Louis XIII's, and one bottle costs more than 20,000. Adding these few bottles from Lafayette Castle, it would cost more than 10,000 a bottle. We can't even afford a bottle of wine here with our monthly salary. Let's not talk about it anymore. It's all thanks to Teacher Wang's cousin, Director Zhang, Boss Zhang. Let's toast to you. A few teachers poured wine and toasted Zhang Jinyao. Fan Xian, who was watching from the side, wanted to laugh. Didn't this group of people just want to drink more good wine? They even went around in circles. Wang Yuding was very proud of herself. She giggled and said, my cousin is very generous. I originally said that a few thousand yuan of wine would be enough. He said that he must drink the best in this shop. Zhang Jinyao smiled faintly and waved his hand. It's nothing. I just happen to know the owner of this ginza. He'll give me a 30% discount, which is even lower than the membership price. Basically, you won't earn me much money. Director Zhang, what line of work do you do? You have so much face, a teacher asked curiously. I took over a renovation company for my dad. It barely managed to get on the market last year, Zhang Jinyao said lightly. The group of teachers looked at him with even more admiration, especially a few female teachers. They all regretted getting married so early. TSK Tisk, he's already the boss of a listed company at such a young age. Teacher Wang, your future sister-in-law is too lucky, a female teacher said. I originally wanted to take advantage of today to introduce teacher due to my brother. If you ask me, only a beauty like our teacher Du is worthy of my brother, but... So teacher Du really has a boyfriend. I really didn't expect that. Wang Yuding's gaze turned around and landed on Du Yuner's side, then landed on Yi Fan's body. I originally wanted to take advantage of today to introduce teacher due to my brother. Hearing that, Yuner immediately panicked and said, no need, Teacher Wang. Didn't I tell you that I don't need to introduce you? Hee, Teacher Du, don't be nervous. What does it matter if we know each other? Besides, Yi Fan doesn't look like a stingy man. If he was confident, he wouldn't be afraid of meeting any love rivals, right? Wang Yuding blinked. Right, Yi Fan? You should be confident, right? Yuner couldn't help but look at Yi Fan with a trace of helplessness in her eyes. If she knew that Wang Yuding was still holding back her thoughts of introducing a partner to her today, she wouldn't have come over. It's fine, my Yuner will definitely be liked by a lot of people. After all, she's very outstanding. With Du Yuner's innocence, how could she possibly play with these teachers who had a lively mind? Zhang Jinyao's eyes actually glanced at Du Yuner from time to time, but it wasn't obvious. Chapter 660. A0660 no need. I'll drink some Diet Coke. I'll drive later and let Yuner drink. Yi Fan felt that he was here to accompany her, so there was no need to drink too much. Besides, he felt bored drinking with this group of people. When they heard Diet Coke, the group of teachers couldn't help but laugh. Teacher Du, your boyfriend is so cute. He doesn't want to drink tens of thousands of yuan of wine and wants to drink a few dollars of Coke. Du Yuner had always known that Yi Fan liked to drink Coke, so she didn't think it was a big deal. She didn't understand why the teachers were laughing. Wang Yuding's gaze wandered, and she asked with a smile, Yifan, how do you know our teacher Du? Yifan said truthfully, we've known each other since we were in the orphanage. We've known each other since we were young. Oh, Wang Yuding said apologetically. I'm sorry. It's nothing. Orphans are nothing much. Yinner and I are used to it. Yifan said with a smile. Then where are you working now? Wang Yuding asked again, but it was obvious that she was helping Zhang Jinyao find out more information. Yifan shrugged. Embroidery group. All the teachers present were stunned for a moment, and even Zhang Jinyao frowned. Wow, embroidery group? Such a big company? Teacher Du, your boyfriend is so amazing. My mom bought some shares in the embroidery group. Recently, she was so scared that she almost had a heart attack. It plummeted for 2 days and then rose again. I heard that it will continue to rise for a few days. The requirement for joining the embroidery group are very high, right? Yifan, are you very educated? What kind of work are you doing over there? Listening to the group of teachers chattering nonstop, Yifan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that Su Qingxue had indeed increased the influence of the embroidery group by quite a bit. He smiled and told the truth. I'm working as a security guard now. As soon as he said that, other than the music playing on the stereo, the private room was completely silent. The atmosphere was awkward for about 3 to 4 seconds before a few teachers laughed out loud. Io, you scared us to death. I knew it. Little Yi is so young, so he shouldn't have a particularly high position. However, security is also pretty good. At the very least, being a security guard in the embroidery group won't be low. The group of teachers seemed to be comforting Yifan, telling him not to be discouraged and not to get hurt. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't it just a profession? It seemed like he had made a big mistake. Zhang Jinyao's brows also relaxed. With a relaxed expression, he stretched out his hand and patted Yifan's shoulder. Being a security guard is no big deal. Learn more in the embroidery group. You are still young. There are plenty of opportunities. Yifan thought to himself, I've been learning all this time, but all I've learned is how to play new games. Didn't Yifan work as an assistant before? Why did he change security guards? However, in this kind of situation, it was not convenient for her to ask too much, afraid that the relationship between Yifan and Su Qingxue would be implicated. Little Yi, today is a rare opportunity. Why don't you drink Coke and have a few more drinks with Director Zhang? This bottle of wine costs tens of thousands of yuan. You can't drink it normally. That's right. If you drink with Director Zhang, who knows, he might even recruit you to be the security captain. The few teachers laughed and began to call Yifan Little Yi. After all, they were older than Yifan. Yifan indifferently shook his head. No, I don't really want to drink. Zhang Jinyao calmly picked up a cigar, lit it, and took a puff. It's okay. Drink up. I can still afford this. Later, the owner of this shop will come over to have a drink with me. When the time comes, I will introduce you to him. Everyone here can get a membership card, and in the future, it will be free of charge. When the teachers heard this, they became even more excited. One by one, they enthusiastically toasted and shouted, Thank you, Director Zhang. I heard it all. My cousin gave me enough face today. Don't go around telling everyone when you go back to school, or else everyone will ask me for it. Wang Yuding's face was full of pride. Zhang Jinyao glanced at Du Yun'er and saw that the girl was obediently sitting there. She didn't seem to be in a good mood and asked, Miss Du, don't you like these 2 wines? Should I ask them to make something else? What would you like to drink? Just tell me. Du Yun'er hurriedly shook her head. No need. I don't really like drinking. I'll just drink some juice. Is Miss Du's house far from here? Where do you live now? Zhang Jinyao asked. Du Yun'er briefly explained the district she was currently living in. Oh, is it your own house, Miss Du? Or rented? Zhang Jinyao asked. Aya, brother, what's wrong with you? Yun'er has only been working for a few years. How could she afford to buy a house? Wang Yuding said. Du Yun'er hurriedly explained. Yes. It was Brother Yifan who bought it for me. It's under my name. Everyone looked at Zhang Jinyao in astonishment. And then Zhang Jinyao said with an understanding expression, It's not easy. With your salary, buying that house must have taken quite a bit of a mortgage, huh? Du Yun'er was a little dumbfounded. Everyone understood that it must be a mortgage. Otherwise, how could an orphan and a security guard afford a house? Du Yinner didn't know whether she should explain or not. If Yi Fan didn't want to say these things, wouldn't she be talking too much? Thus, Du Yinner looked at Yi Fan and asked the man what he meant. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, telling her not to explain, lest this group of people think that he was stealing money from the embroidery group. No one dared to disturb Zhang Jinyao and Du Yinner's conversation. Everyone could see that Zhang Jinyao was interested in Du Yinner. As for Yi Fan, a little security guard, no one felt that he was a match for Zhang Jinyao. Yi Fan drank his coke, and a chill flashed across his eyes. This Zhang Jinyao was completely ignoring his boyfriend, however, in front of Du Yinner's colleagues. It wasn't appropriate for him to cause too much trouble. After all, it was someone else's birthday party. In the future, it wouldn't be good for Du Yinner to work at school. Li Fanxian thought that it might be better to change his method and let this group of fellows stop having any ideas about Du Yinner. Yinner, I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Fan patted the girl's shoulder. Du Yinner nodded, all right. A hint of satisfaction appeared in Zhang Jinyao's eyes. From his point of view, Yi Fan had finally tactfully scrammed. Yi Fan stood up and walked to the private room's bathroom. He closed the door and lit a cigarette. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and made a call. King. Sally's gentle voice came from the other side. Sally, you didn't donate all of my assets, did you? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Li Yi was stunned for a moment before immediately replying, of course not. I've been organizing and classifying them for the past 3 years, and I've invested in more than 10 different industries. Although I don't know how much your assets have reached, but it must have increased by at least 3 times. Chapter 661. A few kilograms 0661. Yi Fan originally thought that Sally, you must have spent a lot of money to maintain the operation of Purgatory Island, adopt the orphans in the flames of war, and train the Netherworld guards. After all, everything was transported to the island, and he also had to maintain a fortress-like island. This cost an astronomical amount of money, but he didn't expect that the money he gave her would increase instead of decreasing. Although he knew that Sally was good at managing money and always did things in an orderly manner, he didn't expect that she would be able to earn so much. Yi Fan actually didn't know how much money he had, because many of his assets were priceless treasures, such as all kinds of antiques, rare gems, and precious documents. They were all given to him by some rich people. Of course, there was no need to talk about money. All kinds of national bonds, all kinds of gold and jewels stored in banks. He was actually just silently earning and silently robbing. Unknowingly, he had accumulated a lot. To put it bluntly, which one of the experts in the underground world wasn't rich? Yi Fan fought a holy war and killed countless experts. Many people were still kneeling and begging, using their wealth to exchange for their lives. Even if he couldn't take all of the assets of these experts into his pocket, he could still take 70% to 80% of them. One could imagine how rich Yi Fan was. However, Yi Fan was not interested in doing business, nor was he interested in managing money. He gave all of his money to Sally Yi, and basically planned to let her spend it all. Originally, he thought that it would be good enough for Sally to keep her wealth unchanged. Who would have thought that it would actually triple? Sally, how did you do it? Yi Fan couldn't help but be amused. I didn't do much. Actually, with the capital you have, you can make money from anything. Even if you buy and sell real estate all over the world, you can still make a lot of money. Moreover, half of the rich people in the world are willing to deal with us. With a reliable source of information, I only need to invest my money in it, and I will naturally be able to earn money. Sally felt that it was very simple. Ugh, then how much money do I have right now? Yi Fan asked. Li hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not sure either, but we have acquired an international accounting firm. If we let them calculate for half a month, we should be able to come up with a result. However, some of your antiques can't be measured with money, so they can only be estimated. Did this mean that he already had so much money that he couldn't even count it all at once? I didn't know if I didn't ask, but I was shocked when I asked. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. Forbes should have come to interview me. I'm already on the rich list. Sally said disdainfully, King, There's no point in letting Mammon and Aziz get into the top few places on the rich list that is meant for the secular world. You can definitely compete with the true tycoons of the underground world. People like the Rothschild and Leibson families are on the same level as you. Hearing this, Fan Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Forget it, I should keep a low profile. Since I still have money, then help me buy something. What do you want to buy? Sally asked. Yifan told him the address of this nightclub and said, this Hua high silver seat, within an hour, help me buy it. After checking, she hesitated and said, Wang, we can buy this shop, but it's a chain store. There are more than a dozen of them in China, so it's quite troublesome to buy them. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to complete in a short period of time. Then what can I do to buy it quickly? Yifan asked. Please wait a moment. After checking for a bit, Sally replied, this silver nightclub in Huahai, the entire brand belongs to Tianzhong Investment Company, Limited. That company has more than a dozen brands, all of which are in the entertainment industry. I think the fastest way is to buy the shares of this company and become the big boss. Naturally, that will do. Yifan scratched his head. How much is that? Wouldn't that be too much of a loss? About $6 billion. Even if you throw this amount of money away, it won't have much of an impact on your assets. Moreover, I've taken a quick look. This company is in a good state of operation. Although I'll have to spend a few $100 million more to buy it, I can still earn it back within 5 years. Yifan was too lazy to calculate. In any case, money was just a number to him. Then buy it as soon as possible. Send me a message when you're done. Yes, I'll do it right away, Sally said happily. King, you're finally willing to move your assets. I'm so happy. Li Fan Xian smiled bitterly. It's good that you don't think my previous thoughts were too stupid. No matter what choice the king makes, I can understand, Li Yi said. Li Fan Xian was moved. He hung up the phone, threw away the cigarette butt, and walked out of the washroom. At this moment, Wang Yuding had already waited for a high-level birthday cake that she had reserved. A group of people were surrounding her, preparing to sing a birthday song. Li Fan Xian also walked over, clapped his hands with them, and sang a few lines. After Wang Yuding blew out the candles and made her wish, she shouted, Thank you everyone for coming to my birthday party. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. The crowd cheered, ate the cake, and drank the wine. The atmosphere became lively once again. On the other hand, Yinner quietly pulled Yifan's hand and looked at him with a delicate and charming gaze. What's wrong? Yinner, Yifan asked. Yinner moved closer to Yifan's ear and whispered, Brother Yifan, that Zhang Zhenyao kept talking to me just now, so I pretended that it was too noisy and didn't hear him. Am I very obedient? Li Fan Xian smiled and pinched the girl's face, smiling bitterly in his heart. Du Yinner actually felt that he had hurt her self-esteem and even comforted him like this, making him happy. It had to be said that this girl was too considerate. In the private room, everyone sang and drank. Unknowingly, nearly 2 hours had passed. Yifan and Du Yinner also sang a song together. Du Yinner discovered that Yifan's singing was actually quite good, so she became even happier. She leaned against Yifan, her face full of sweetness. Zhang Zhenyao saw Du Yinner and Yifan's cordial appearance, and his eyes clearly didn't look too good. He took a cup of Louis XIII and passed it to Yifan. Lil Yi, it's already this late. Let's have a drink. Yifan smiled and said, No need, I really don't want to drink it. Besides, it's too late, it's about time to leave. Sometimes, you shouldn't be so unappreciative of favors. I'm just giving you a piece of advice out of goodwill. You should know your own worth, and whether you're worthy of what you have. Zhang Zhenyao's drunkenness was clearly starting to kick in, and he wasn't very polite with his words. Yifan narrowed his eyes, not taking Zhang Zhenyao's words seriously at all. With a smile that was not a smile, he said, I'm very sure that I know what I am worthy of. Chapter 662. 0662, Inch nervous? Zhang Zhenyao grinned. It's better to be nervous. I'm just afraid that I'll be muddle-headed and not be clear about the situation. I'll blindly think that I'm very powerful. She pulled Yifan's hand. Brother Yifan, why don't we go? Yifan smiled and asked, Why are you in such a hurry? Everyone is here. It's not appropriate for us to leave first. That's right, teacher do. My brother is joking. Don't take it seriously. Wang Yuding also hurriedly tried to smooth things over, not wanting their relationship to become strained. However, Zhang Jinyao became even more displeased when he saw that Yi Fan didn't take him seriously. Yuding, don't interrupt. Although you're the birthday star today, I paid for these hundreds of thousands of yuan. I'll be the host. This Lil Yi isn't even willing to drink a cup of wine. He's not giving me, Zhang Jinyao, any face. It's not that I look down on the poor, but I look down on the poor and pretentious people the most. Have you ever King tasted such good wine? I'll give it to you for free. I'll treat you to a cup, but you still don't want to drink it. Do you want to refuse a toast and drink a forfeit? Zhang Jinyao slammed the table and asked loudly, Brother, you? Wang Yuding was extremely anxious. The few teachers at the side also felt that Yi Fan didn't know what was good for him. At this point, you should just drink a cup. Why are you pretending to be aloof? It was as if he had seen it before. Wasn't it just a small security guard? Lil Yi, let's have a drink. Boss Zhang only invited you to drink because he thinks highly of you. If you don't drink, you won't give him any face. That's right, apologize to Boss Zhang properly. Young people shouldn't be so stubborn. There's no point in pretending in front of Boss Zhang. She frowned and said, Why do all of you want to force him? Do I, Brother Yi Fan, not even have the right to drink? Teacher do, you don't understand. This has nothing to do with freedom or rights. Who wouldn't like such a good wine, a wine that costs tens of thousands of yuan? Boss Zhang was so generous. He kindly invited him to drink a cup, but he refused. This was a bit too much. It was one thing to have strong self-esteem, but he had to recognize reality, right, Boss Zhang? A teacher said with a flattering smile. Zhang Jinyao's face darkened, and he nodded. This teacher is very reasonable. I'm not trying to do anything just because I'm rich. It's just that I don't even understand the basic ways of the world, so it's not right. Du Yin'er said, I think this is unreasonable and bullying. You guys don't even understand my brother Yi Fan. It's not like he can't afford to drink this kind of wine. Du Yin'er knew that Yi Fan's background was not ordinary. Yi Fan did not bother with them, but this group of people became more and more intense, making the girl very angry. Oh, Zhang Jinyao laughed out loud. That's great. Since your boyfriend is so rich, I won't say anything else. Tonight, you guys pay for it yourselves. The lowest cost for this private room is 10,000 yuan per person. If you pay for yourself, it won't count as my treat. It's up to you if you don't want to drink. Cousin, don't be like this. Today is my birthday. Wang Yuding anxiously said, Don't lower yourself to the same level as Lil Yi. Yuding, Miss Du's boyfriend, is poor, but not poor, causing me, Zhang Jinyao, to lose any face. My warm face is stuck to a cold butt, and my good intentions are treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Since he is so ambitious and refuses to accept my good intentions, then it wouldn't be too much to pay for a nightclub, right? Zhang Jinyao sneered. Hearing this, Du Yin'er became angry and said, Good, then we'll pay for it ourselves. Although I'm not rich, I can still take out 20,000. As she spoke, Du Yin'er was about to use her phone to transfer the money. Teacher Wang, I'll transfer the money to you. Tonight, we're here to celebrate your birthday, not to take advantage of you. Zhang Jinyao sneered even more disdainfully. Miss Du, don't you think it's sad? You're with him, and you still have to spend money to invite him to the nightclub. You're such a good girl. Why would you find such a poor and stingy fool who doesn't know how to appreciate favors? Shut up. You're not allowed to say that about my brother Yi Fan. Just as Du Yin'er was about to get angry, she was interrupted by Yi Fan. Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hugged Du Yin'er's shoulder. Silly girl, why are you so angry? I didn't even say anything. Why are you in such a hurry to pay? Du Yin'er's face was sullen. I just can't bear to listen anymore. Li Fan Xian sighed, shook his head and said, There's no need to give me this money. Why? Du Yin'er blinked her eyes and asked in bewilderment. Zhang Jinyao coldly snorted and laughed complacently. What? You've thought it through? It's not easy to pay off the mortgage every month, right? Why go against the money? As he spoke, he placed a bottle of Louis XIII that had just been opened in front of Yi Fan. Come, Lily, drink all of this bottle of wine. I'll pretend that nothing happened, and you guys don't need to pay for it. How about it? Zhang Jinyao had a teasing expression on his face. Wang Yuding, who was at the side, was a little embarrassed. Brother, don't be like this. With this bottle, Lil, you will probably be drunk. He might not know how to drink. What's wrong? Drinking a bottle of wine is just to liven things up. He didn't drink any wine just now, and I opened a bottle for at least 20,000 yuan. Isn't it good enough for me to give it to him for free? Zhang Jinyao asked as he spread out his hands. The few teachers at the side all echoed in agreement, also holding the mentality of watching a good show. Lil Yi, drink it. One drop of this wine is worth dozens of drops. Boss Zhang is magnanimous. If you don't drink it, then you won't be giving Boss Zhang any face. We can't watch any longer. Li Fanxian swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled. You guys seem to have misunderstood my meaning. I just said that I won't pay, not because I want to drink, but because tonight, the drinks here don't need to be spent. The group of people looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what Yi Fan meant. Zhang Jinyao frowned and said, Brat, is there something wrong with your head? I'll take care of everything you eat, drink, and play. Of course you don't need to spend money. You want to eat and drink for free, and you still won't give me face. Just as he was speaking, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Director Zhang? A capable man in a suit with glossy hair walked in. He naturally took out a cigarette and saluted Zhang Jinyao. Seeing that someone had come, Zhang Jinyao also stood up and said with a heroic smile, Manager Li, you must be very busy tonight. Why did you only come over now? This man surnamed Li was the general manager of this Silver Seat nightclub. I was here a long time ago, but there was something at the head office and I had a small meeting. As soon as I was done, I rushed over to see you, Director Zhang. Manager Li smiled warmly at the crowd. When his gaze landed on Yi Fan, Manager Li was stunned for a moment, and there was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. When everyone saw that Zhang Jinyao really knew the owner of this shop, and that he even took the initiative to offer a cigarette, they immediately admired and envied Zhang Jinyao. Chapter 663. Recent interest 0663-inch Manager Li. Today is my cousin's birthday. Most of the teachers here are from the school. It shouldn't be a problem to give each of them a membership card so that they can come here to play in the future, right? Zhang Jinyao said. Manager Li smiled and nodded. So they're all teachers. I admire teachers. Membership card, just a word from you, Director Zhang, is not a problem. Everyone present was very happy. This could save a lot of money. Zhang Jinyao took a puff of his cigar and asked Yi Fan, Little Yi, do you want a membership card? I'm not a narrow-minded person. If you want one, I'll make one for you. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. I don't need it. Zhang Jinyao sneered. You really are a hard nut to crack. I guess you don't want it either, but actually, it's useless even if you want it. With your salary, you can't even afford to play here. Manager Li, who was at the side, was shocked and asked cautiously, Director Zhang, this gentleman, is he your friend? Him? No. How could I have a friend like him? Zhang Jinyao sneered. Manager Li hesitated for a moment, but still went up to Yi Fan and asked, Sir, may I ask for your title? Yi Fan said with a smile that was not a smile. You should have seen my picture, right? What? Doesn't it look like the picture? Manager Li immediately opened his mouth wide, his face full of panic and excitement. Yi? Mr. Yi? It's really you? You. Why didn't you tell me in advance before coming here? I have really neglected you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was dumbfounded. Zhang Jinyao's expression also stiffened, his face full of bewilderment. Why was Manager Li so nervous when he saw Yi Fan, like an ugly daughter-in-law, seeing her parents-in-law? Manager Li was also a veteran of the battlefield, so he quickly adjusted his emotions and revealed a respectful smile. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I was too excited and lost my composure just now. I'm sure you looked a little familiar just now. I didn't expect you to be in Hua Hai, and even in our shop. It's such an honor. Just a moment ago, Manager Li and all the other branch managers found out that the big boss of the main company had changed owners. The new big boss was an unfamiliar face called Yi Fan. This new boss spent billions of US dollars at an irresistible price and decisively bought a large number of shares of the parent company. His wealth was amazing. To them, the big boss was a high and mighty figure, and it didn't matter who it was. However, it was a different matter when the big boss suddenly appeared in the store that they were in charge of. This was both an opportunity and a challenge. If he served the big boss well, he might have a chance to climb up. If he didn't, he might be finished. Therefore, Manager Lee's brain was already working quickly at this moment, analyzing the situation on the scene so that he could make a judgment later. Manager Lee, what's going on? You know Yi Fan? Zhang Jinyao asked curiously. At this moment, Manager Lee was already standing humbly beside Yi Fan. He didn't even dare to straighten his back as he introduced with a smile, I don't have the qualifications to get to know Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is our big boss. What? Zhang Jinyao was puzzled. He's the boss of your Ginza nightclub? Isn't your big boss surnamed Zhang? No, Manager Lee introduced with a solemn expression. Director Zhang is only the boss of our Ginza nightclub, but Mr. Yi is the main shareholder of our group's main company, Tianzong Investment. Of course, he's also the biggest boss. In an instant, other than the sound of music, even the sound of breathing had disappeared from the room. Everyone seemed to have forgotten to breathe as they stared at Yi Fan, dumbstruck. Yi Fan had a relaxed smile on his face, enjoying the contrast and dramatic changes in everyone's expressions. In fact, even Du Yin'er was stunned speechless. She couldn't understand how Yi Fan suddenly became the boss of a company. Tianzong Corporation, is it that entertainment giant with a market value of tens of billions? A teacher asked hesitantly. It seems so. Isn't Huahai's Ginza the brand of that company, the big boss of Tianzong? How rich must he be? The few teachers were already dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Yi Fan. Zhang Jinyao's hand, that was holding the cigar, was trembling. His lips were trembling as well. Zhang Jinyao's capital couldn't even compare to any of the subsidiaries under Heaven Blessed. This wasn't just a small difference. He swallowed his saliva and said, Manager Lee, are you mistaken? He's a security guard of the embroidery group. What? Security? Manager Lee was puzzled. He carefully looked at Yi Fan's face and said, No, it's Mr. Yi. How could it be a security guard? Yi Fan casually explained, My recent hobby is to be a security guard. A while ago, I was even the CEO's assistant, a plumber or something like that. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well find something to do. When everyone heard this, they almost vomited blood. What the hell was this? Could it be that all rich people like to play like this? Manager Lee suddenly understood and had an expression of admiration on his face. So that's how it is. Mr. Ye's realm is indeed not something that people like us can understand. Returning to the basics, admirable. The group of teachers finally understood why Yi Fan said that he didn't need a membership card, and why he said that he didn't need to pay for tonight's drinks. The big boss came to his own nightclub to play. Nonsense. You didn't need to spend money. What kind of membership card was that? Manager Lee, today is my girlfriend's colleague's birthday. If we can avoid the expenses here, then let him pay. If this Mr. Zhang Jinyao insists on paying, then let him pay. He has a strong self-esteem and is afraid that others will despise him for being poor. I don't want to hurt his self-esteem. Yi Fan patted Manager Lee's shoulder and said. Zhang Jinyao's face was burning hot. He wanted nothing more than to crawl under the table. Thinking back to what he had just said, he even wanted to die. Manager Lee was also a smart person. He immediately realized something and said with a smile, Don't worry, Mr. Yi. We have always respected the choices of our distinguished guests. That's good. Yi Fan smiled, picked up the bottle of wine in front of him, and handed it back to Zhang Jinyao. Come, Director Zhang. I know you like to drink. Just now, you were the one who toasted me. I was already embarrassed. This time, I'll give you a bottle. This bottle is on my head. Drink it. I think, coming to my company's shop, you will not give me even this little bit of face, right? Zhang Jinyao's face turned green. Without a doubt, this was a mockery of what he had just said, a humiliation to him. Chapter 664. 0664 Zhang Jinyao really wanted to curse out loud, but he was also afraid of Tianzong's financial resources. He could have already offended Yi Fan, and if he really provoked a business giant, then killing his company would be a matter of minutes. However, if he were to drink an entire bottle of wine in front of everyone, not to mention getting drunk, the key point was that it would be too embarrassing. Zhang Jinyao could only grit his teeth and smile bitterly. Thank you, Yi. Mr. Yi, I've had enough to drink. It's time to leave. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. Zhang Jinyao planned to run away first. How could Fan Xian let this guy succeed? His face turned cold and his gaze turned cold. Are you sure? You don't want to drink? Zhang Jinyao was so scared that his entire body trembled. He swallowed his saliva and thought about it, but in the end, he didn't dare to contradict Yi Fan. Drink. I'll drink. Zhang Jinyao took the bottle, raised his head, and began to gulp down the wine. Although he felt extremely ashamed, he was even more afraid of being targeted by Yi Fan. After drinking more than half a bottle, Zhang Jinyao's face was the color of a pig's liver. He had already drunk quite a bit, and after drinking so much, it made him dizzy and his stomach churned. Yi, Mr. Yi, I really can't drink anymore. Zhang Jinyao felt disgusted and vomited in front of everyone. Everyone dodged out of the way, and a few female teachers even cried out in alarm. Seeing Zhang Jinyao in such a sorry state, he no longer had the arrogant look from before. He was like a dog that had fallen into the water. Director Zhang, why aren't you drinking anymore? There's still half a bottle left. Yi Fan asked with a smile. Zhang Jinyao pursed his lips and knelt on the ground, crying, Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I really know my wrongs. I shouldn't have had any ideas about your girlfriend. I have eyes but no eyes. Please let me go. Seeing Zhang Jinyao kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, Wang Yuding, her cousin, couldn't bear to see it anymore. She pleaded, Mr. Yi, this time my cousin was in the wrong. He's quite pitiful now. Please let him go. Hearing her colleague's words, Yin'er also advised, Brother Yi Fan, it's about time. Fan Xian smiled and said, Since Yin'er said so, then let's do it this way. Hearing this, Zhang Jinyao revealed a look of relief. Don't do what you don't want to do to others. Director Zhang, the next time you see a security guard, you'd better be careful. Yi Fan patted Zhang Jinyao's shoulder. Zhang Jinyao nodded vigorously. His smile was uglier than crying. Yi Fan bid farewell to the crowd with a smile. He was too lazy to bother with these people. He had already had a good time tonight. Manager Li hurriedly ran over to open the door and respectfully sent the two of them out. Walking to the entrance, Manager Li respectfully asked, Mr. Yi, that Zhang Jinyao, will he still be allowed to come in the future? Of course, he can come if he wants to. Why wouldn't he want to earn money? However, I don't think he would dare to come. Yes. Mr. Yi, do you need me to find a driver to drive for you? Yi Fan waved his hand. No need, I just happen to be playing here. You can go and busy yourself. Then I'll send the two of you to the car. Manager Li smiled humbly. Yi Fan wanted to laugh in his heart. He reckoned that in other people's hearts, he was already a ruthless character. After all, he had made Zhang Jinyao look like that. Just as he walked to the parking lot, he saw an Audi R8 in front of him with its headlights on, preparing to leave. In front of the car, there was a woman with her arms open, blocking the way of the car. What's going on? Manager Li didn't want anything to go wrong and displease the big boss. He hurriedly ordered the security guards behind him. Quickly go take a look. Yi Fan stretched out his hand to stop him and said, Wait a moment. I'll go. Huh? Manager Li said. Mr. Yi, will there be any danger? It's fine, I know that woman. As Yi Fan spoke, he had already walked over. The man in the R8 was pressing the horn hard. Crazy woman, get out of the way. What the hell are you trying to do? I already said I don't like you. Standing in front of the car, the slender woman's hair was disheveled and her face was covered in tears. I don't believe it. You lied to me. You clearly said that after the new year, you would come with me to see my parents. We're going to get married. Mother asterisk her. What did I say that? I've only talked to you for a while, but that doesn't mean I'm sure of you, right? Get the F asterisk CK out of the way. Otherwise, I'll call the police. The man in the white suit in the car said angrily. In the front passenger seat of the car, there was a coquettishly dressed girl smoking a lady's cigarette. At this moment, she also rolled down the window and cursed. Hey, bitch, do you have any shame? He already said he didn't like you, you're out. Do you understand? Shut up. You vixen. It's all you. It's all because of you that you seduced him. The woman pounced over like a madwoman. Taking advantage of the fact that the front passenger window was open, she grabbed the coquettish girl's hair. For a moment, the coquettish girl's hair hurt, and she got angry. She suddenly pushed open the car door and knocked the woman to the ground. Bitch, you dare to catch me? I'll kick you to death. The girl kicked the woman on the ground twice. The woman turned around and pounced on the girl. The two of them began to fight. When a man in the car saw this, he was completely enraged. He got out of the car and went behind the woman. He grabbed the woman's clothes and pulled her up. King bitch, I'll kill you with one slap. Just as the man was about to slap down, he found that his hand had been grabbed by someone. He turned around and was stunned when he saw the person who had come. It's you? That guy last night. Yifan also recognized this guy. He was Liu Haoran's follower from yesterday, the one who flattered him. It's fine if a woman beats a woman, but it's not appropriate for a man like you to go over and beat a woman. Besides, she's your ex-girlfriend after all. Yifan said. The tear-stained woman also recognized Yifan and said in surprise, Yifan, you. Why are you here? Yifan frowned. Assistant Chun, the boyfriend you talked about before, could it be this guy? This woman was Chunya. None of your business. Go away. This is a matter between him and me. Chunya's face flushed red. Yifan sighed. I don't care, he just slapped you. You can't be so naive as to think that he doesn't dare to make a move, right? Chunya cried in pain. Sun Ji, what did I do wrong? You want to do this to me? I'll do everything for you and be with you from the bottom of my heart. Why did you betray me? Sun Ji had an impatient expression on his face. You King, pour your heart out. What does it have to do with me? Who said that you have to be faithful to your partner? I just don't like you. What can you do? Did I break the law? Also, who is this guy? Are you still looking for helpers to beat me up? Do you believe that I won't call the police? Chapter 665. Go tell Mr. Su. 0665 Sun Ji glared at him. There's no need for you to command them. Hey kid, hurry up and let go of me. Otherwise, I'll put you in jail. Yifan narrowed his eyes. The Liu group. He didn't know which Liu family it was. It seemed that the most famous one was a Liu family from the Su province. They were in the business of commercial real estate and overseas investments. They had the most capital. However, Yifan didn't really understand these things, and he didn't really care. To the current him, even the 5 great clans with family emblems were nothing. He only cared about ancient clans like the Zhou clan. The other clans could be ignored. Yifan, let him go. This has nothing to do with you. Chunya coldly said. This woman really didn't know what was good for her. All right, I'll just treat it as me meddling in other people's business. Yifan let go of Sun Ji and said, then you guys fight yourselves. Sun Ji snorted. Hitting this bitch will only dirty my hands. Bitch, don't bother me in the future. I don't want to see you again. Just as Sun Ji was about to walk back to the car, Chunya screamed, stop. What? Sun Ji turned around and asked impatiently with a frown. I'll ask you one last question. Chunya's voice trembled. Are you going to let me go after you're done? Yes. But you have to answer me truthfully, Chunya said, choking with sobs. All right, ask away. Sun Ji's interest waned. Chunya clenched her hands and asked, have you ever, even for a period of time, for a moment, truly loved me? Chunya's eyes were filled with anticipation and apprehension. After she finished asking, she quietly waited for Sun Ji's answer. Sun Ji laughed, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. Are you King insane? How could I love a woman like you? You're such a shameless woman. I'm just teasing you. Do you really take it seriously? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Don't ever appear in front of me again. Just looking at you makes me feel unlucky. After that, Sun Ji and the coquettish woman got in the car. Chunya's face was ashen, and her eyes were filled with despair. It was as if she had lost her soul, and there was no color in her empty eyes. Papa. Sun Ji pressed the horn. B*TCH. Make way. Do you really want to be hit by a car? Chunya acted as if she did not hear him at all. She smiled miserably and suddenly turned her head, rushing towards an open-air electric pole at the side. He wanted to commit suicide by banging his head against the wall. Hey! Seeing this, Yifan hurriedly went over and grabbed her, pulling her back. Are you crazy? Suicide for this kind of man? Yifan didn't expect that Chunya's temper would be so fierce, choosing to commit suicide for a heartless man. Sun Ji, who was in the Audi, whistled. TSK, TSK, that's exciting. Let her hit it. Even if she died, she deserved it. Idiot. Chunya cried and shook her head, tears falling like rain. Yifan, get out of the way. Just let me die. I don't have the face to continue living. I don't want to live anymore. Fan Xian frowned and called Manager Li's people over. Manager Li, take her to the side and send someone to keep an eye on her. Don't let her do anything stupid. Yes, Mr. Yi. Manager Li hurriedly agreed. He didn't want someone to die outside the shop. Yifan saw that Sun Ji was about to drive away, so he quickly walked over with a gloomy expression and kicked the front of the car. Clang! With a loud sound, the hood of the Audi R8 was caved in by the force of the kick. Sun Ji was shocked. He ran out of the car and shouted crazily, "Do you want to die?" F***CK. Without waiting for him to say anything, Yifan had already gone up and slapped him until he was dizzy. He flipped over and fell to the ground. Sun Ji's mouth was full of blood, and 2 of his teeth had fallen out. His eyes were filled with panic. You dare hit me? Li Fanxian felt that his strength might be too heavy. If he were to kill him, it would be too easy for him. So he called out to the nightclub security guards, "All of you, come here. Beat him up." These security guards also felt that Sun Ji had gone too far. This kind of scumbag deserved to be beaten up. Now that the big boss had spoken, they didn't say anything else and rushed up to Sun Ji to beat him up. Sun Ji screamed miserably as he was beaten up. The coquettish woman in the car was so scared that she didn't dare to call the police, afraid that she would be implicated. After fighting for more than a minute, Sun Ji's face was already swollen and covered in blood. He cried and begged for mercy. "Stop hitting me. Don't hit me. Please. Let me go." Yifan kicked this guy's butt. Sun Ji screamed like a pig being butchered, and the bones below him cracked. Manager Li, find a trash can and throw this trash in. Yifan instructed. Manager Li hurriedly ordered the 2 security guards to drag Sun Ji to the back where the trash can was. Yifan walked in front of Chunya, looked at the dejected Chunya, and sighed, "If someone really dies, it should be that guy. Why are you seeking death? If you die, won't our CEO, Su, lose a capable assistant? There's still a long way to go. It's not worth it to be angry at such a person. Just treat it as a lesson learned." Chunya raised her head and looked at Yifan with a trace of confusion. "Why are you helping me? Shouldn't you be tired of me? I reported you to CEO Su. Don't you hate me? Are you pitying me now? Do you look magnanimous? I don't need this kind of pity." Yifan laughed. "If you insist on thinking that way, I can't do anything about it. I just feel that a person who is willing to give his heart and love others is worthy of respect. As for you snitching on me, I'm quite angry, but you didn't make it up, so I accepted it." Chunya was stunned. After looking at Yifan in disbelief for a while, her expression froze. After half a minute, Chunya's entire body trembled as she covered her face and cried bitterly. Yinna ran over, took out a tissue, and handed it over. "Sister, don't be sad. That person deserves it. Thank you." Chunya took the tissue and cried bitterly. "I deserve it. I deserve it. I don't have the face to see CEO Su. I'm sorry, CEO Su. I'm sorry to everyone in the embroidery group." Yifan was puzzled. "You're in a relationship. How could you let down Director Su? Let down the brocade?" Chunya tried her best to hold back her sobs as she grabbed Yifan's arm and said, "Yifan, it might not be too late now. Quickly go and tell Director Su. Calde's investment plan had already been known by the Lu Group, so don't sign it." "Absolutely not." "What is it? What called it?" Yifan frowned. "What exactly is going on?" Chapter 666. My blood ran cold. 0666. Although Yifan didn't really understand what Chunya was talking about, seeing how panicked she was, he knew that she wouldn't spout nonsense. "Why don't you call her yourself?" Yifan asked. I don't dare. I don't have the face to talk to Director Sue anymore, much less see her. Chunya lowered her head and sobbed. Yifan didn't waste any more time and dialed Su Qingshua's number with his phone. However, Su Qingxua didn't answer and directly hung up. Yifan was depressed. The woman was still in a cold war with him, but she actually didn't answer the phone. He could only say to do Yinner, I'll go back first. Brother Yifan, go ahead. Why don't you drive my car? Du Yinner also knew that the situation was urgent. Yifan shook his head. No need, just take a taxi. Help me take care of Chunya. Don't let her do anything stupid. Don't worry, I'll send this sister Chen home later. Du Yinner said considerately. Yifan smiled in relief, turned around, and ran to the side of the road. He called a taxi and went straight home. Arriving at his home in Egret County, Su Qingxue had indeed returned. Aunt Jiang and Tong Huijin were both asleep. Only Su Qingshue's study was still lit. Yifan knocked on the door and found that it wasn't closed, so he pushed it open and walked in. Su Qingxue was looking at some documents on the computer. Seeing Yifan come in, she said without turning her head, I have something to do right now, and I don't want to talk to you about right and wrong. Yifan sighed. I'm not talking to you about the foundation. It's just that I met Chunya. Chunya? Su Qingxue turned her head to look at him. What happened to her? Yifan shrugged. She told me to tell you, don't sign any called an investment project. The Lu Group already knows. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered, and she lightly replied, and I understand. Seeing that the woman was so calm, Fan Xian couldn't help but ask curiously, what exactly is the situation? Chunya said it so seriously, and if she says anything bad, the embroidery group will be finished. How can I tell you that it's the same as nothing? Su Qingxue asked back, where did you meet Chunya? Why did she tell you this? Fan Xian truthfully explained the situation and didn't hide anything. In any case, it wasn't a big deal to go to a birthday party with Du Yinner. Su Qingxue frowned and said, so you're saying that Sun Ji abandoned Chunya? So she told you about this? Yeah, that Sun Ji is from the Lu Group? Yifan asked. Su Qingxue shook her head. No, his family is just an ordinary merchant family. It's just that he met Lu Howren at the Super Running Club and became Lu Howren's lackey. Hearing this, Fan Xian was a little puzzled. Wife, you know Lu Howren and Sun Ji? Then you already knew that Chunya was dating Sun Ji? She nodded and said, my first assistant often comes into contact with some special secret business that I want to do. Of course, I have to understand her well enough. Of course, I have to investigate what kind of boyfriend she has. Yifan felt that something was wrong. When he connected it to Su Qingxue's current calm state, he felt that something was amiss. Called it. What kind of project is it? Yifan asked. You want to know that much? I wasn't interested at first, but I want to know why your attitude is so different from the exaggeration that Chunya displayed. Yifan said. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, stood up, and walked to a hanging world map. Su Qingxue pointed at a small place in the western part of the country that is called a small town with 1,800 residents. It is one of the poorest towns in their state. The so-called called it investment project was to buy more than half of this town. Although the local area was very poor and the land and various properties were very cheap, but it would cost at least $2 billion. Why did you buy that town? There's oil? There are mines? Or tourism? Yifan was puzzled. Su Qingxue shook her head. No, there's nothing. Other than the tornado that occasionally visits the small town and some wild cattle and sheep that pass by in search of water, there's nothing there. Then why did you spend $2 billion? Yifan was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly thought of something. He contacted the local situation in the magnesium country and guessed, could it be? It's a gambling license? Only by allowing the local casino to open up the gambling industry would that damned place be able to become extremely rich in a short period of time. The corner of Su Qingxue's mouth slightly revealed a smile. That's my setting. I want them to know that there will be a casino here. Huh? Yifan was stunned. What do you mean by your setting? Who do you want to let know? Su Qingxue walked to the French window, looked at the night sky, and leisurely said, I created some documents and information and contacted a few rich people in the magnesium country, creating a false impression that I had bribed them and knew that Called It was about to obtain the gambling license. Our embroidery group plans to invest there in advance and spend $2 billion so that we can make a profit. Moreover, time is of the essence, so we must complete the acquisition within this week. This will be an investment with an immeasurable profit, enough to bring our brocade to a higher level, and our strength will increase explosively. Yi Fan was startled and said, "But actually this is fake news? You deliberately showed it to the people from the Lu group?" "That's right. When I found out that Sun Ji had become Chunya's boyfriend, I knew that the Lu group wanted to stab me in the back. The Lu family operates in Su province and originally didn't have much interaction with us. However, through our relationship with the Iron Blood Alliance, we took away the Guyu Culture City project. That was originally the Lu group's cake. Moreover, they have been under pressure from us for more than a year, and their domestic business is gradually losing out to us, so they definitely want to destroy us, but they have been waiting for the right time." Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan's mind became clear. "So, you pretended not to know, used Chunya to leak a fake news to Sun Ji, and then Sun Ji handed it over to Lu Haoran. When the Lu group got this fake news, they started digging their own grave, right?" Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light and said, "The Lu family has already made their move. Their overseas investments are mainly concentrated in the magnesium country, and in order to defeat me and make my investment fail, they used their connections to interfere with the members of the management committee over there, hoping that they would not give the gambling license to Called It. However, they had never planned to do so. Therefore, the Lu group had been charged with bribery and interfering with the local government's decision-making for no reason at all. If nothing unexpected happens, my lawyer over there has already seized the opportunity to sue the Lu group. After that, the prosecutors in the magnesium country have already started to investigate the Lu group. Once the news comes out tomorrow morning, I reckon that the Lu family will be in a terrible situation." Leaf at the same time that Fan Xian understood the cause and effect. He felt his blood turn cold. All of this was actually a scam designed by Su Qingxue. The Lu group secretly schemed against Su Qingxue, but was used by Su Qingxue to counterattack. That's how it is. There's no contract to sign at all. Buying Called It is said to be a secret, but it's only because this is information that Shanya knows alone. Su Qingxue turned around and said indifferently. Chapter 667. Male Chauvinism 0667. Su Qingxue's expression changed as she hurriedly asked, What happened to Chinya?" She was publicly humiliated and abandoned by Sun Ji, and almost killed herself by hitting a telephone pole. If I didn't happen to bump into her, even if she didn't die tonight, she would have entered the hospital, you know? Su Qingxue's pretty face turned pale. She was obviously shocked. Li Fan Xian was puzzled. "I don't understand. Don't tell me you really don't care about Chinya's feelings? She has been with you for a few years, right?" She walked to the desk and placed her hand on the table, saying, I didn't expect it to be like this. I knew that Chinya would be sad, but I didn't expect. Her feelings are so deep. Do you really have to use such a method to defeat an opponent in the business world? If you had told Chinya in advance that Sun Ji was using her, perhaps she would have been willing to cooperate with you and deal with the Lu group together, wouldn't she? Su Qingxue said, "I'm not sure if she betrayed me, or if she was just being used by them. So, do you really not believe someone who has been with you for so many years? Besides, haven't you always been paying attention to her private life?" Yi Fan sighed. "But how do you know that Chunya will definitely believe me? What if she feels that Sun Ji is her true love?" Su Qingxue said, "Many women, once they fall in love, won't listen to anything. Do you think Chunya can remain calm at all times? Many women, including you?" Yi Fan looked straight at the woman. Su Qingxue was silent, as if she was unwilling to answer. "You have always been paying attention to Chunya's situation, so you must have known from the beginning that Chunya met Sun Ji, but you didn't tell Chunya. What's the difference between you and Sun Ji, who used Chunya to achieve your goal, and the people from the Lu group? Could it be that Chunya is really dispensable to you, a chess piece that can be abandoned at any time?" Is there really only a cold relationship between a superior and a subordinate between you two? Yi Fan, have you had enough? You lost your temper with me for Chunya? Was there a need? Aren't you and Chunya at loggerheads? Su Qingxue questioned unhappily. Fan Xian laughed self-deprecatingly. I don't know what's wrong with me either, but I'm not losing my temper at you. Getting angry can't solve any problems. It's just that I have a lot of questions in my heart about the orphanage and Chanya's matter today. Qingxue, if they are your enemies, no matter how cruel and cold-blooded you are to them, I have no opinion. But in this world, not everyone is an enemy. How do I know if I can trust her? I have to take advantage of the fact that the Lu group is unprepared to set them up. If I miss this opportunity, it might be very difficult to wait for the next one. Su Qingxue said faintly. If even Chunya is not worthy of your trust, then there is no one in the entire company who is worthy of your trust. Don't you think this is very sad? Even if you create a business empire, there is no one who can face it sincerely? Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, turned around and said, General success is achieved through 10,000 bones. Sometimes sacrifices were needed to achieve great things. It's not like I chose Chunya to sacrifice on purpose. It just so happened that this happened to her, and I walked the path that I expected. Li Fanxian looked at the woman for a while, then grinned. You're right, general success is achieved through 10,000 bones. But have you ever thought, after success, will you really feel happy? She saw the vicissitudes and bitterness in the man's eyes, and was speechless. Yi Fan shook his head. Maybe you will think that I am too soft-hearted, too pretentious, but if a person is alive, there's only a relationship of interest, no emotional ties between people, no concern, no worry, no apprehension, then it doesn't seem like he is alive, right? She bit her lower lip. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. My original intention was to defeat Lady Lu. As for Chunya, I don't want to do anything to her. I know that your nature is kind. Yi Fan smiled in understanding and said, It's just that ever since you found out about your background and went to Europe, I feel that you are too impatient. You want to become stronger, you want to take back the Ghost Valley. Whether it's business or cultivation, you are working hard, but this is not something that can be done overnight. Qingxue, do you know, countless battles have told me the most important thing. When a person is truly strong, they don't just believe in themselves, but dare to trust the people around them. After a while, she turned her head and snorted. It's easy for you to say. You and your brothers are friends of life and death on the battlefield. You could trust them, but I'm a businessman. In the field of profit, if I were to easily trust others, I wouldn't even know where I would have been sold a long time ago. Yi Fan lowered his head and smiled. Perhaps, I don't know either. Is it because I'm too naive? Or is it because we look at the problem from a different perspective? It's not the same. It's not the same. Anyway, we are different. Since they're all different, then don't be together. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Get out. Su Qingxue said, angry. Li Fanxian also didn't know how he had angered a woman. Maybe he had said too much, but at this moment he was also in a bad mood, so he decided not to add fuel to the fire and silently walked out of the study. Returning to his room, Yi Fan walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and looked at the distant night sky in a daze. Right at this moment, a phone call came in. Yi Fan looked and saw that it was Chu Yunyao. It's so late. Aren't you going to sleep? Yi Fan picked it up and asked with a smile. Chu Yunyao said, I've had 2 meetings in a row. Do you think I'm that free? On the other hand, why do you speak so weakly? Nothing, just thinking about something. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of smoke. Chu Yunyao giggled. Are you still conflicted about the matter between Su Qingxue and President Li? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. You really are a roundworm in my stomach. You can say that, but not all of it. What? You found out that your little wife is different from what you imagined, and then you started to get confused. You found out that you don't like her? Chu Yunyao asked teasingly. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Fan said with a frown. A male chauvinist like you can only allow yourself to be ruthless, but you can't accept the coldness of the women around you. He wished that the women around him were all weak and obedient babies, stupid. waiting for you to save them. Once he discovered that the women around him had become strong, he would immediately be upset. Chapter 668. 0668. Yi Fan became silent and did not refute. Instead, he frowned and fell into deep thought. After smoking a cigarette, he put his phone on his shoulder and took out another cigarette to light up. Huff! Yi Fan puffed out smoke and blinked. Chu Yunyao, who was on the other side, was suspicious, wondering why the man didn't say anything. Hey Yi, what are you doing? Are you dead? You're angry at me just because I said a few words to you? Is there a need for a man like you to do this? Who's angry with you? I'm just thinking, maybe what you said makes sense. Yi Fan sighed. Maybe he was used to Su Qingxue, who needed his protection. Suddenly, this woman became unpredictable and became a strategist. All of a sudden, he was not used to it. If you don't want to divorce her, then get used to it. No one can make you feel perfect, so don't ask others to let you do whatever you want. Chu Yunyao was stunned for a moment, then said, Su Qingxue is that kind of woman to begin with. If you don't want to divorce her, then get used to it. Little Yao Yao, it's rare for you to say such heartless words to me. Yi Fan smiled, flicked his cigarette ash, and asked, You called me, what's the matter? Chu Yunyao gritted her teeth and said, You stinky man who goes back on his word. Back then, we agreed that I would help you settle O Zhiyun and Tung Ziqiao's matters, and you promised me one thing. In the end, you didn't even contact me for the past few days. Do you want to go back on your word? Yi Fan suddenly remembered that there was such a thing and laughed awkwardly. No, I accidentally forgot. The main thing is that you didn't mention it to me. What do you want me to do? I promised you. I will naturally keep my promise. That's good. Hurry up and come to the airport. Take the VIP passage. I will have someone pick you up there. Chu Yunyao said. To the airport? What? Do you still need to ask? Do you have to catch the subway to the airport? Of course I'm flying. Where are we going by plane? Yi Fan felt that this span was too big. Why was it about to take off? Chu Yunyao said, Accompany me back to the Chu family. Just treat it as a business trip. I'll tell you the specifics on the plane. Hurry up and go. With that, Chu Yunyao hung up the phone. Yi Fan was confused for a long time. Why did he suddenly want to go to the Chu family? Could it be that something happened to Chu Yunyao's family? But the Chu clan of Tan City, one of the 5 great clans, shouldn't need an outsider's help. But since he had agreed to Chu Yunyao, Yi Fan also planned to go first. In any case, staying in Huahai would make him upset, so he might as well go to a different environment. He walked to the door of Su Qingxue's study and said, Wife, I have something urgent that I need to go out for. I don't know how many days I'll be back, but if you need anything, just call me. Su Qingxue, who was in the study, also ignored him. Yi Fan also knew that it was impossible for the two of them to continue chatting, so he went downstairs and left. Arriving at Huahai International Airport, Yi Fan found the entrance to the VIP passage and saw someone waiting there. The person who welcomed them brought Yi Fan onto a private plane. It was Chu Yunyao's car. You're here. You're still on time. Chu Yunyao was sitting on a comfortable sofa chair with a glass of champagne in her hand. She was wearing a white fur shawl and a black slim-fitting skirt, revealing her delicate and smooth legs. Yi Fan sat opposite to her and asked, Why are you looking for me to go to the Chu family? In any case, just come with me. Since you promised me, you have to keep your word. Chu Yunyao said, Could it be you want me to meet your family and tell them about our relationship? Yi Fan smiled evilly. You're thinking too much. My family already knew about it, but they felt that it would be profitable for me to be with you, so they wouldn't stop me at all. Chu Yunyao said truthfully. Yi Fan was puzzled. Then what exactly is it? You should at least let me be mentally prepared, right? Chu Yunyao took a sip of champagne, a hint of pride in her eyes, and said with a smile that was not a smile, There's no need to prepare. You should be very good at it. What are you good at? Teach people how to practice. What? Just as Yi Fan was confused, the engine of the plane began to roar, and it took off on the runway. The next morning, the local television stations in Huahai and Su Province, as well as a few national radio stations and media, all began to report the news that the Lu Group's investment in the magnesium country had been investigated by the federal prosecutors. The series of bribery that the Lu Group had done and interference with the local government had been exposed by the local lawyers of the Magnesium country. For a time, the Lu group was pushed to the forefront of public opinion. The group's stock plummeted and a large amount of business was severely damaged. After Su Qingxue finished reading the morning news, she didn't have much joy on her face. She looked at the breakfast table and saw that the seat that Yi Fan was originally sitting on was already empty. She couldn't help but be slightly absent-minded. After eating breakfast, Su Qingxue drove to the company. After parking the car, she got out of the car and very naturally said, "Chunya, today's morning meeting." Halfway through her words, she suddenly stopped. Su Qingxue discovered that the one standing at the elevator door was Fog Knight. Fog Knight was holding a tablet in his hand as he leaned against the elevator door. With a helpless expression, he said, "Sister Su, Assistant Chen doesn't seem to be feeling well. She won't be coming today." "Oh." Su Qingxue nodded, a hint of loneliness in her eyes. "Then do you know which floor it will be on this morning?" Fog Knight smiled apologetically. Sister Su, take a look for yourself. You also know that I haven't come into contact with those business matters. I'm just giving it to you on behalf of Assistant Chen." Su Qingxue sighed and shook her head. She took the tablet, opened the file, and began to press the elevator floor herself. Although it took a bit more effort, Su Qingxue still finished the morning meeting in half an hour. After arriving at the office, Su Qingxue picked up her phone and entered Chunya's number. However, when she was about to make the call, Su Qingxue hesitated again. Biting her red lips, Su Qingxue muttered to herself, "You don't even greet me when you don't go to work. Do you really think that I can't work without you?" Su Qingxue gave up on dialing and picked up the landline phone to call the secretariat. "Director Su, what are your orders?" "Choose a few capable people who are no more than 30 years old and come to my office within an hour. I want to choose a new assistant." Yes. Yes." The people in the secretariat were obviously surprised, but they still hurriedly complied. At the same time, Yi Fan sat on the plane for a few hours, then sat in the car for a few hours, and ate breakfast on the way. Slowly and leisurely, in the early morning, he arrived at a picturesque ancient town. There were no cars inside. The houses were all black tiles and white walls, with flying eaves and decorated windows. It was full of ancient charm. Chapter 669. 0669. Chu Yun Yao seemed to like the Bentley a lot. After getting off the plane, the one who came to pick her up was also a white Bentley. Arriving at the entrance of the ancient town, Yi Fan got out of the car and saw that there were all kinds of good cars parked outside the ancient town. "Is this a tourist attraction?" Yi Fan asked. Chu Yun Yao rolled her eyes. "What are you thinking? This is the Chu family." "You said that the entire town belongs to your family?" "Yes. All the properties and land are ours." Chu Yun Yao smiled and said, "With more than 1,100 years of history, it shouldn't be too much to accumulate such a small amount of wealth, right?" Yi Fan nodded. Thinking about it this way, he could understand. "You're not allowed to drive here?" "Yes. No disciple of the Chu family is allowed to use transportation at home, although the road at home is wide enough. But, generally speaking, you can't drive at home, right?" Chu Yun Yao said. Li Fanxian felt that it was quite funny, but he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It was already pretty good for a city person to have a garage, but the Chu family was good. Their home was a dozen or so roads. Of course, he was just sighing with emotion. The real estate he owned was only a lot more than the Chu family, so of course he wouldn't have any thoughts of envy or anything like that. "Eldest Miss, the Patriarch and the Masters are all waiting for you and this Mr. Yi at the Four Seas Hall." A well-dressed old butler came to the door with a kind expression and respectfully said. Chu Yun Yao chuckled. "This bunch of old bastards, they sure got up early." Li Fanxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Chu Yun Yao didn't have much respect for the elders in her family, but this was normal because Chu Yun Yao didn't have that many ordinary people's feelings. After walking through 2 antique streets, they entered a courtyard, circled around the front courtyard, and arrived at a spacious hall. Inside, there were a dozen or so people in charge of the Chu family, drinking tea and discussing something. Amongst these people, the only one Yi Fan knew was Chu Yunsheng, whom he had met last time. The one sitting in the patriarch seat was an old man wearing a dark red tang suit. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s and wasn't tall, but his eyes were full of spirit. He was the Chu family's patriarch, Chu Taikong. Seeing Yi Fan and Chu Yun Yao come in, the old man revealed a smile on his face. He didn't look much different from an ordinary old man. Yun Yao, you're back. This is your famous boyfriend, Yi Fan, right? Chu Taikong asked with a smile. Yes, grandfather. Chu Yun Yao seemed to have instantly become an obedient granddaughter. With a sweet and happy smile on her face, she held Yi Fan's hand and introduced her family members to Yi Fan. Fan Xian almost laughed out loud. This woman was just talking about these old bastards. Her acting skills were truly outstanding. After the two of them sat down, a servant brought over the high mountain cloud mist tea. Yi Fan took a sniff and knew that this was definitely the highest quality cloud mist tea. It should have been picked from the tea trees that were offered to the palace in ancient times. He reckoned that those tea trees were already the Chu clan's private ancestral property. As if to conceal the conversation, Chu Taikong let most of the people in the hall disperse, leaving behind only Yi Fan, Chu Yun Yao, and Chu Yunsheng. Fan Xian was puzzled. This matter was still so confidential. Yi Fan, Yun Yao has made it clear to you. I hope that you can help our Chu family with the special training of the ancient martial arts, right? Chu Taikong asked. Yi Fan nodded. He said that your family's disciples are going to participate in some ancient martial arts selection competition. Is that what you mean? He now didn't tell you in detail. This is not an ordinary competition. It concerns the honor and future development of our Chu family. So, it's very important, Chu Taikong said. Li Fan Xian frowned and looked at Chu Yun Yao, thinking to himself that this woman didn't seem to have said it was that serious. Chu Yun Yao smiled and said, Grandfather, I didn't tell him too much. I was afraid that he would be under too much pressure. Oh, so that's how it is. There must be pressure, but I think with your experience, Yi Fan, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, you have fought with the special forces of the Magnesium Army, and you are also someone who has seen great scenes. Chu Taikong said. The people of the Chu family naturally didn't know about Yi Fan's true identity. In fact, among the 5 great sects, only the core members of the Wang family knew about it. The Zhu family and the Zhao family only knew that Yi Fan was related to the Dragon Soul, while the Xie family only knew about it. Therefore, the reason why Chu Taikong was willing to invite Yi Fan over was mainly because of the battle on Luchun Island. Yi Fan thought to himself that he didn't feel any pressure in the first place. It was purely because he agreed to Chu Yunyao's request, so it wasn't good for him to refuse. Is this competition that important? Yi Fan casually asked. Yes, for ordinary famous sects, it might not be that important, but for us, the 5 great sects, it is extremely important. Chu Taikong said, Our Chu family hasn't had a disciple chosen by the Dragon Soul for more than 30 years. If this continues, it will be very difficult for our Chu family to raise our heads in front of the leaders and the other families. Yi Fan asked curiously, It's just joining the Dragon Soul. Doesn't the Dragon Soul have the Dragon Fong army? Didn't many disciples from famous sects join the Dragon Fong army? Furthermore, I don't think the threshold for the Dragon Soul is high. If it's the Dragon Fong and Dragon Soul commandos, then of course it's not difficult, and they can be sent in every year. But the selection once every 5 years is a team called the Hidden Dragon. That is the symbol of the highest status of the Dragon Soul. Chu Taikong said. Hidden Dragon? Yi Fan frowned. How come I've never heard of it? Because this unit has never appeared in public, nor has it established any substantial files within the Dragon Soul. Everything is managed through people and verbal communication. In fact, this was a secret that only the patriarchs and heirs of famous sects with ancient martial arts strength were qualified to know. The disciples that we sent out from the various famous sects only told them that they wanted to join the Dragon Soul's secret organization and did not tell them about the Hidden Dragon Army. One of Yi Fan's hands lightly patted the armrest of the chair, his mind rapidly spinning. Although he didn't know much about the Dragon Soul, he was still very surprised that there was actually such a troop hidden in the Dragon Soul. In the past, he had wondered why an A-class organization like the Dragon Soul could firmly suppress the S-class sky, I in China. Why didn't the country rely on the sky, I, and instead insisted on using the dragon soul as a symbol of national security? So, the dragon soul was hidden so deeply? Chu Taikong said with a solemn expression. Once a disciple is chosen by the hidden dragon soul, although he will immediately sever all ties with the family, the country will give him a large amount of resources to reward the family that provides the outstanding disciple. The reason why our 5 great sects have joined forces with the ancient martial arts sects is so that the children of our families can be influenced by the ancient martial arts from the moment they are born, and we can pick out good seedlings from them to accept the hidden dragon selection once every 5 years. However, the requirements for the hidden dragon were very high. The starting point for the disciples who participated in the selection competition was the Xiantian realm, and they could not be older than 25 years old. As for the other ancient martial arts talent and combat skills, the requirements were even higher. Chapter 670, 0670 with the hundreds and thousands of famous sects in China, as well as the hundreds of ancient martial arts sects of all sizes, it was not difficult to select a few hundred young talents of the Xiantian realm before the age of 25, so Yi Fan also believed in it. But Yi Fan also had his doubts. Then, Old Man Chu, this matter is so confidential. It's fine if you tell me. Although the hidden dragon sect forbids it from spreading out, if it were to spread out, no one might believe it, because there was no information to be found. Moreover, Yi Fan, aren't you on good terms with the military advisor? With your relationship with the dragon soul, there's no harm in me telling you. Chu Taikong said. Li Fanxian suddenly realized that it was because of Xiao Linfuan. In that case, there should be quite a few people from your Chu family who are going to participate in the selection. After all, it's such a glorious matter. Chu Taikong sighed. Actually, it's not. Although being chosen is a great honor for the family, it can also bring great benefits to the family. However, joining the Hidden Dragon sect would require one to cut off all ties with the family. Just like many of the Dragon Soul's agents, it would be equivalent to serving the country for the rest of their lives. Therefore, many disciples are unwilling to give up on this beautiful world. Even if they have extraordinary talent, they're still unwilling to participate in the selection. Then how many of you plan to participate in the selection? Yi Fan asked. Chu Taikong smiled and gestured with his hand. 10 people? Yi Fan was very surprised. He thought that there weren't many people in the Chu family, but there were actually 10 people under the age of 25 who were above the Xiantian realm and were willing to participate in the selection. Of these 10 people, 4 disciples of our Chu family and 6 are disciples of the Divine Flame sect. However, because we are in an alliance, we will send them out together. Chu Taikong said. Leaf hearing this, Fanxian finally understood a little. He had also seen Lu Bingjun and Chung Liangyue from the Divine Flame sect before, so this sect did indeed have some strength. Yi Fan, my sister said that with you here, we can guarantee that our Chu family will be able to wash away our previous shame. 30 years later, another person will be selected as the Hidden Dragon sect. To be able to make my sister swear so confidently, we are all looking forward to you. Chu Yinsheng said with a smile. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did this Chu Yin Yao have to say such big words? It was fine if she wanted him to compete, but she wanted him to teach a group of people from the Chu family. Those people didn't even know what kind of strength they had. Do your best, do your best. Yi Fan felt that he had been tricked by a woman. Chu Taikong said, there's no time to lose. I will arrange for those 10 youths to come and meet you as soon as possible. There are only 2 months left until the selection, so you have to seize every single day. Yi Fan almost spat out a mouthful of tea. What? Only 2 months left? Yes, the competition will begin in the middle of April. It is also to allow these young people to embark on their journey after paying respects to their ancestors. Chu Taikong said, I know that time is a little tight, but every family doesn't have much time to prepare. This was because it was actually not easy to select Xiantian realm martial artists below the age of 25, let alone let these children who lived like princes and princesses have the ability to fight in actual combat. Therefore, the final sprint training stage is very crucial. I hope that you, Yi Fan, can help our Chu family. Yi Fan was speechless, but he could only agree. Who told him to agree to Chu Yunyao's request? After leaving the Four Seas Palace, Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao came to the courtyard where she lived. At the side of the bluestone table, the servants served tea and pastries. Yi Fan looked at the exquisite food and couldn't help but eat heartily. He had a piece of mung bean cake in his left hand and a muffin in his right, and nodded his head as he ate. Not bad, not bad. It's made by hand that tastes good. Your Chu family's pastry chef is not bad, Yi Fan said. However, Chu Yunyao didn't have much of an appetite. She rested her chin on one hand and frowned. You don't seem to be nervous at all. What are you nervous about? Little Yao Yao, why are you frowning? It's just bringing a bunch of young men and girls to the competition. It's not a big deal, Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao said seriously, you must know that I have placed my bet on you. The embarrassing record that our Chu family has not been able to break for 30 years has always been that old man's sore point. If I recommend you and successfully break through the encirclement, then I will have the absolute advantage in the competition between me and Chu Yunsheng. This is also a great contribution that I have made to the clan. All right. Yi Fan picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and stuffed it into Chu Yunyao's mouth. Eat something, don't talk about these useless things. I knew that the reason you came to find me was definitely because of your fight for the position of patriarch. Since I've agreed to let you sit in the position of patriarch, I will naturally let your Chu family's martial artist be selected. I still have this bit of credibility, Chu Yunyao said in surprise. You haven't even seen the disciples that our family has chosen, and you don't know the situation of the other families and sections. How do you know that you will definitely succeed? Yi Fan drank a mouthful of tea, took a deep breath, and said, if I don't even have this bit of confidence, then wouldn't I lose at the starting line before the competition even starts? Besides, I'm very curious, just what kind of existence is this hidden dragon? Behind the dragon's soul, there must be a force controlling it. Aren't you talking nonsense? Behind the dragon's soul, aren't there just a few leaders? Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes and said. Li Fan Xian smiled evilly and said, little Yao Yao, you don't understand. The true backing behind the dragon soul is definitely not some leader. Why? Chu Yunyao asked. Think about it. Now that the world is at peace and China has nuclear weapons, any rumors about war are just nonsense. In modern wars between great powers, they either don't fight or perish together, so there's no need to worry about war. If you don't fight, what do you need so many ancient martial artists for? If ancient martial arts are not trained to the body refinement realm, in fact, there might not be any well-trained warriors on the battlefield. Using a hail of bullets to meet the enemy is useful. Yi Fan took a sip of tea and continued. Ancient martial arts are actually of limited help to the country, especially at the level of the chief. Ancient martial artists have instead become a threat to their lives. Look at the Western countries. They don't encourage their people to cultivate it all, because this is actually a social instability. However, China was completely different. Not only did the country take care of the major sects, they were also willing to encourage the major sect to provide outstanding young martial artists to join the Hidden Dragon sect. As far as I know, the current few chiefs are not from prestigious families. Prestigious families are a threat to their power, yet they still support the ancient martial art practitioners from prestigious families? Do you think they're stupid? Chapter 671. Bullying 0671 inch, I'm just guessing, but it's very possible. That's the true center of power in China. What Yi Fan didn't say was that he thought of the Zhou clan. He felt that there should be some connection between the Hidden Dragon clan and the Hidden Dragon clan. When Chu Yunyao heard this, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. If that's really the case, no wonder the Hidden Dragon clan is so valued. It's equivalent to a window for the power behind them to obtain fresh blood. It's also possible that they just chose some young people that they like to serve them. Who knows? In any case, I want to take advantage of this opportunity to experience it. Li Fan Xian really didn't like the feeling of being controlled. His helplessness in the Zhou family village made him make up his mind to explore the deepest abyss of the Dragon Pond in China. At this moment, a servant ran over to report, Eldest Miss, Mr. Yi, The patriarch invites the two of you to the martial arts training field. It seems like those 10 youngsters have arrived. Let's go over, Yi Fan said with a smile. Chu Yunyao looked at Yi Fan's relaxed expression. Although she felt a little uneasy in her heart, she didn't say anything more. Arriving at the Chu family's training field, it was a spacious flat ground paved with stone slabs. There were all kinds of weapons all around. In the center of the field, there were 10 young people dressed in different clothes standing there. 7 men and 3 women. Other than 2 of them who looked to be 16 or 17 years old, the others all looked to be in their 20s. Yi Fan glanced at it and frowned. He had a rough idea of what was going on. When these 10 young disciples saw Yi Fan, they obviously knew that Yi Fan was a newly found ancient martial arts instructor. Each and every one of them revealed a doubtful expression, because Yi Fan looked too young, and there were even a few who looked older than Yi Fan. In fact, according to his actual age, Yi Fan was only 26 years old. He was indeed not much different from them. Letting someone of the same age lead them in the last 2 months of ancient martial arts cultivation was something that these 10 young and energetic elites were naturally dissatisfied with. Yi Fan, these are the participants that our Chu family and the Divine Flame sect will send out. They are all our outstanding youths. What do you think of their cultivation? Chu Taikong walked over with a few people and asked with a smile. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, to describe it in one sentence, it would be good to see but useless. This time, the 10 young men's faces darkened. However, because the clan leader was in front of them, they couldn't act out. Ha, what big words. Young man, your name is Yi Fan, right? I heard my son say that your performance on Luchun Island was very amazing, but you are someone who doesn't even have Jin Qi, so how strong can you be? I, Lu, really doubt that you have the ability to teach these children martial arts and lead them to successfully enter the Dragon Soul. A middle-aged man with a full beard asked in a rough voice. When Fan Xian heard this person call himself Lu Mao, he asked, your son, is that Lu something Jun? This is Lu Bing Jun. Chu Yunyao introduced. This is the sect leader of the Divine Flame sect, Senior Lu Lei. Oh, Yi Fan could tell that these 2 father and son were quite similar, but this Lu Lei looked like a pure man, but it was hard to say for his son. Chu Yunsheng, who had followed along, smiled and said, Sect leader Lu has always been the head instructor of these 10 young men. This time, when he heard that Yi Fan was going to replace him, he was not at ease, so he specially came to take a look. When Chu Yunyao heard this, she sneered, my little brother, I don't think it's sect leader Lu who wants to come. You invited him here, right? Sister, if you insist on thinking that way, I can't do anything about it. But no matter what, there are 6 disciples of the Divine Flame sect this time. As the sect leader Lu should have the right to personally ask about it, right? Chu Yinxing said. Chu Taikong smiled amiably and said, Yi Fan, it's not that we don't trust you, but in terms of human relations, we also have to take care of sect leader Lu's feelings. Moreover, sect leader Lu also has good intentions. His words are more direct, so you must not take them to heart. Yi Fan felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. This group of people really knew how to beat around the bush. You want me to compete with this bearded man? Haha. Yi Fan, we are not forcing you. If you do not want to compete with sect leader Lu, you can completely not compete. You are an esteemed guest invited by Big Sister, and our Chu family's way of treating guests is not that unreasonable. Chu Yunxing smiled. Leaf hearing this, Yi Fan nodded, then let's not compete. Immediately, the atmosphere at the scene stiffened. Chu Yunxing's expression also froze for a moment, because Yi Fan's choice had surprised him. Kid, are you afraid? Lu Lei asked with some disdain. The 10 youths also revealed even more dissatisfied expressions. Chu Yunyao also looked at Yi Fan in bewilderment. In her opinion, Yi Fan didn't seem like someone who would admit defeat. I'm not afraid, but I don't think there's a need to compete. Yi Fan said. Oh, Yi Fan, why do you say that? Chu Taikong also curiously asked. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. 2 people with equal strength. That's called a competition, but the difference in strength is too great. That's bullying. I think it's better to forget about it. At least he's older than me. I can't bully my elders. What did you say? When Lu Lei heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. Good. You are a newborn calf that is not afraid of tiger. You don't even have Xinqi, so you probably don't even know my strength? Chu Taikong and Chu Yunsheng also narrowed their eyes, as if they were waiting for a good show. Chu Yunyao helplessly looked at the man. This guy was clearly trying to anger Lu Lei to death. However, Yi Fan really didn't want to fight. He wasn't here to prove how strong he was. He was only here to fulfill his promise to Chu Yunyao. Today, if you want to fight or not, it's not up to you to decide. If you want to replace me as the head instructor, you have to defeat me first. Lu Lei raised his hand and said, Patriarch, Yunyao, Yunsheng, all of you get out of the way lest I accidentally injure you. Seeing this, the people from the Chu family all silently retreated, leaving only Yi Fan, Lu Lei, and the 10 youths watching from the side. Yi Fan put his hands in his pockets and quietly looked at Lu Lei, not making any postures. Seeing Yi Fan look down on him so much, Lu Lei was even more furious. He condensed a scarlet-red wave of true energy and punched towards Yi Fan's chest. Divine Fire Fist. The most common fist technique of the Divine Flame sect was also a straightforward and tyrannical punch. Li Fanxian leaned to the side and easily avoided the punch. His reaction speed is pretty good. Lu Lei coldly snorted, turned around, and kicked to the side, the tip of his foot also releasing a scarlet-red stream of Xinqi. Yi Fan leaned back, once again avoiding the kick. Lu Lei frowned. The true energy in his fists burned like flames, bombarding towards Yi Fan like raindrops. Chapter 672. It's not that complicated. 0672 in Yi Fan's eyes. The speed of these fists was simply too slow. Most ancient martial artists, especially those who did not need to experience actual combat and did not need to go to the battlefield, all thought that as long as their Xinqi cultivation was high, their ancient martial arts moves would be exquisite and they would be strong. But in reality, in a real battle, the body's reflexes and the eye's dynamic field of vision were all crucial. The battlefield that Yi Fan had experienced was a cruel world of bullets and bullets. In that kind of place where even the slightest bit of carelessness would cause one's corpse to disappear, how could a person like Lu Lei, who is purely immersed in martial arts, imagine such a combat ability? The simplest example was a Xiantian realm martial artist and a body refinement realm martial artist. If they were to compete in Xinqi, of course the body refinement realm would be able to crush the Xiantian realm. However, if a body refinement realm martial artist's reaction speed and eye movements were relatively slow, then it was very likely that they wouldn't even have the chance to fight head-on. As long as he had the upper hand, a Xiantian realm martial artist could rely on dodging to be invincible. If a body refinement realm martial artist revealed a flaw, then at least a Xiantian realm martial artist could use his speed advantage to counterattack or even defeat him. In the world of martial arts, only speed could not be broken. That was the logic. If you're slow, you won't be able to hit it no matter what. If you're fast enough, you can still run if you can't beat it. Yi Fan had experienced countless battles, both big and small. In addition, he focused on body cultivation. Therefore, in terms of speed, whether it was capturing or reacting, it was hard for ordinary martial artists to imagine. Back then, in the legendary battle with the skeleton wizard, Skeleton did not dare to let Yi Fan get close to him because he was afraid of Yi Fan's speed. In the center of the training field, a group of people watched as Lu Lei brandished his fists. His Xinqi was dazzling, and he seemed to have an overwhelming advantage in terms of aura. But for some reason, Yi Fan was able to move back and forth leisurely, unable to hit him every time. In fact, from beginning to end, Yi Fan did not even take his hand out of his pants pocket. With just a few movements of his legs and a few twists of his waist, he was able to dodge all the attacks. Stinking brat, do you only know how to run? How are you going to teach these children to participate in the selection like this? Do you want to rely on dodging to kill those opponents? Lu Lei's temper flared up when he saw that he couldn't hit them for more than 40 moves. Fan Xian scratched his head, feeling a little troubled. He turned his head to look at the 10 youngsters, who all seemed to look down on him. All right then, just don't hold a grudge. Yi Fan said. The Divine Flame sect was an alliance sect of the Chu family. If the Chu family were to be in charge in the future, then the Divine Flame sect would be even more of their own. Yi Fan didn't want to get into a fight with the sect leader of the Divine Flame sect. Hold a grudge? Lu. Only respect the strong. If you're a coward, get lost. Lu Lei let out a loud shout. The true chi of body refinement that had reached the large success stage was like a blazing sun, unceasingly condensing on his body and coiling around his fist. It was obvious that he intended to release an earth-shattering heavy punch. But at this moment, Yi Fan's figure seemed to have suddenly disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, Yi Fan had already pressed his palm on Lu Lei's abdomen, seemingly pushing it gently. Bang! Lu Lei's body flew out like a cannonball. Everyone watched as Lu Lei flew 7 to 8 meters in the air before rolling on the ground. In an instant, the martial arts field fell silent. Lu Lei lay on the stone floor, looking up at the sky, dumbstruck. He didn't even know how he was pushed away. If a knife were to touch him, it would have already pierced through him. For the first time, the 10 youngsters looked at Yi Fan with a different expression. In their confusion, they felt a little more respect. Sect Leader Lu, are you all right? I used a skillful technique, so I shouldn't have hurt your internal organs. Yi Fan walked over and said. Lu Lei's entire body quivered, and he rolled up from the ground. He touched his abdomen, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead and back. Looking at Yi Fan in front of him again, this young man with a calm face, Lu Lei swallowed his saliva with difficulty. How did you do it? What kind of martial arts is that? Lu Lei felt like he had seen a ghost. Yi Fan smiled. What kind of martial arts? I just ran in front of you and pushed you a little. It's not that complicated. Lu Lei felt that this was inconceivable. He touched his abdomen and could only sigh. No wonder Yun Yao asked you to come over as an instructor. I am indeed useless. When Chu Yun Yao, who was in the distance, saw this scene, a hint of complacency appeared on the corner of her mouth as she glanced at Chu Yunxing. My dear little brother, the instructor I found is not bad, right? Chu Yunxing's gaze darkened, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he said, Elder sister, with such a good instructor, it seems that our Chu family will finally have someone selected this time. Chu Taikong looked at his grandchildren and said with a smile that was not a smile, You are all good children, wholeheartedly thinking for the family. Of course, grandfather. Chu Yun Yao smiled sweetly. All right, it seems like there are no more objections. Chu Taikong walked over and said to the 10 young disciples, From today onwards, you'll have to obey Instructor Ye's arrangements and undergo the last 2 months of training. If you are selected, the Chu family and the Divine Flame sect will be proud of you, and you will also have a completely different status. I hope that you will work hard. The 10 youngsters loudly agreed, and then, one by one, they looked at Yi Fan with curiosity. Yi Fan, what are you planning to do next? Chu Taikong asked with concern. He also wanted to get a rough understanding of Yi Fan's training plan. Yi Fan turned around and said with a serious face, Eat. Huh? Everyone was dumbfounded. It's already noon. Aren't you guys going to eat? Yi Fan asked. The Chu family couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Chu Taikong smiled bitterly. Yes, this old man is old and has lost his mind. Let's go to the banquet hall to eat first. At the same time, Huahai, the headquarters of the embroidery group. Inside the chairman's office, Su Qingxue rubbed her forehead in distress. She was so angry that she directly threw a document on the ground. Do you understand what I mean? No one could figure out the main point. With your efficiency, how much time do you waste on me every day? Do you want to teach you how to do it one by one? In front of the desk, 4 female secretaries in office uniforms were trembling with their heads lowered, not even daring to breathe. Su Qingxue suddenly wanted to choose a new assistant, so she chose the 4 most intelligent young female employees. However, Su Qingxue gave them a task to organize the information. After a test, she found that none of them could meet the requirements of the assistant she needed. Originally, with Chunya around, everything was arranged in an orderly manner, and the office was smooth sailing. Su Qingxue could easily get rid of some miscellaneous information. But now, Su Qingxue had to straighten out everything by herself, so she couldn't help but feel irritated. The secretary, standing at the side, was a middle-aged woman. She used to be Su Youwei's assistant and could be considered an old man in the company. Seeing the situation, he hurriedly advised, "Director Su, Assistant Chen's ability is 1 in 100. His foundation is much stronger than the average person before he entered the company. It will take a lot of time to train an assistant who can cooperate with you, Director Su. Please understand that these girls really need to be tempered." Su Qingxue took 2 deep breaths, suddenly stood up, picked up a coat, picked up her bag, and walked out of the office. "Director Su, where are you going?" the director hurriedly asked. Chapter 673. 0673 Huahai Qing'a Courtyard was a high-rise apartment that high-end white-collar workers liked to live in. It had excellent facilities and convenient transportation. Su Qingxue checked Chenya's address. This was the first time she came here, and she discovered that the distance between this place and the embroidery group was less than 3 kilometers. With Chenya's income, it wouldn't be difficult for her to live in an apartment worth 4 to 5 million through a mortgage. She could even be considered thrifty. Qingxue remembered that Chenya was a poor student sponsored by Su Youwei back then. Later on, in order to repay her kindness and for her ideals, she entered the embroidery group. He reckoned that Chenya had taken a large amount of her salary back to her hometown. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only lived in an apartment and driven an ordinary car. Su Qingxue went downstairs and pressed the doorbell number of 1901 apartment. Not long after, the apartment door opened. Su Qingxue walked in and took the elevator all the way to the 19th floor. When she got out of the elevator, Chenya was already standing outside waiting for her. Chenya, who was already relatively thin because she didn't put on makeup, her face was even paler and thinner. She was wearing a set of home clothes and looked a little weak. Many things could be seen from the deep dark circles and swollen eyes. "Director Su, why are you here?" Chenya's voice was very soft, and she didn't dare to look straight at Su Qingxue. "You're not going to invite me in?" Su Qingxue asked. Chenya trembled, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Please come in." Entering Chenya's apartment, Su Qingxue looked around and discovered that the decoration style was just like an office. Cold colors, modern oil paintings, and Nordic furniture didn't seem like a house that a woman in her 20s should live in. In comparison, Su Qingxue's own room was much more girlish than Chenya's. Chenya seemed to have completely mixed her work and life together. "Mr. Su, please have some tea." Chenya brought a cup of tea in front of Su Qingxue. "Sorry, I only have this kind of tea bag at home." Qingxue took a look and found that the glass was filled with Starbucks tea bags. Chenya obviously didn't care much about the quality of life in order to save time. "I'm fine." Su Qingxue looked at her and said, "Sit down. I just want to say a few words to you." Chenya nodded and sat on the sofa at the side, rubbing her hands on her knees. "When are you going back to work?" Su Qingxue asked. Chenya's entire body quivered. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Qingxue with an unexpected and complicated gaze. "Director Su, you still want me to return to the embroidery group?" Su Qingxue said indifferently. "Although you betrayed me, I can give you a chance. After all, you didn't cause any substantial damage to the company." Chenya was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Director Su, if I say that I did not betray you, would you believe me?" Su Qingxue frowned, not understanding. Chenya sighed and said, "Actually, I really didn't know at first. That Sun Ji was one of the Lu Group's Lu Howren's people. Later on, he asked me about my work a few times, especially about you, CEO Su, so I paid more attention. I did some research and found out that he was related to Lu Howren in the Supercar Club. However, I naively thought that love and work could be separated, so I pretended not to know. It wasn't until that day when President Su told me that we were about to complete the acquisition of the main nation and that called it incident happened that Sun Ji's attitude toward me immediately changed. He told me not to bother him. That was when I realized the problem. Everything was too coincidental. The contract with the magnesium country was about to be signed, and Sun Ji had turned 180 degrees and was still playing nightclubs with other women. Only then did I realize they didn't have to pretend to face me anymore because their goal had been achieved. At this point, Chinya raised her head and smiled with sparkling eyes. Director Sue, although you might not believe what I said, I still want to say that I did not take the initiative to betray you and the embroidery group. However, I did not report it and did not tell you about these things at the first possible moment. It was indeed a mistake. Fortunately, you always think faster than anyone else and did not fall into their trap. Shu Qingxue picked up the teacup and took a sip. She said, "Looks like you've already seen the news?" Chinya nodded. "Yes, I saw it. With such a big piece of news, the Lu Group probably wouldn't have thought that they would use me, but they just happened to fall into your trap, CEO Sue. You should hate me, right? I know that Sun Ji lied to you, but I still watched you jump into the pit of fire." Shu Qingxue said faintly. Chinya clenched her fists. After a moment of silence, she did not reply. Instead, she got up and walked back to the study. When she came out, she was holding a letter in her hand. Chinya placed the letter in front of Su Qingxue. Resignation letter? Su Qingxue saw the 3 words written on it and frowned. "You really want to resign?" Chinya smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes, I am very grateful for your tolerance, CEO Su, but I no longer have the confidence, nor the qualifications, to continue staying in the brocade." Shu Qingxue was puzzled. "Why? Do you think I'm lying to you? Do you think I don't really want you to go back?" "No." Chinya shook her head. "Director Sue, I know you won't care about this matter. The reason is because of me. I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Shu Qingxue was stunned. Chinya's eyes were sparkling as she looked at Shu Qingxue and bit her lips. Shu Qingxue understood and said in a low voice, "Afraid of me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Chinya sobbed as she lowered her head and said, "Director Sue, you have always been my idol, my goal, my role model in my career. I've always been imitating you, learning your thoughts, learning your manners, everything about you. But after experiencing this, I suddenly realized that I am just an ordinary girl from a small town. I will never be able to become a woman like you. I'm afraid of getting hurt, afraid of being deceived, afraid of being used, afraid. I don't even have the courage to face the challenge again." Shu Qingxue stared blankly at Chinya for a long time. She had never seen Chinya like this before. She was as fragile as a helpless little girl. After a long silence in the living room, Shu Qingxue took out the checkbook from her bag and wrote a check. Shu Qingxue placed the check next to the resignation letter. After Chinya took a look, she asked with tears in her eyes, "Director Sue, I don't have that much time to understand your inner world, and that's not something I'm good at. I can only give you 2 choices. First, you take this 10 million check. This is to thank you for your efforts over the past few years." Chapter 674. 0674 Chun, you stared blankly at Su Qingxue. After confirming that Su Qingxue wasn't joking with her, a complicated look appeared in her eyes. She drank a mouthful of tea and patiently waited for Chinya's choice. After about 3 minutes, Chinya's hand picked up the check. Shu Qingxue revealed a surprised expression. From Su Qingxue's point of view, Chinya would definitely choose to resign, but he actually chose 10 million. One must know that one's future in Splendid wasn't something that could be estimated with just 10 million. Chinya gave a pale smile. "Director Sue, my current dream is just to go back to my hometown and open a small flower shop, growing all kinds of flowers and plants that I like. You probably wouldn't have guessed it, but I've actually been interested in flowers and plants since I was young. It's just that my family was poor in the past, so I had to work hard to earn money. Now, I think that's the dream I should fulfill." As if afraid that Su Qingxue would misunderstand, Chinya added, "CEO Su, don't worry, I'm definitely not just casually saying it. I will no longer engage in any fields related to the embroidery group's business. I won't leak anything about Director Sue and the embroidery group's secrets, and I won't go to work for the embroidery group's competitors." Chinya, she discovered that reality was completely different from what she had imagined. The person in front of her was different, and the world was also different. Although she won against the Lu Group and made her competitors fall into a quagmire without shedding a single drop of blood, she didn't feel the joy of a winner at all. Chinya stood up and bowed 90 degrees. Director Sue, thank you for taking care of me for the past few years. I have always remembered the kindness of the Sue family, the embroidery group, and the old CEO to me. In the future, I can't continue to repay you, so I hope you can take care of yourself. With you in the embroidery group, it doesn't matter if you have Chunya or not. You can definitely do better. Shu Qing Shu slowly exhaled. My meaning has already been expressed. If you don't want to go back, then I will respect your choice. I'm leaving. Shu Qingxue picked up her bag, got up, and walked out of the room. Chinya walked Su Qingxue all the way to the elevator. Her eyes were red as she nodded her head and respectfully bid farewell. Ding! The elevator arrived. Su Qingxue walked in and turned around. When the elevator door was about to close, Su Qingxue finally couldn't hold it in and reached out to block the elevator door. Chinya, I'll ask you one last time. Su Qingxue's heart was in a mess. President Su, I really won't go back. I've thought it through. That's not the question. Su Qingxue interrupted. I want to ask you, are you really afraid of me? Not the kind where subordinates treat their superiors, but the kind where people treat each other. Chinya dodged his gaze and lowered her head silently, not replying. However, Su Qingxue had already gotten the answer she wanted. I understand. Su Qingxue let go of her hand in frustration and let the elevator door close. I wish you success in your flower shop. After driving out of the district, Su Qingxue drove for a while before stopping the car by the roadside. The depression and emptiness in her heart made her not in the mood to return to the company to continue working. Su Qingxue looked around and found that there were quite a few shops nearby. It just so happened that she didn't eat lunch and was hungry. Just as she was about to buy some food, she saw a dessert shop. Su Qingxue didn't hesitate and got out of the car. She bought 2 boxes of donuts and a large bottle of strawberry milk from the shop. After returning to the car, Su Qingxue was about to open her mouth to eat when she suddenly remembered a small figure. Su Qingxue thought for a moment, put the donut back, and drove straight to the Ivy League orphanage. When they arrived at the orphanage, it was already afternoon. A large group of children had already gone to take a nap. A small portion of them were reading storybooks in the big room, while others were playing with toys. Su Qingxue followed her memories from last time and searched for a bit. Sure enough, in a corner of the room, she saw a little girl playing with plasticine. The girl had 2 small braids, a meaty face, and big round eyes. She was wearing a red sweater, which was especially white with a hint of red, pink, and tender. Su Qingxue walked over and looked at the girl. Tuan Tuan, why are you playing by yourself? The little ball raised its head and saw Su Qingxue. It blinked its eyes and said, because the other children are too stupid, the princess they pinched doesn't look good. Hearing this, Su Qingxue wanted to laugh, so she pretended to be serious and said, I think no one is willing to play with you. Are you very disobedient? That's not it. The dean said that the group is very obedient. The little girl said angrily. Seeing that the little girl's face had turned into a bun, Su Qingxue nodded. Then do you want to eat donuts? Hearing this, the group's eyes lit up. Did beautiful sister bring donuts for the group again? Su Qingxue felt that the little girl's greedy expression was too cute. She reached out and pinched her little face. Lower your voice. Come outside with big sister. She brought the group to the empty field outside and sat on a chair. Su Qingxue took out the donut from the car. The little girl immediately wanted to take it, but Su Qingxue stopped her. Did you wash your hands? He turned around and ran to the faucet by the side of the lawn. He washed his hands, not even caring about the water splashing on his pants. Seeing the group of people in a hurry, Su Qingxue couldn't help but smile. She walked to a washing table and took a piece of soap. She went to the faucet and wiped the group of people clean. If you wash it like this, you won't be able to wash it clean. It's oily. You need to wash it with soap. Su Qingxue said. Beautiful sister, you're such a nice person. Tuan Tuan raised his head and looked at the woman. Su Qingxue's heart trembled. She raised her head and looked at the little girl. She had heard a lot of people praising her for being beautiful. It was really rare to be said to be good. After washing up, she returned to the chair and handed the donut to the group. The 2 of them sat on the bench and started eating. With someone accompanying her to eat, Su Qingxue felt much better. Don't eat so fast. What if you choke? If you choke, drink strawberry milk. Little greedy cat, you're even thinking about your sister's milk. Elder sister, you're the prettiest, you're the best. Tuan Tuan coquettishly leaned his head on Su Qingshue's body and said sweetly. Su Qingxue reached out her hand and stroked the child's hair. If only big sister was like you. Everything would be solved by acting coquettishly. Tuan Tuan raised his head and asked curiously, is beautiful sister unhappy? Su Qingxue replied with an "in." What? Do you care about big sister? Beautiful sister gave us delicious food to eat, so of course we care. Sister, why aren't you happy? Tuan Tuan took another bite as he spoke. Chapter 675. Give me a chance, 0675, the group vaguely said. The easiest thing to do is to say sorry. Every time Tuan Tuan made the principal angry, he would say sorry, and the principal would forgive him. The principal said that if he knew he was wrong, there would be no rain in the mountains. In any case, he was a good child. Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, but big sister is an adult. Sometimes it's useless to say sorry about adult matters. Then let's just say it first. If big sister doesn't say it, how do you know it's useless? If it really doesn't work, you can still cry. Every time I cry, no one will snatch my toys from me. Tuan Tuan said. Su Qingxue was speechless, but her mind couldn't help but echo with the words of the group. If he didn't say it, how would he know it would be useless? That's right, even a child understands this. Why can't I understand it? Wasn't it the most direct and effective way to solve problems by calmly facing one's own rights and wrongs? Besides, he didn't mean to hurt others. It was just an unintentional mistake, and he didn't consider it thoroughly. It shouldn't be a big problem. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue's mood suddenly became cheerful. She reached out her hand and rubbed her meaty face. Little Tuan Tuan, why are you so cute? Big sister didn't even notice it before. However, that saying, it's great to know your mistakes and be able to change them, is not a mountain without rain. Anyway, it's more or less the same. He giggled and waved his hand. Beautiful sister, I'll teach you another method so that others won't be angry at you. Oh, what method? Su Qingxue leaned over to listen. When the group finished whispering in her ear, Su Qingxue couldn't help but have a strange expression on her face. You little girl, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Who taught you? Su Qingxue asked. He blinked his big eyes. I learned it on TV. They're all like this. It's very useful. Su Qingxue muttered in her heart. What does this little guy usually watch on TV? But no matter what, she originally just missed this little guy and felt lonely, so she came to see her. This conversation had become an unexpected harvest. After giving a box of donuts to the group, Su Qingxue sent her into sleep. The aunt of the orphanage was obviously very helpless towards this little cleverness, and she was always unwilling to rest well. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, went to the second floor and found President Li, who was napping on a chair. When President Li heard the footsteps, he seemed to have woken up as well. Seeing that it was Su Qingxue, he asked in pleasant surprise, Miss Su, why are you here? Did something happen to the foundation? Su Qingxue took a deep breath, carried her bag with both hands, and walked in front of Dean Li. She bent down and apologized. Dean Li, I'm sorry. I borrowed your background and connections to plan the Ivy League fund. I should have asked for your permission first. Li Shuhua was stunned for a moment. After a while, her eyes softened and she smiled. You scared me. So it's because of this. It's okay, I understand. This isn't a bad thing. It's something that benefits everyone. It's good that I can still play a role in my later years. Miss Su, did that child Yi Fan have a conflict with you because of this matter? As for him, he couldn't tolerate anything that was related to the orphanage. Don't blame him. Some of his words may be harsh, but he just cares too much about this old woman. Su Qingxue looked at the old man in surprise. President Li, you already knew? Only now did Su Qingxue realize that the old man had known her intentions from the very beginning. It was just that the old man pretended not to know. Unconsciously, Su Qingxue felt even more ashamed. President Li, since you knew from the beginning that I was using you, why didn't you say it out loud? Do you really not mind at all? Su Qingxue asked curiously. Li Shuhua shook her head with a smile and waved her hand. Come, Miss Su, sit beside me. I have something to tell you. Shu Qingxue hesitantly walked to the old man's side and sat on a stool. Li Shuhua took a cup of tea and took a sip to moisten her throat. Then she said, Miss Su, do you know how this Ivy League orphanage was established? Su Qingxue said, for the sake of the foundation, I've checked the information. It seems that you and your husband established it together. At first, it was a clinic. That's right. Li Shuhua nodded and said, back then, the clinic belonged to my husband's family. My husband was a barefoot doctor, but at that time, he didn't learn his medical skills well, and the clinic wasn't run well, so he didn't earn much money. We've been married for 4 or 5 years, but we never had any children, so we were wondering if we could adopt a child. In the end, when he went to a welfare house to find out more, he found out that there was a subsidy for adopting children in the welfare house. The government would give them a sum of money, and the children in the welfare house could also earn some money after learning their talents and going to some schools and factories to perform. In addition, there will be all kinds of donations from society, so the income of the orphanage is actually much more than that of our clinic. Although working in the orphanage is tiring and the responsibility is greater, my husband and I still decided to open this Ivy League orphanage. When Shu Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but be stunned, finding it hard to believe. Heh, Miss Su, I'm already so old, and I haven't mentioned these things to anyone before. But back then, we did indeed open the orphanage to earn money. What I want to tell you is that no one can truly think for others wholeheartedly, without any selfishness, without any self-interest. Perhaps there is, but I've never seen one. When a person is living a good life, it's a good thing to be able to help others and do some good deeds, but it's not necessary. Why do you have to blame yourself for the foundation? Shu Qingxue felt a wave of warmth in her heart. She smiled and nodded. I understand principle. Li Shuhua bitterly smiled and said, however, you can't be too ruthless. If you live purely for the sake of profit, you shouldn't. Back then, after my husband and I opened the orphanage, we had children. But perhaps it was because my old man was too focused on using the orphanage to earn money and didn't sincerely help those children. My son died at the age of 5. The old man also died of cancer a few years later. Later on, I thought about it. Maybe it was also a form of retribution from the heavens for our family. So, after that, I didn't really let the children perform or do anything. Although the welfare house's economy is average, at least I have a clear conscience. Shu Qingxue felt a burst of sadness and patted President Li's shoulder. President, thank you for telling me this. Don't be sad. You still have quite a few adopted children. They're all like your relatives. Yeah. Li Shuhua nodded with emotion and said in satisfaction, Miss Su, go back and have a good talk with Yifan. There's no need to fight over such a small matter. Chapter 676. Supremely Righteous 0676, the Chu clan, in a simple and exquisite banquet hall. Yifan, the training room, and the training field have all been prepared. No one will disturb you from now on, so you can use them all. If you need any other assistance, feel free to mention it to us. Our Chu family will do our best to cooperate. At the dining table, Chu Taikong was talking to Yifan with a smile. In one hand, Fan Xian was holding a chicken leg that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. In the other hand, he was holding a bowl of soup made from mountain delicacies. His mouth was still oily. It had to be said that the chefs hired by the 5 great families were really amazing. We don't need the training room. That place is useless to them. Yifan said. Chu Taikong was stunned for a moment. The 10 youths at the table beside him were also very surprised and looked at Yifan in puzzlement. Then where do you want them to go to train? Chu Taikong asked. Fan Xian stood up and walked to the side of the young man at the table. With a deep and evil smile, he said, the 10 young talents here, I have 3 training plans for you. You can choose for yourselves. Everyone present was even more puzzled. Why did they have to choose for themselves? However, his interest was piqued. Mr. Yi, please speak, a handsome young man said. Yifan said, these 3 sets of training programs are divided into 3 levels of difficulty. The most difficult set will make you all exhausted like never before, whether it's your body or your heart, or even There will be danger to your lives. Everyone was shocked. How could training be life-threatening? Involuntarily, the eyes of the few young men revealed a worried look. Yi Fan, they are all elites of the Chu family. If there's a problem with their lives, the sacrifice will be a bit big. Chu Taikong said with a frown. Yi Fan shrugged, so I let them choose for themselves and didn't force them. Mr. Yi, if we pass the most difficult set of training, will we definitely be able to enter the Dragon Soul? A young woman asked. Fan Xian smiled and said, I have never seen the other participants in the selection, so I can't tell you 100%. Otherwise, I would be lying to you. The only thing I can tell you is that as long as you pass this set of training, even if you don't advance to the end of the competition, the Dragon Soul will still invite you to join. Of course, the department you might join will be different. Chu Taikong, Chu Yunyao, and Chu Yunxing all knew what Yi Fan meant. In other words, even if they couldn't enter the Hidden Dragon sect, as long as they passed the first set of training, they would definitely be able to join the Dragon Soul. Hee, Yi Fan, I heard that you have a good relationship with the Dragon Soul's military advisor. Could it be that you want to open a back door for them? Chu Yunxing asked. Yi Fan grinned and said, if one of them can pass the first set of training, I don't mind letting Xiao Linfuan open the back door to recruit them. The Dragon Soul will definitely not refuse, and I guarantee it's not a civilian job with no future. I guarantee that their future will be bright. With that said, the 10 youths present were a little moved. If they could get the military advisor's recommendation to enter the Dragon Soul, their status would immediately be different. They had participated in this selection for 3 reasons. Firstly, it was for glory. Secondly, it was to pursue greater strength. Thirdly, and most importantly, it was to stand out. The starting point of the Chu clan and the Divine Flame sect was already very high. However, the world was at peace now, and it was no longer ancient times. Most of the time, clans did not need outstanding talents in ancient martial arts. These few years, they were all young talents. In a few more years, if they were to stagnate, they would only be martial masters of the clan and would not be valued much. Their talent was ancient martial arts. They were not good at doing business, scientific research, or politics. Therefore, this selection was a very crucial opportunity for them. Of course, risking one's life was not a decision that could be made casually, so the hall immediately quieted. Li Fan Xian smiled. If you're not willing to risk your lives, then there is still the second set. However, although the second set will not be life-threatening, it will still be very difficult, and injuries will be difficult to avoid. Because of this, if you can persevere to the end, it will also be a significant improvement. In that case, the third set will definitely be the easiest? Another young man with short hair, who looked rather confident, asked. Yi Fan nodded. That's right, the third set is relatively easy. It won't get injured, and there won't be any life-threatening danger. If you need to eat, sleep. As for the improvement, it will depend on your own comprehension. In the end, you still haven't told us what these 3 training plans are. How can we choose like this? The short-haired young man questioned. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Little brother, when you participate in the selection, do you know how strong your opponent is? Can you know what will happen in the arena? The more important the choice in life is, the more unknown it is. If you don't even have the courage to choose, then hurry up and scram. Go home and be your young master and young miss. However, in a few years, you will discover that your skills have stagnated. Young and talented clan disciples will emerge one after another, and then you will be unknown for the rest of your lives. The short-haired youth's face stiffened, as if he couldn't find anything to refute. He lowered his eyelids. Mr. Yi, I want to choose the first set. The handsome young man who spoke first stood up and said with a serious face. Only then did Yi Fan realize that this guy was around 7 meters tall, and his figure was also on the thin side. He really did look like a weak scholar. What's your name? Chu Yuntan, the cloud of righteousness, the sky of righteousness. Immoral. Oh no, Chu Yuntian, are you sure you've thought it through? Yi Fan was a little unable to withstand this young man's self-introduction. I've thought it through. Chu Yunxing stood up and shouted. Yin Tian, don't choose the first set. I won't allow you to take the risk. Brother. Chu Yun Tian frowned. Leaf only now did Fan Xian notice that this young man was also of the Yun generation. From the looks of it, he was Chu Yunxing's younger brother. Chu Yun Yao, on the other hand, had a strange smile on her face. Yin Sheng, it's rare for your youngest brother to have such ambition. You should encourage him. It's not your own little brother. Of course you don't care. Chu Yunsheng didn't show any mercy this time. Li Fan Xian finally understood that Chu Yunsheng and Chu Yuntian had the same father and mother. So Chu Yunyao also saw Chu Yuntian as an enemy. Fan Xian muttered in his heart. It seemed that although Chu Yunxing was cunning, his nature wasn't bad. He was still a good brother to his own younger brother. Brother, let me go. I also want to be like you and Big Sis, to become the pride of the Chu family and achieve something. Chu Yuntian sincerely said. Then you can also choose the second set. Even if it's hard, I won't allow you to risk your life. Otherwise, how sad would it be for your father and mother to send their black hair for nothing? Chu Yunxing said. Leaf. Chapter 677. Smell 0677. Chu Yunsheng and Chu Yuntian both looked at the old man, not daring to say another word. Yunsheng. Although Yuntian is your younger brother, he is first and foremost a descendant of the Chu family. He is already an adult and knows what his choice means. In this 5-year selection, not a single descendant of the Chu family has been able to advance in the past 30 years. It has already become a disgrace to our Chu family. You should be proud of Yuntian's choice and not be so wishy-washy to interfere with his decision. Otherwise, you will be ashamed to be a descendant of the Chu family. Chu Yunxing's face was gloomy, and he could only grit his teeth and reply, Yes, grandfather. The sect leader of the Divine Flame cult, Lu Lei, nodded and praised. Yin Tian has been tenacious since he was young. I think he will definitely pass. Yin Sheng, you don't have to worry too much. At this moment, another man and woman stood up. Mr. Yi, we also want to choose the first set. One of the men had a dark complexion and looked to be much stronger. The other woman had a fair complexion and delicate features. She couldn't be considered a beauty, but she was still pleasing to the eye. Yi Fan nodded. The time to think about it is in the afternoon. At dinner time, you guys tell me your choice. If you regret it, it's still too late. After saying that, Yi Fan walked back to his seat. After drinking a bowl of soup, he stood up and prepared to leave. Yi Fan, where are you going? Chu Taikong asked. Yi Fan turned around and smiled. I'm taking an afternoon nap. I flew over here last night and didn't even sleep. Little Yao Yao, do you want me to sleep at your place? Little Yao Yao? Everyone looked at Chu Yun Yao with strange gazes. Fortunately, Chu Yun Yao didn't have that many miscellaneous emotions. Although she knew it was awkward, she didn't blush. Sure, I'll accompany you. Chu Yun Yao had already finished eating. She slowly stood up and went over to hold Yi Fan's wrist, bidding farewell to the people in the dining hall. In the dining hall, Lu Lei frowned and said, Why is this eating and sleeping? Patriarch, although this Yi Fan is strong, is it really okay for him to be an instructor? Chu Taikong drank a mouthful of wine, his eyes flashing. Don't doubt people, don't doubt people. Although Chu Yunyao's courtyard looked antique from the outside, the decorations and facilities inside were still very modern. After taking a bath in a bathroom, Yi Fan changed into the clothes Chu Yun Yao gave him and fell onto the big bed made of pear wood, planning to sleep. Chu Yun Yao took off her coat, leaving behind only a gray sweater and black stockings. Her graceful figure was as sexy as it could be. The woman watched the TV and saw that Yi Fan was about to sleep. She asked, What do you think of their strength? Who has a higher chance of winning in 2 months? Chu Yunyao was still rather concerned. This matter concerned whether or not she could seize the initiative in the competition for the position of patriarch. Yi Fan clicked his tongue. Didn't I just say it? It's all good to see, but useless. What do you mean? It's a common problem among the children of rich families. They put a lot of effort into cultivating their inner force, judging their strength by their cultivation. However, their bodies are as thin as paper, and their battle awareness is limited to the competition in the ring. In 2 months, there's not much point in raising one's cultivation. Unless one's perception is heaven-defying, it would be difficult to increase it by much. The most important thing is to let them understand how to unleash their cultivation. Chu Yunyao suddenly understood. You mean you want them to strengthen their physique? This is only one aspect. There are a lot of courses to make up for. Anyway, how much progress they can make and whether or not they can be selected will depend on themselves. I'm just giving them a targeted way to improve. Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao nodded and said, then go to sleep. I'll go take a bath and sleep for a while. The woman lazily stretched and yawned. Just as she was about to get up and go to the bathroom, she was hugged by Yi Fan from behind. Yo, what are you doing? Chu Yunyao shouted. Yi Fan's hand had already dishonestly reached into Chu Yunyao's sweater. Sigh. Chu Yunyao let out a moving moan. Don't be like this. You, aren't you going to sleep? I was going to sleep, but who told you to chat with me and let me find out that you're so sexy now? Yi Fan bit the woman's ear and exhaled hot air. Little Yao Yao, I discovered that when you're wearing clothes, you're even more alluring than when you're not wearing them. Just how did your body grow? Ignoring Chu Yunyao's wriggling, Yi Fan carried her to the center of the bed. When Chu Yunyao discovered that her stockings had already been taken off by Yi Fan, she finally became anxious. Her face was burning as she reached out to cover the key parts of her body. Don't come over here. I can't do it right now, Chu Yunyao hurriedly said. Yi Fan was stunned. Are you on your period? I don't think so. Chu Yunyao bit her plump lower lip and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Don't you smell anything? Leaf, although he had smelled a little before, he didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, he really did find that the smell was rather special. Involuntarily, Yi Fan lowered his head and searched for the source of the smell. Sigh. Don't smell it like that. Chu Yunyao hurriedly reached out her hand to push Yi Fan's head. She shrank back, not letting the man get close to her. Yi Fan frowned and said, The smell is a little pungent. Little Yao Yao, are you sick with gynecology? Chu Yunyao nodded. This kind of thing was a little twisted. I don't know what's going on either. It started to itch the day before yesterday. It's never been like this before. This is normal. Maybe it's infected. Don't you have a private doctor? Get him to check it out for you. Yi Fan said. For a rich person like Chu Yunyao, coupled with the status of the Chu family, having a private doctor was the standard. I don't want it. This is too strange. If the family finds out, it would be so unpleasant to hear. Anyway, it should be fine in a few days, Chu Yunyao said. Li Fanxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chu Yunyao was actually ashamed to see a doctor. I have to go check it out. Otherwise, how can I be at ease? You are a scientist yourself. Don't you know that medicine is the same as science? You can't be careless in the slightest, Yi Fan said. Anyway, I won't call a doctor. Don't worry about it. Just bear with it and go to sleep. Chu Yunyao was a little annoyed. She actually had a smell there, and it was even smelled by a man. Just as the woman was about to walk out of the door, Yi Fan grabbed her hand. What? Chu Yunyao said unhappily. Don't tell me that you still want to go up to me when I'm sick. If you don't want the Chu family's doctor to examine you, then I'll take you to a hospital in a nearby city for a checkup. If you're sick, you have to be examined and treated. I won't allow you to treat your body so casually. Yi Fan said seriously. Chu Yunyao reluctantly said, Why do you care so much? I said it's fine. Are you in such a hurry to have a woman? Can I find you a few beautiful ones to serve you? Yi Fan used his finger to poke the woman's forehead and lectured. It's not a matter of physiological needs. Although I know that you can't experience normal feelings between a man and a woman, I have to tell you that if my woman is sick, I have to take her to see a doctor and make her better. That's what I should do, understand? Chapter 678. 0678 forget it. It's fine if you don't understand. Let's go. I'll put on my shoes and go find a car. Just say that we're going out to play. Don't let anyone follow us. We'll go to the hospital and get some medicine. The corner of Chu Yunyao's mouth twitched, as if revealing a trace of a smile. Her mood also softened a little as she softly replied, "In." The two of them walked out of the Chu family's gate and got into Chu Yunyao's car. With Yi Fan driving, they headed straight for a nearby city. Chu Yinyao had never been to a normal hospital to see a doctor, so she didn't know anything about registration and payment. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had brought a few children from the orphanage to the hospital once, so he knew about it. After accompanying the woman to the doctor and buying some medicine, it was almost evening. Coming out of the hospital, Yi Fan smiled and said, "How is it, little Yao Yao?" "Actually, there's nothing awkward about it. It's normal to have some gynecological diseases." Chu Yinyao nodded. "Then you won't touch me for the next few days, right?" Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Am I that hungry? You're sick, and I still want this?" "Don't worry." Chu Yinyao's gaze shifted as she said, "Actually, if you can't help it, there are other ways to help you solve this problem." Hearing this, Fan Xian's mind quivered, and he couldn't help but ask in anticipation, "Really? Do you want it to be so exciting?" Chu Yinyao teasingly said, "I was just joking with you. As expected, you took the bait the moment I seduced you." Fan Xian curled his lips in disappointment, thinking to himself, "Now that I'm sick, I won't bother with you. When I get better next time, I'll definitely let you have a taste of my power." "All right, let's go back. It's time to hear how they choose your training package," Chu Yinyao said. The two of them drove back to the Chu clan. When they arrived at the banquet hall, it just so happened that the sky had turned completely dark. The luxurious hall was brightly lit, and the table was filled with sumptuous food. Fan Xian saw that the seats of the 10 youths were different from the ones at noon. He smiled and said, "It seems that those who were sitting together should have chosen the same plan, right?" The group of young people nodded one after another. After discussing in the afternoon, they also decided on it. The ones who chose the most difficult plan were still the 3 from the afternoon. Chu Yuntian alone, the divine flame cults Wu Jingyu and Wang Shan. It seemed that the other 3 descendants of the Chu clan still did not dare to do such a dangerous thing. After all, even if they could not make a name for themselves, they could at least live in luxury. As a result, the other 7 people all chose the second option. Although it was tough, it was fine as long as they didn't die. Yi Fan, they have already decided. How do you plan to train them next? Chu Taikong asked. I will only tell them the specific training content. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to talk about it. Let's eat first, and after we finish eating, we'll leave this place. Yi Fan said. Leave? The training is not in Tan City. Where are we going? Lu Lei asked curiously. Fan Xian impatiently said, Why do you care so much? If you don't trust me, then I don't care. Yi Fan, don't be impatient, we won't ask. Chu Taikong laughed. Fan Xian sat down and picked up his chopsticks. Let's go to Hua Hai first. When we get there, I will naturally tell them where to go. Eat. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, feeling rather helpless. Although this instructor Yi was very strong, no matter how they looked at it, he looked more like a big eater. Chu Yunyao originally thought that she would stay in Tan City for a period of time, but who would have thought that she would return to Hua Hai on her private jet so quickly? This time, he also brought the 10 youngsters to Hua Hai. After staying in a villa area of the Cloud Peak group for a night, the next morning, Yi Fan gathered all 10 of them into a villa. In front of these 10 people, Yi Fan demonstrated the simplest set of body training movements that he had taught Ning Zimo and the others a few times, ensuring that all 10 of them had learned it. After confirming that these 10 people had memorized it, Yi Fan smiled and said, All right, I've already taught you everything I wanted to teach you. The 10 young talents looked at each other in dismay, feeling that this was too absurd. Mr. Yi, we respect you as Mr., but you seem to be fooling us like this. What about the agreed training plan? This is the set of movements. Yeah, although this action feels quite magical and the body is very tired after doing it once, it doesn't mean that it can improve by a lot, right? Yi Fan indicated for them to calm down and said to Chu Yinyao, Are you all ready? Chu Yinyao nodded. The plane is ready, but are you sure there's nothing wrong with the route? Yi Fan smiled and said, Don't worry, I've already taken care of everything over there. They can just go over. Under the puzzled gazes of the 10 youngsters, Yi Fan said, In the next 2 months, you'll be sent to 2 different places. If you want to give up on training, then bring it up now. After you go, it will be impossible for you to stop midway. Mr. Yi, what exactly is this place? Can't you even say this in advance? A young man asked. Li Fanxian shrugged. I've already said it very clearly. One is a place where there is a chance of death, and the other is a place where it's very hard. If you still want to choose the third set of the easiest ones, that's fine too. At this juncture, these 10 people naturally did not plan to change their minds. Although they were quite dissatisfied with Yi Fan's arrangements, they could only bite the bullet and go forward. Arriving at a civilian airport, 2 planes arranged by Chu Yunyao were already waiting. Chu Yuntian, Wu Jingyu, and Wang Shan sat on one plane, while the other 7 sat on the other. Before boarding the plane, Yi Fan said, "Remember, regardless of whether you believe me or not, the movements I teach you are the fastest way to increase your strength in a short period of time. As for the rest, I wish you all good luck." With uneasy hearts, the Tenshu family youths boarded the plane and took off one after another. Watching the plane leave, Chu Yunyao shook her head speechlessly. "I asked you to be an instructor. I originally thought that you would personally teach them, but you actually sent them abroad. You really know how to be lazy." Li Fanxian spread out his hands. "I'm wronged. Little Yao Yao, you don't understand. The difference in strength between me and them is too great. What I can teach them is actually very limited. What I can do is point out their biggest weakness. As for improving them in a short period of time, the place I send them to is definitely the most appropriate." Chu Yunyao said, "Did you send those 7 people to North Africa to let them enter the real battlefield? As far as I know, there's always been a war going on there. More or less, but they are 2 noobs. I have asked my good brother to send someone to bring them along. The true baptism of the flames of war is the most effective way to grow. With our people protecting them, their lives are not in danger. After all, they're already Xiantian martial artists, but it definitely won't be easy." Li Fanxian had Aziz send a group of elite Barms mercenaries. Not to mention anything else, it wouldn't be a problem to ensure the safety of those 7 people. Chapter 679. Volcano 0679. Yi Fan laughed mischievously. This smile made Chu Yunyao feel a little strange. "What are you laughing at?" "It's nothing. Anyway, it's a very interesting place." Chu Yunyao asked, "Did you ask a brother to arrange it there?" Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. "That place is not something my brothers can arrange, but it can also be considered the territory of an old acquaintance." Chu Yunyao was confused when she heard this, but seeing that Yi Fan was being so vague, it was probably inconvenient for her to say more, so she didn't ask any further. She turned around and asked, "Where are you going next?" Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, "Let's go home. It's the weekend today, so we can't keep being stiff with my wife." When Chu Yunyao heard this, her eyes dimmed. "Oh, then you can go. Little Yao Yao, are you reluctant to part with me?" Yi Fan stepped forward and hugged the woman's slender waist as he asked. Chu Yunyao turned her head away. "You're thinking too much. I have a bunch of things to study. I don't have that much free time." Yi Fan ignored the woman's words and lowered his head to kiss her on the cheek. "Be good. Don't forget to use that medicine. I'll check in a few days." When Chu Yunyao heard this, a blush flashed across her face. This pervert, what's there to check? After bidding farewell to Chu Yunyao, Yi Fan returned to his home in Eager County. When he got home, it was almost time for lunch. Sure enough, Su Qingxue was at home and was planning to eat with Aunt Jiang and Tong Huijin. Seeing Yi Fan return, Aunt Jiang was pleasantly surprised. "Yi Fan, why didn't you say so earlier that you came back? I'll go get you a bowl and chopsticks." Su Qingxue looked at Yi Fan with a complicated expression in her eyes. She whispered, "You're back?" When Yi Fan heard this, he felt that it was strange, but he still nodded. "Yes, I'm back." Seeing this, Aunt Jiang was happy. She smiled and said, "Then I'll have to add more food. There's also a box of tofu and a cabbage. I'll make a tofu with scallions and stir-fry it." Hearing this, Su Qingxue stood up and said, "Aunt Jiang, let me do it. I can also cook those 2 dishes." "Miss, you're going?" Aunt Jiang hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yi Fan and said, "Okay, then miss, you go." At this time, Tong Huijin wanted to go help, but was pulled by Aunt Jiang and shook her head. Tong Huijin understood and nodded with a smile. "Yi Fan, you're the only one who can make Miss cook. Look at how nice Miss is to you," Aunt Jiang said. At this moment, Fanxian was also a little puzzled. Why did Su Qingshue's entire person seem to have changed after not seeing her for more than a day? It wasn't that this wasn't good. It was just that being so gentle and virtuous made him feel a little flattered. His wife was still busy in the kitchen, so Yifan was not in the mood to eat. He had only eaten a few mouthfuls when he heard a squeal from the kitchen. Yifan was shocked and quickly ran into the kitchen. He discovered that Su Qingxue had cut her finger when she was cutting vegetables. "Wife, be careful, don't be anxious." Yifan hurriedly walked over and picked up the woman's hand. "Let me see, is the wound big?" Su Qingxue raised her head to look at Yifan and whispered, "It's okay, I'll recover soon." Sure enough, the cold, true energy in Su Qingshue's body appeared on the wound and quickly condensed into frost. Then, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only then did Yifan remember that the current woman already had an extremely strong recovery ability, so he heaved a sigh of relief. "Even if I can recover, it still hurts. Be careful next time, it's not like I'm in a hurry," Yifan said. Su Qingxue nodded her head, mustered up her courage, and said, "Yifan, I'm sorry." Yifan was stunned for a moment. Then he said in relief, "It's fine. I'm also too emotional. If we have something to say in the future, try your best to talk. I don't know. Some of the things I did were so scary in the eyes of others. I didn't want to hurt them, really," Su Qingxue said. Yifan nodded. "I understand. You don't have to explain too much to me. The past is the past." "Then you really forgive me?" Su Qingxue asked apprehensively. Yifan narrowed his eyes and said mischievously, "If you call me hubby, I'll completely forgive you." Hearing this, Su Qingshue's face heated up. She struggled for a while, but she was still very shy. She opened her mouth and seemed to have difficulty pronouncing. All right, I won't make things difficult for you, silly wife." Yifan also couldn't bear to see a woman so conflicted. This kind of thing could be done slowly. Outside, Aunt Jiang and Tong Huijin were quietly paying attention to what was going on inside. They looked at each other and smiled. Near Iceland, in an area of volcanic activity that was rarely visited by humans. In this dangerous area where ice and fire interweaved, there was the largest extinct volcano in the middle. It was called the Devil's Gate by some of the residents within a radius of several hundred miles. There were always rumors that all kinds of fiends flew out of the extinct volcano. There, it was connected to hell. It was a gate that led to the residence of the demons. For hundreds of years, the corpses of countless explorers had been buried here. This made it so that no one dared to approach this place. Some of the expedition teams also avoided this place like the plague. In such a place where life could be destroyed by ice and fire at any time, a modified snowmobile drove to a call in the extinct volcano. There was actually a door made of black metal here. 3 thinly dressed young men were pushed out of the car by a pale white man. "We're here. All of you get down." This white man spoke in a London accent, and his tone was very fierce. These 3 people were Chu Yuntian, Wang Shan, and Wu Jingyu. After they got off the plane, they were brought to this world of ice and snow by a few white men. "Mister, what is this place?" Chu Yuntian asked. You don't know?" The white man smiled evilly and said, "This is the place where we, the Dark Parliament, lock up the prisoners. It is divided into a total of 18 levels, called the 18 levels of hell. You 3 humans are rare guests here. Those perverts and dog *T inside will definitely take good care of you." "What?" Wu Jingyu said in shock. "You're from the Dark Parliament. Are you a vampire?" Only then did they realize why this white man had such a strange expression on his face. "Oh, damn it, my Satan. You guys really don't know anything, and you came all the way here? But you should feel honored. If it wasn't for Prince Sebastian's order, we wouldn't have brought humans here so easily." The white vampire stretched out his hand towards the black metal door, and a rune released by a blood spell appeared. After the rune turned, the black door slowly opened. Suddenly, a wave of heat rolled out from inside, melting a lot of the snow in front of the door. It was obviously caused by the heat underground. "All right, new human rookie, welcome to the 18 levels of hell. The exciting 2-month journey is about to begin. Chapter 680. Fellow inmates 0680, seeing Chu Yuntian and the other two's expressions and stiff bodies. The white Strigoi jokingly said, Prince Sebastian has given the order that we are not allowed to leave once we come. We must stay for 2 full months. The only way to leave in advance was to walk from the 18th floor to the 1st floor and then leave through the gate of the 1st floor. Apart from that, any attempt to escape will be considered a prison break. Do you want to give it a try? That Prince Sebastian, is he one of the top 10 legend rank experts? Wu Jingyu knew a lot about the underground world and couldn't help but ask. Exactly, the white Strigoi said. The 3 youngsters' faces immediately turned even paler. If a legend rank expert wanted them to go in, they would probably die if they disobeyed. Yifan had originally told them that this training was a life and death contract. Moreover, they had all signed a life and death contract. Now, it seemed that this was not a joke. Chu Yuntan gritted his teeth. Mister, please bring us in. Since we're here, we naturally won't run away. Haha, that's right. Follow me in. The 3 of them followed him all the way through the door, and the black metal door slowly closed. The temperature inside the huge, extinct volcano was still scorching hot, making it a little difficult to breathe. The long passageway was filled with black, heat-resistant metals and rocks. Apart from some cockroaches that could live here, there were no plants or animals in sight. My name is Chick Sabletta, and I am Prince Sebastian's servant. Out of respect for the 3 of you poor little fellows, I can give you some tips on how to survive in here. The white Strigoi turned around and smiled. The 18 levels of hell are different from ordinary prisons. The management is very free, and there won't be too many restrictions. Because most of the prisoners here were dark creatures, many of them could not eat or drink for a long time. Of course, many of them could eat raw meat and drink blood, including eating other prisoners and drinking their blood. Here, killing other prisoners will not be punished. As long as you have a way to survive, other than escaping from prison, you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, the 3 of them finally understood the cruelty of this training. Yifan actually wanted them to stay with such a group of abnormal creatures for 2 months. Chick continued, Here, the prisoners are free to move up and down freely. However, the lower you go, the more difficult the conditions will be, and the less resources will be distributed every month. You're humans, so it's hard for you to starve for a long time. If you want to have something to eat and drink in there and live a slightly better life so that you won't eat other prisoners or be eaten by other prisoners, then you have to go up. The higher one went, the smaller the space would be, but the better the conditions would be. The prisoners there would also be stronger. Let me put it this way. Considering your current strength, I'll bring you to the 10th level of hell. Above you, there's still the 9th level of hell. Wang Shan patted his chest. Luckily, I thought it was the 18th floor. There are still 9 floors left, so it'll be a little easier. Oomph. Chick turned around and sneered. You guys at least have the cultivation of the Xiantian realm. If I put you guys on the 18th floor, it would be a bunch of people with the same fighting strength as ordinary humans. Don't think that from the 10th floor onwards, it will be much easier. Based on my observation of you, in 2 months, you will at most be able to go up 2 more floors, and the chances of you dying here are also very high. Mr. Chick, could it be? In this 10th floor, all the prisoners are at least at the Xiantian realm? Wu Jingyu said in shock. Chick narrowed his eyes. That's not necessarily the case. However, killing people sometimes doesn't rely on cultivation. Let me give you a piece of advice. In this place, you can't trust anyone, and you can't relax your vigilance for a moment. Remember, this is the most important factor for your survival. With that, Chick pressed a crystal button on the wall of the corridor. Soon, a metal door was moved from the wall. Looking inside, they discovered that it was a downward slide. It seemed that passing through the slide would lead them to the 10th level of hell. Which one of you will be the first to go down? Chick asked. Aren't we going down together? Wu Jingyu was surprised. Nonsense. The 3 of you will all go in from different entrances. Whether or not you can meet inside will depend on yourselves. After all, there are more than 4,000 prisoners on the 10th floor. The terrain is complicated and the area is also very large, Chick said. More than 4,000. Wang Shan was shocked. Then how many prisoners are there in total? Chick shook his head. Who knows? For us Strigoi, as long as there's an accident, our lifespan is almost unlimited. Some of them have been locked up here for hundreds of years. Who knows how many prisoners there are here? The three of them felt like their heads were about to explode. What the hell was this place? Shu Yintian took a deep breath and said, I'll be first. Jingyu, Wang Shan, we'll meet up after we go in. All right. Wu Jingyu and Wang Shan nodded. I advise you not to always think of meeting up inside. There are 10 passages on the 10th floor that can lead to the 9th floor. If you find the passage to the 9th floor and still plan to wait there, you might lose the chance to get better conditions. Of course, if you guys insist on waiting for each other, then that's up to you. Chick smiled evilly. Mr. Chick, what you mean is that the passageways from each floor to the next is a corresponding number. That's right, there are 9 on the 9th floor, 8 on the 8th floor, and only 1 on the 1st floor, which is the gate to hell. However, as far as I know, there are a few guys on the 1st floor who like this place and are unwilling to leave, so they didn't go out even when they reached that floor. But this doesn't matter to you. In any case, with your strength, you won't be able to reach the 1st floor in another few decades, Chick said. No matter what, I'll be the first to go in. Shu Yintian gritted his teeth and walked in. Following the slide, he immediately disappeared into the darkness. After the door to the passage closed, Chick turned to Wu Jingyu and Wang Shan and said, Let's go. After finding 2 more entrances, it'll be your turn to go in. Hua Hai. After sending off the 10 youths, Yi Fan did not completely abandon them. On Sunday morning, after Yi Fan finished his training, he called Aziz, who was still on Purgatory Island. Knowing that the 7 youths had already entered the battlefield and were involved in a civil war in an African country, Yi Fan felt that their luck was pretty good. For the mercenaries of Barams, this kind of battle was a bit of a waste, so protecting this group of recruits was not a problem. However, the high mental pressure of the war and the continuous tempering of the body would be a huge challenge for the 7 young men who lived like princes and only knew how to meditate and practice inner force. After Yi Fan finished chatting with Aziz, he called Prince Sebastian. Prince Sebastian, is everything going well? Do they want to escape? Yi Fan asked. Lucifer, you're thinking too much. The 3 young humans are very brave. My servant, Chick, said that when they jumped into hell, they were very decisive. Yi Fan smiled. It's the 10th floor, right? Did you make any adjustments? Chapter 681. 0681 inch haha, that's true. Back then, in order to pull your Dark Council into an alliance with me, I still remember the month I stayed in there. To be honest, I really miss those old fellows on the 1st floor. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. Sebastian said, What? Are you still holding a grudge against the conditions I gave you back then? This has been 5 or 6 years. To you, Strigoi, this little bit of time is nothing. Yi Fan smiled and said, Hate you? I've never done it before. Back then, I and a group of brothers were being hunted all over the world. If your Dark Council wants to form an alliance with such a miserable guy like me, it's not too much to ask for something. To kill your way out of the 1st floor from the 18th floor in a month. I thought that a young man like you would never be able to do it, but you still surprised our entire council. Lucifer, I'm afraid that within 100 years, a monster like you won't appear. You better not be defeated. Sebastian said meaningfully. Yi Fan frowned. Prince, why do you seem to have something in your words? Is there some wind blowing grass that entered your ears? Our Dark Council has our principles. We won't get involved in things that we shouldn't get involved in. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. The phone quickly hung up. Yi Fan helplessly touched his forehead. What was this old bat talking about? Shaking his head, Yi Fan felt that it was useless to think too much. He felt hungry and went out to see if he could eat. In the end, when he got downstairs, he discovered that Su Qingxue was the only one in the living room watching a TV series. Aunt Jiang and Tong Huijin were not there. Wife, why are you the only one here? Yi Fan was puzzled. Su Qingxue turned her head and said, Didn't Aunt Jiang say yesterday that she was going to the Shui Yun nunnery for 2 days to burn incense and pray to Buddha? Only then did Yi Fan remember that Aunt Jiang seemed to have said last night that she would go with Tong Huijin to burn incense and pray for blessings. Then, wife, what are we going to eat? Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue said, I don't care. Then let's go out to eat? Yi Fan smiled and said, It's rare that we don't have to work today. Let's go out and play together. Su Qingxue nodded. She was actually a little hungry, but if she wanted to take the initiative to find Yi Fan to eat, she wouldn't be able to do it. The two drove away from home. Yi Fan pondered for a moment and brought the woman to a special pedestrian street in Huahai. It was definitely boring to just eat. The streets were filled with small shops and entertainment facilities for tourists, and he could even stroll around with Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue had never been to this kind of street before. When she got off the car and saw the dazzling array of shops, her beautiful eyes sparkled. How is it? Do you like it? Yi Fan walked over and held the woman's hand. Qingxue was a little embarrassed and whispered, How do you know I like this? Because the last time I went to my hometown in Su Province, my wife, you were very happy shopping at the night market. I think you should like this kind of place. Yi Su I said. Su Yi Feng said I just say, let's go, let's find something delicious. Yi Fan said. The two, when they arrived on the restaurants, What surprised Yi Fan was that the streets were filled with romantic decorations and all kinds of roses, strongly reminding him of a message. Valentine's Day was coming. Wife, the day after tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Yi Fan felt guilty. He didn't notice it and almost made a big mistake. Qingxue snappily said, Humph, you really don't remember. In the past, I had no fate with this festival. This is the first time I was a little careless. Wife, what kind of Valentine's Day present do you want? Yi Fan asked. Qingxue thought for a moment and said, If I tell you about this kind of thing, it'll be boring. You can think about it yourself. Yi Fan was depressed. This woman didn't lack anything, so it was useless for him to give her anything. After a few steps, a shop appeared in front of them. It was an archery shop. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, do you want to experience our archery? We are from the U Archery Club. $20 for 10 chances, and if you get 60 points, you'll get a prize. A girl who was handing out flyers walked up to the two of them. Su Qingxue took a look and was immediately eager to play. What prizes are there? The flyer girl pointed to a cabinet at the side. It's all there. The highest you can take is a folding bicycle. Qingxue, on the other hand, took a fancy to a grass-faced doll wearing a Katy cat's head cover. That big furry doll was made very well, and it was round and cute. Yi Fan, look at that big doll. Isn't it pretty? Qingxue asked excitedly. Yi Fan thought to himself, why does this woman still like dolls? But if she says it's pretty, then so be it. Wife, do you like it? I'll help you get one. Yi Fan said. The flyer girl immediately said, Beauty, that's a prize of 80 points. As long as you get 80 points in 10 tries, you can get that grass-faced doll. Qingxue quickly took out 100 yuan from her bag. I'll try it myself first. After paying, the woman walked to the railing, picked up her bow and arrow, and began to shoot. Yi Fan saw that the woman insisted on coming, so he let her be. Seeing Qingxue's posture as she pulled the bow and shot the arrow, she really had a different kind of heroic bearing. Her side profile was soul-stirring. Some of the people passing by saw Qingxue, and the rate of them turning their heads was almost 100%. Of course, many men who brought their girlfriends here couldn't help but be rolled their eyes by their female companions. Yi Fan was proud of his wife's appearance, but he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly took out his phone and started to take pictures of Qingxue. Qingxue didn't know that the man was taking pictures of her. Although she had recently started practicing martial arts, and her physical fitness had also increased, this archery seemed to have a grudge against her. She had used up all 100 yuan, and the highest she could hit was only around 40 points. Beauty, do you want to try again? It's quite difficult to come into contact with it for the first time. If you're interested, you can even get a membership card at a 20% discount if you join our club now. Qingxue said in annoyance, I'm not going. This bow and arrow are not useful at all. I'm angry. How much is that doll of yours? I'll buy it directly. This. The flyer girl smiled bitterly. Beauty, I'm not the boss either. I don't have the final say on this. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put away his phone, walked up and said, Let me do it once. Let's see if I can get it. Qingxue was unwilling, but she could only let the man give it a try. After Yifan paid 20 yuan, he picked up the bow, pulled it, and, after trying out, he began to shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It only took him less than half a minute to finish shooting 10 arrows. The flyer girl and the surrounding passers-by were all dumbfounded. Yifan put down the bow and arrow and smiled at the flyer girl. No need to count it. It's all in the middle. 100 rings. We don't want that bicycle. Let's just take that doll. All right, all right, all right, sir. The flyer girl broke out in a cold sweat. She had never seen anyone in the club who could shoot arrows so accurately. Shu Qingxue got what she wanted and smiled sweetly at Yifan. My husband is quite useful. Chapter 682. 0682. Su Qingxue blushed and glared at him. What are you shouting for? If you keep doing this, I won't call you anymore. Heh. All right, I won't shout. Yifan happily hugged the woman's waist. Wife, your voice is really nice to hear. Just by calling out once, my legs went limp. Is my voice nice? Or is it nice for me to call you by your name? It all sounds good, Yifan happily said. Wife, why are you suddenly willing to call me husband? Su Qingxue played with the big doll in her hand and whispered, I saw a lot of girls at the side just now, and they seem to be very envious of me. I guess their boyfriend's archery skills are too bad, so he can't help them get this doll. They must think that I have a good husband, so I'm so happy. Yifan was a little speechless. Wife, is it that amazing to have such a doll? The things I can do are much more powerful than this. Why are you willing to call me husband just because of a doll? I don't care. I'm very happy anyway. Su Qingxue mumbled. Yifan looked at the woman's pure and happy appearance and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His wife's personality was really complicated. One moment she was as cold as ice, and the next moment she was silly and innocent. But no matter what, Yifan still quite liked this silly and sweet Su Qingxue. Wife, if you're always like this, then I think my heart will melt just by looking at you. Yifan clicked his tongue and shook his head. I don't want to. If it's always like this, you'll definitely think I'm too stupid. Su Qingxue said. Yifan smiled awkwardly, then asked curiously, Wife, do you like this doll that much? I want to give it to him. I feel that this doll is round and very similar to him. Su Qingxue said. Round and round? Yifan suddenly remembered that it was the little guy from the orphanage. He couldn't help but say happily, Wife, didn't you hate that child? Why did you specially prepare a gift for her now? Su Qingxue pouted. I don't know in any case. After meeting her a few more times, I felt that we were fated to meet, and I quite like that child. Sai, hubby, do you know? Hey, hubby, do you know Tuan Tuan is very sensible? I think she's very smart. Such a small child. She knows a lot. In the future, if we have a daughter like you, my wife, she should also be so smart and cute. Yifan said with an evil smile. Who wants to have a daughter with you? Su Qingxue blushed and turned her head away from him. As the two of them talked, they walked to a restaurant. After ordering a few dishes, they ate simply. Su Qingxue ordered a portion of osmanthus wine balls. As she ate, she asked, Hubby, do you like boys or girls? Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, No matter if it's a boy or a girl, as long as it's like my wife, I like them all. Why? I think it's better for boys to be like you. Boys should be more muscular. Even if you get hit by a car, you won't be hurt. This way, when the child goes to school, I don't have to worry about his traffic safety on the road. Su Qingxue said. Yifan almost fell off his chair. What kind of thoughts did this woman have? She was thinking too far ahead. Which mother would want their son to be hit by a car when he goes to school? Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I said it's just in case. Su Qingxue said tenderly. What about the girl? Su Qingxue said seriously. A girl should be like me. You look... Anyway, you're not as good looking as me. A girl should look better, so I can even dress her in nice clothes and wear parent-child outfits. Oh, right. I think it's better to be like you in terms of brain. My brain only knows how to do business. I can't do anything else, but if I'm like you, I could do a lot of things. Hearing Su Qingxue talk about her future plans for the child's education, Yifan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at, idiot? Su Qingxue pouted. Is it funny? You're not as good-looking as me. Yifan stretched out his hand and affectionately pinched the woman's face. Silly wife, you just said that you don't want to have children with me, but now you've thought of the plans for a boy and a girl. You actually really want to have children with me, right? Hubby, why are you like this? If you keep talking, I'll ignore you. Su Qingshue's face flushed red. Only then did she realize that she had let slip the words in her heart. Actually, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be like this. However, after experiencing the Cold War and conflict this time, her relationship with Yifan had improved, and she had let go of more of her guard. Not bad, not bad. Now calling me husband is very smooth, Yifan was overjoyed. Su Qingxue scoffed. I won't call you anymore. You didn't even propose to me, nor did you have a wedding. It's too easy for me to call you husband. Wife, I've been thinking about this proposal, but it's really difficult. I have to be fresh, and I have to be sincere. I have to be worthy of my wife's beauty. It's not something that can be thought of in a short period of time. Yifan touched his hair in distress. Why are you so stupid? How long will that take? Su Qingxue said gloomily. My best friend is back the day after tomorrow. She even said that she wanted to be my bridesmaid. I don't even know how to tell her that I don't even know when the wedding will be held. Yifan blinked. That's your best friend from a movie? Didn't you say that even a big star can be your bridesmaid? So what if I'm a big star? Am I not even comparable to a star? Hubby, aren't you also a dignified king of hell? Su Qingxue said indifferently. Yifan thought about it and realized that it was true. Not to mention his own identity. Just Su Qingxue's identity alone was much higher than the heavenly king and empress of the entertainment industry. Wife, don't worry. This year, I have to settle the wedding no matter what, and I will definitely settle the proposal as soon as possible. Yifan clenched his teeth, feeling that he really had to hurry up. Only then did Su Qingxue smile in satisfaction. Hubby, where are we going after dinner? When Yifan heard the word hubby, his entire body felt light as he said, Wife, do whatever you want. Then I want to buy some new clothes. I need to buy clothes for the season, and then I'll go to the movies tonight. Su Qingxue said. Of course, Yifan followed suit. After they finished eating, the two of them began to sweep through the pedestrian street. It wasn't until 6 o'clock in the evening that they were finished. After dinner, they were about to go to the movies, but they found out that they would have to wait for 2 hours before they could see a movie. Yifan saw that there was a foot massage chain store in the shopping mall next to him, so he casually asked, Wife, how about we go wash our feet? Hearing that, Su Qingxue's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. I've never washed it. How did I wash it? Yifan was stunned. Wife, you've never washed your feet before? It's just a foot massage, leg and back massage. You can also do a spa. Su Qingxue shook her head. I've heard of it, but I've never gone in. Chapter 683. You really need it. 0683, Su Qingxue said angrily. Who goes to the foot massage shop on Valentine's Day? This is too strange. Anyway, wife, just give it a try. Although it can't compare to the fitness effects of our training, it's still quite comfortable. Just treat it as a change of taste. Yifan said. Do you often come to wash your feet? Su Qingxue asked. Yifan chuckled and said, When I first came back from abroad, I washed it a few times and felt that it was fresh. After that, I didn't wash it much. Oh, Su Qingxue said hesitantly. I think I've read some reports that it's not a proper industry. Wife, you're thinking too much. How could a proper Bigfoot bath shop be improper? Those are just some small shops. There are a few things that happen, so don't worry. Yifan hurriedly explained, afraid that the woman would think that he was going there for something. Su Qingxue was still rather nervous. This was her first time here, and she was even more nervous than when she was asked to give a speech on the podium. After the two of them arrived, they were led into a small private room for 2 people. Yifan ordered 200-minute sets. After waiting for a while, a man and a woman came in. When Fan Xian saw the man, he frowned and said, Why is there a man here? The female foot bath attendant hurriedly smiled and said, Sir, we usually serve female customers here, and all of them are male foot bath attendants. Men often massage women, so they control their strength well. That's not the problem. How can my wife give a man a massage? No matter how he thought about it, Yi Fan felt uncomfortable. He had never touched Su Qingxue before. Su Qingxue also felt a little shy and rejected it in her heart. However, when she saw Yi Fan's expression, she felt that it was quite interesting. Didn't you say this was a proper massage? Su Qingxue mischievously said. Fan Xian said unhappily, Wife, what do you mean by this? Do you want to find a man to massage you? What? I'm just saying, you don't have to be so nervous. You scared me. I'm just working. Su Qingxue said. The male soccer masseuse was also a little embarrassed and quickly said, Sir, madam, I'll go find a female technician. Only then did Fan Xian nod his head in satisfaction. That's more like it. You dare to touch my wife? You don't want to live anymore. Su Qingxue pouted. Humph, you found a girl to massage you. Can't I have a man to massage me? That's right, it won't work. You male chauvinist. I am. Yi Fan didn't explain further. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Stingy bastard. Just now you said outside that this was a proper massage. Don't think too much about it. Right. I'm stingy. I won't let other men touch you. Yi Fan simply acted shamelessly. Su Qingxue was speechless. Why do I have such a strange husband? At this moment, another female technician came in. The two female technicians looked at the two of them bickering and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right. Handsome and beautiful. What do you want to wash? What? Yi Fan asked. We have mugwort, vinegar, rose, salt, and kidney treasure. They are all written on the table. Su Qingxue was curious. What is a kidney treasure? The female technician couldn't help but laugh. It's for nourishing the body. Nourish your body. Then I want the kidney treasure, Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan looked at the woman with a strange expression. Wife, do you really need it that much? Isn't it nourishing the body? I feel that it's better than salt and vinegar. Aren't those antiseptic? Su Qingxue felt that her feet were fragrant, so she shouldn't need them. Beauty, that's usually used by men, the female technician reminded. Su Qingxue was puzzled. Why? Women can't use it? Only then did the two female technicians realize that Su Qingxue really didn't seem to understand. In fact, Su Qingxue had never paid attention to things like men nourishing their kidneys. Yi Fan laughed and said, All right, wife, you can use it. I don't need it. Why? Don't you want to nourish your body? Su Qingxue even kindly advised, It's fine to nourish your body a little more. Yi Fan hurriedly touched his waist. Wife, my kidney definitely doesn't need to be nourished. It's already fierce enough. Su Qingxue looked at the part that Yi Fan was touching, then looked at the two female technicians, strange smiles, and suddenly understood something. Immediately, Su Qingxue's face turned red. Oh, then I don't want it either. I'll just take the rose. Don't, wife. Use the kidney treasure. Yi Fan said happily. I don't need it. You use it. You really need it. Your kidney is weak. Su Qingxue pouted coquettishly. This time, it was Yi Fan's turn to be a little stiff, especially when he saw the two female technicians looking at him with a doubtful expression. In the end, Yi Fan still washed the mugwort grass, wanting him to wash the kidney. That was simply an insult. Not long after the massage began, the two female technicians started talking in surprise. Handsome, your body is really good. I've never met such a healthy person. Even your meridians are so smooth. This beauty's body is also very good. Her skin is really fresh. I'm so envious. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. Can you still feel your body? Of course, we are all professionals. We can feel that the meridians are not smooth as soon as we press them, a female technician proudly said. Yi Fan also smiled. His body was not healthy. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, did not change her merchant nature. Not long after, she began to ask about their income, the rent of the foot washing shop, the wages of the employees in the shop, and so on. The two female technicians were confused when they heard this. They thought that it was some leader of the main store who had come to investigate. After a massage, cupping the soles of his feet and eating some snacks from the shop, the two of them comfortably walked out of the foot bath shop. Su Qingxue was a little disappointed. Hubby, so this is washing feet. I don't think it's interesting. That's because we practice martial arts and have long since experienced a more comfortable feeling. For ordinary people, massage is still very comfortable. Yi Fan said. The two of them went to the cinema and finished watching a movie. When they returned home, they were already holding hands. Yifan felt that the relationship between the two of them had made great progress. When he arrived at the second floor, he quietly followed behind the woman, planning to follow her into the woman's room. But just as they reached the door, Shu Qingxue turned around and asked suspiciously, "What do you want to do?" Of course it's to sleep, wife." Yifan pretended to be stupid. "Go back to your room," Shu Qingxue said. Yifan steeled his heart. He might as well go all out. He hugged the woman, lowered his head, and kissed her. Shu Qingxue was suddenly attacked. She leaned against the door and slowly softened. She hugged the man's waist, and her body tensed up, relaxed, and then tensed up again. When she felt a burst of suffocation, Shu Qingxue's mind went blank. The burning ball of flame caused the woman's consciousness to loosen. Chapter 684. Heart in Bloom 0684. Shu Qingxue's watery eyes were hazy and in a daze. She nodded her head. Yifan was overjoyed and pushed open Shu Qingxue's door. Just as he entered, he heard the doorbell ring downstairs. This was like a bucket of cold water splashing on Yifan and Shu Qingxue's heads. The woman instantly woke up, pushed Yifan away, and hurriedly tidied up her clothes. "Aunt Jiang is back. That's not right." Yifan's face was gloomy. All of his efforts had been wasted. "Isn't Aunt Jiang coming back tomorrow? And Aunt Jiang has the key." Then, "Who is that?" Shu Qingxue's face was flushed red. Yifan sighed, jumped down the stairs, went to the door and opened it. "Brother-in-law." Mu stood at the door, puffing up her cheeks as if she was being bullied. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was really his sister-in-law who knew how to find an opportunity. "Girl, what are you doing here so late at night?" Mu didn't care about anything else. She ran into the house and lay down on the sofa, crying, "I'm so annoyed. My dad wants me to start class tomorrow." Shu Qingxue also walked down. Seeing that it was her sister, she was no longer nervous. She asked, "Mu, what's going on?" "Elder sister." Mu jumped up and ran over to hug Shu Qingxue. "Can you talk to my dad? I don't want to go so early. It's so strange to be a transfer student." Yifan and Shu Qingxue listened to her rambling explanation and found out that it was Mu Xuesong who disliked his daughter playing at home all the time. He used his connections and influence to let the Xia Academy of Arts directly enter the school through Mu. Logically speaking, he would only be admitted in the summer, but Mu could pass some simple basic courses, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the first year and keep up with the progress of his studies. This made Mu very annoyed. She had originally fantasized about entering the first year and having a group of new classmates, but as a transfer student, she had become an anomaly. In addition, Mu had won a prize in the piano competition last time. Many people had already said that she had Mu Xuesong as her father and relied on her father's connections, which made the girl feel even more repulsed by school life. "Uncle Mu is doing this for your own good. You must have been playing games recently and not practicing the zither properly, right?" Shu Qingxue asked. "That's not it. I have to practice the zither, but I still need to relax occasionally," Mu explained. "Humph, I'm talking to my sister. You don't have to worry about it," Mu said angrily. Shu Qingxue sighed. "Does Uncle Mu know that you're here?" "He doesn't know. After he finished talking to me, he took a plane to perform abroad," Mu said with a bitter expression. "Then you can stay here today. It's not worth going back and forth. It's also more convenient for my family to go to school tomorrow." Shu Qingxue was quite considerate for her sister. "All right, sister, can I sleep with you? I haven't seen you for a few days, and I have a lot to tell you." Mu revealed a pitiful look. Shu Qingxue looked at Yifan, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "All right." Yifan bitterly smiled. This sister-in-law really knew how to pick the right time to come over. "Hee, sister, you're so nice." "Big sister, I haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm so hungry. Do you have any fruits at home?" Mu asked. Shu Qingxue kindly complained, "No matter how you eat, you can't eat well. Really, come to the kitchen and take a look. Aunt Jiang should have bought some food." Coming to the kitchen, he opened one of the 3 refrigerators. It was filled with fruits and vegetables, as well as canned food. What do you want to eat? Take some for yourself. Su Qingxue said. Wow, sister, does your family own a supermarket? Why did you buy so much? Is this caviar? This is truffle. Moo looked at the expensive ingredients that were casually thrown there and exclaimed. Yes, some of them were given to us by some business partners. We don't really eat them. Su Qingxue said. Sister, you have so many fruits at home. How can we finish them with just a few people? There's no need to finish it. If it's rotten, then throw it away. Take whatever you like. Su Qingxue said. Moo had a face full of envy. If only I was as rich as you, sister. I could buy whatever I wanted. I'm so happy. Su Qingxue stroked her little sister's hair. Then you should study hard and practice the zither well. Once you become a great pianist, you will have money. I'm going to take a bath first. After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she turned around and said to Yi Fan, Do you want to help Moo cut the fruit? Yi Fan was not in the mood to help cut the fruit. This little girl can do it herself. It's not like she's a 3-year-old child. Moo bared his teeth at him and made a face. Humph. You're not taking care of your sister-in-law at all. Su Qingxue didn't comment much. If Yi Fan was very attentive, she wouldn't want him to. So Yi Fan's actions were in line with her wishes. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue went back upstairs together. Yi Fan secretly hugged the woman's waist from behind and said, Wife, why don't you come to my room? Su Qingxue looked downstairs in panic, pushed the man away, and said, Don't act recklessly. Just now I was robbed by a bad guy like you, making me dizzy. I already said that I have to wait for you to propose to me and get married before I can do it. Don't even think about taking a shortcut. Yi Fan helplessly sighed. All right then, good night, my wife. The two of them returned to their own rooms. Yi Fan went into the bathroom to take a shower. Just as he was about to leave the bathroom, he heard movement outside. When he came to the bedroom, he saw Moo at the desk in his room. The girl brought 2 plates of fruit, both of which were well cut. She was eating a plate with a fork. Seeing that Yi Fan only wore a pair of underwear as he came out of the bathroom, Moo stared at Yi Fan's lower body a few times. Little girl, what are you doing in my room? Yi Fan was a little vigilant. This was not a good thing. If Su Qingxue misunderstood something, he would fall into a stalemate again. What are you nervous about? Although you become my sister-in-law, we were still boyfriend and girlfriend before. We've known each other for so long. Why are you becoming more and more afraid of me? Moo pouted with some hidden bitterness. Yi Fan sighed, walked over, and said, I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings because of some small matters. That's not good for us. I have a big heart, but I will hurt your sister in your relationship with your sister, won't I? Chapter 685. I was watching a movie with my best friend. 068 Hey. Little girl, what are you doing? Yi Fan hurriedly took a step back and vigilantly looked at Moo. This is not a joke. Of course I'm not joking. Moo's eyes revealed a mischievous look as he slowly approached Yi Fan. Do you think that once you become my brother-in-law, I'll give up? I knew you earlier than my sister, and you have more than one woman. Why should I give you to another woman and give up my happiness? Fan Xian retreated step by step and said with a wry smile, Moo, stop messing around. If you're not careful, there will be a huge earthquake. Your sister is right next door. Oof. Do you think you can escape? Do you believe that I won't take off my clothes right now and shout for help, making my sister think that you want to use force on me? Moo pouted. Yi Fan's tendons tightened. Don't joke around. Is there such a big grudge? A hint of resentment appeared in Moo's big eyes. Ever since you became my sister-in-law, you haven't taken the initiative to contact me, nor have you brought me to play games. Do you really not like me that much? If being a sister-in-law is treated like this, then I'd rather cut off all means of retreat and let you have a taste of the power of a sister-in-law. As she spoke, Moo actually began to pull down the zipper of her coat and untie the belt around her waist, preparing to take it off. Fan Xian really wanted to go up and knock this girl out, but he couldn't bear to. He didn't dare to rashly hit her, but he couldn't do anything as he watched Moo escape. Don't take it off. My little grandaunt, what are you doing? Let's talk about it. Yi Fan felt that he was too pure. A little beauty was taking off her clothes in front of him, yet he had to think of a way to stop her. Moo 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 proudly smiled. Then you have to listen to me. I'll let you go once I've had enough fun. How do you want to play? Yifan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Moo 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 bit her lower lip and walked over. Her hand trembled as she reached for Yifan's underwear. Yifan hurriedly took a step back. What are you doing? You're still running? Then I'll shout. Moo 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 opened his mouth, and just as he shouted out the word sister, his mouth was covered by Yifan. Don't. Stop shouting. I submit. Yifan's heart was beating wildly. Can I not retreat? That's more like it, Moo 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 said happily. Yifan could only stand there gloomily, allowing Moo 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 to pull his underwear down to his ankles. When Moo 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 saw what was inside, her face flushed red and her breathing quickened. This was the first time she had seen it at such a close distance. You scoundrel, you keep saying that I'm your sister-in-law, but you clearly have feelings for me. You're already so old. Moo 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 squatted down and looked carefully as he mumbled. At this moment, a strange feeling spread in Fan Xian's heart. A young girl was squatting in front of him. Her pink lips were so close to him. If he held her head with both hands, and then, thinking of this, Fan Xian's entire body became hot, and he wished that he could immediately put it into practice. However, with a trace of clear-headed rationality, Yifan still advised, normal men will have a reaction. What's so strange about this? Have you seen enough? However, Moo 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 was very bold. He suddenly stretched out his hand and touched it. Yifan could have dodged, but at this moment, the evil thoughts in his heart caused him to stand there in a daze. Yifan comfortably looked at the girl in front of him. She actually provoked him in a decent manner. He couldn't help but say, You little girl, where did you learn this? Comfortable? I secretly watched a movie with my best friend. Moo Moo Moo's face was also flushed, and his nervous voice had changed. I just want to see if it's really like this. Will that kind of thing come out? Yifan thought to himself that the movie was definitely not from the cinema. He struggled in his heart. Should he let Moo 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 continue to torment her like this? Or should he stop her? Just as he was in a dilemma, he heard movement from Su Qingshue's door. Crap! Stop! Your sister is coming. Yifan hurriedly shouted in a low voice, telling Moo 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 to stand up, pull up his clothes, and tie his belt. In the end, Moo 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 was also afraid of Su Qingxue, so he hurriedly did as he was told. Yifan himself pulled up his pants and put on a nightgown. Sure enough, not long after, Su Qingxue walked over. Seeing the two people in the room, Su Qingxue asked suspiciously, Moo Moo, what are you doing here? Moo 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 stuttered. Haha, wife, sister-in-law is very good to me. She even cut me a plate of fruit. Yifan hurriedly pointed at the plate on the table. Moo Moo Moo's face was still flushed as he nodded. Sister, I'll go over now. Su Qingxue obviously didn't believe him, but she didn't say much. She said, You still have to go to school tomorrow. Hurry up and come over. Moo 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 obediently picked up a plate of fruit and said, Okay, big sister, I'll take the fruit over. You should eat some too. Seeing Su Qingxue leave the room with Moo Moo Moo, she was finally safe and sound. Yifan laid down on the big bed and touched his thumping heart. He sighed with emotion that his hearing was good, otherwise something big would have happened. But at this moment, a WeChat message came from Yifan's phone. He opened it and saw that it was from Su Qingxue. The woman only said one sentence, but it made Yifan's entire body break out in cold sweat. Your pants are very tight, right? Su Qingxue said. Yifan suddenly touched his lower body and realized that even if he was wearing a nightgown, his lower body was still too obvious. The woman had obviously noticed it just now, but because of her face, she didn't expose it on the spot. Yifan quickly sent a message. Wife, don't misunderstand. This is just a physiological reaction. I didn't do anything to my sister-in-law. However, Su Qingxue didn't reply. She didn't know if she believed him or if she didn't want to bother with Yifan. Yifan basically didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The nervousness and melancholy in his heart were hard to describe. Originally, it wasn't easy for him to successfully capture his wife, but after being messed around by his sister-in-law, it could be said that it was all for naught. It seemed that he could only wait for the day after tomorrow to see if his Valentine's Day gift had any way to help him salvage the situation tonight. The next morning, Moo 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 ate a simple breakfast and reluctantly took the subway to class. Although she had Su Qingshue's car, as a first-year student, she was too embarrassed to drive a car worth millions to school. Yi Fan originally wanted to take a car with Su Qingxue to the company to see if he could say some sweet words to calm the woman down. However, Su Qingxue didn't even give him a chance and directly drove away. Yi Fan had no choice but to drive to work, but halfway there, he received a call from Ning Zimo. "Ning, son, what's wrong?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. Chapter 686. 0686 huh? Yi Fan was puzzled. "Do you want to come to the embroidery group?" Is it inconvenient?" Ning Zimo asked nervously. Yi Fan was a bit curious. "Of course you can, but if you want to see me, I'll just go to the Purple Leaf Tea House right now." "No." Ning Zimo found it hard to speak and said, "I want to meet Su Qingxue. If I asked her to meet me outside, it wouldn't be too polite. After all, it's not appropriate to call her out for the first time." Without waiting for Yi Fan's reply, Ning Zimo immediately said, "If you can't do it, then forget it. I'll just say it like this." Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Ninger, what's the matter?" Ning Zimo faintly sighed. "I've encountered some trouble with my business investment. The bank isn't willing to give me a loan. My team, and I don't understand the reason." Yi Fan suddenly understood. "You want to ask Xiao Shui about business? Why did you choose to look for her?" "Because many of our company's management and analysts admire Su Qingxue and have always been studying Su Qingshue's management cases. I just thought, if I can ask her face to face, I should be able to gain something," Ning Zimo said. Yi Fan didn't expect his wife to have such a group of fans who worshipped her business talent. If it was a normal day, he would have felt that it wouldn't matter if Ning Zimo went to meet Su Qingxue. However, because of Moo Moo Moo, he and Su Qingxue seemed to have a subtle relationship. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then suggested, "How about, I'll lend you money, there's no need to get a loan." Ning Zimo said unhappily, "I don't want it. Even if you have money, I don't want to rely on you for everything. I already rely on you in the gang. If I rely on you to do business, then I would be too useless." Yi Fan sighed. He knew that women had a stubborn temper, so he gritted his teeth. "Then come to the company. I'll go talk to Xiao Shui. It shouldn't be a problem to meet her." Yi Fan felt that there would always be a way to get Su Qingxue to agree. Not long after arriving at the company, Yi Fan ran to Su Qingshue's office. When Su Qingxue saw Yi Fan, she obviously didn't have a good expression on her face. Yi Fan had a simple and honest smile on his face, trying to gain some sympathy. "Wife, I didn't expect you to be so good at business. You have fans and admirers everywhere. I've finally seen it today." "What are you trying to say?" Su Qingxue frowned. Yi Fan took the opportunity to tell her about Ning Zimo's request to meet. He originally thought that Su Qingxue would refuse at the beginning, but he didn't expect that after thinking for a moment, Su Qingxue would agree. "Just let her come to my office." Before 11 in the morning, Su Qingxue said. When Yi Fan heard that Su Qingxue was so straightforward, not only was he not happy, he was even a little worried. He felt that Su Qingxue was planning something. However, he didn't have much time to think. Ning Zimo arrived at the company at 10 o'clock, and she didn't bring any assistants or followers with her. She came to Su Qingshue's office alone. She didn't even dare to wear a skirt. She wore a black suit with a white shirt, tight pants, and didn't even dare to wear a skirt. It was obvious that she was trying to reduce her aggressiveness as much as possible, so that Su Qingxue would know that she was here to humbly seek advice. Yi Fan was worried about the meeting between the two women, so he shamelessly followed them into the office and sat on the sofa to watch. When Su Qingxue saw Ning Zimo, she unhurriedly stood up from her chair and walked over to shake hands with Ning Zimo. "President Ning, I've always heard Yi Fan mention you. Today, he's finally willing to let me meet you." Su Qingxue said. When Yi Fan heard the first sentence, his scalp went numb. There was something behind those words. Did she mean that she had always maintained an open attitude towards Ning Zimo, but Yi Fan was stingy and prevented her from seeing him? Moreover, Su Qingxue directly called Yi Fan by his name instead of calling him hubby. She didn't purposely show her status as the legal wife. This move of retreating quickly pushed Yi Fan away, causing Ning Zimo to feel that her relationship with Su Qingxue had been pulled closer. Sure enough, Ning Zimo's trace of worry and nervousness also dissipated. She grinned. It should be me who should have come to meet CEO Su earlier, but I was too embarrassed to do so. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We are all women, so there are some things that we can understand, even if we don't say them. Come, sit here. President Ning, what would you like to drink? I have water or coffee. Water is fine. The two women sat on the sofa and treated Yi Fan, a bystander, as heir. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was very self-aware. He didn't let the little secretary bring the water. He ran over to bring the two women some tea. President Ning, I heard from Yi Fan that you have some business matters that you need to discuss with me. Su Qingxue also went straight to the point. Ning Zimo laughed self-deprecatingly. Director Su, you're too polite. I'm just here to humbly seek advice, not to discuss it with you. As she spoke, Ning Zimo took out a thick stack of information from one of her Bulgari bags. This is the plan for the pharmaceutical factory that we plan to focus on this year. I will integrate some of the current loss-making businesses of the purple bamboo forest and then turn our Ning family's traditional medicine, mainly red medicine, white medicine, and some formulas for strengthening the body and bones, into an official big brand. Actually, we already have a pharmaceutical factory before, and our products are selling well. However, if we want to become a big brand and go on a market, we need to expand further. We have already defeated 2 companies in the Jiang and Shi provinces. Logically speaking, our competitiveness in the market should be strong enough, but for some reason, a few banks are unwilling to give us loans. Ning Zimo roughly explained the cause and effect of the matter. In short, the transformation of the Ning family and the purple bamboo forest was imperative. They couldn't just rely on their old capital to live. Only with a big brand and a big company would Ning Zimo have the face to meet her subordinates. However, the fact that the bank was so pessimistic about the pharmaceutical factory project made Ning Zimo very vexed and puzzled. Su Qingxue flipped through the information and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Ning Zimo could only wait patiently. After waiting for about half an hour, Su Qingxue had basically finished flipping through the entire plan. Then she asked, President Ning, what is the most profitable business you've ever done? Ning Zimo was stunned for a moment, then thought about it. If the most profitable thing was to plunder the Shangguan family's assets. However, in terms of business, she couldn't help but point at the plan and say, it should be this pharmaceutical factory. Su Qingxue nodded. No wonder. No wonder what? Ning Zimo couldn't help but feel anxious. She had a straightforward personality, so it was quite uncomfortable to hear this. Director Su, if you have any thoughts, you can just say it. Chapter 687. 0687 Yi Fan almost choked on his saliva. This woman's face changed too quickly. He bitterly smiled and said, Of course you can. There's no need to ask me. This woman, revealing the attitude of an obedient little wife, was clearly telling Ning Zimo that Yi Fan, had always been oppressing her, and that Yi Fan had the final say in the family. Although Ning Zimo was a lover, she was not a heartless vixen. She had always respected Su Qingxue. In this way, Ning Zimo would definitely feel even more that Su Qingxue had always been meek. So, as a lover, she had let down this honest and dutiful wife. Sure enough, after a hint of surprise appeared in Ning Zimo's eyes, there was also a trace of guilt. She cast a look of sympathy towards Su Qingxue. Oh, Su Qingxue said, then I'll be straightforward. Say it. Yi Fan was about to cry. He couldn't act like this. Su Qingxue faced Ning Zimo and said, Your understanding of earning money is still quite basic. In my opinion, this pharmaceutical factory of yours won't earn money at all. With all due respect, the bank is willing to see you purely because they're giving face to you, President Ning. From the very beginning, they never planned to lend you a loan. What? Ning Zimo was a little shocked. These words were indeed quite cruel. She had thought that when she met the bank, her statement was wrong and her plan wasn't good enough. So, There was no hope from the very beginning? Director Su, why is that? We've already defeated our competitors, and the market response is also good. Ning Zimo asked curiously. Su Qingxue said, your main products are white medicine and red medicine, and there should be quite a few other medicines that can replace these two medicines, right? Ning Zimo nodded. Yes, it can be replaced, but there are many products that can be replaced. As long as there is an advantage in quality, wouldn't you be able to win? I know, so that's not the main reason. Su Qingxue continued. First of all, the service you provide is not your own creation. The operation and follow-up services of the pharmaceutical factory are very weak. Furthermore, the formula you use is not your own creation. There are a large number of drugs that can be used as substitutes. Large pharmaceutical factories can easily copy your drugs. Furthermore, you did not develop the method of delivery. You needed to use a large number of channels to sell your medicine. Up until now, none of the businesses you've done are your own creations. You haven't even identified your own market segment. You just think that you can defeat your pitiful and retarded opponents with some small tricks. You don't have a real brand concept and brand culture. Why would a bank be stupid enough to invest in a pharmaceutical company that doesn't have its own culture or a solid foundation? The office fell silent. Ning Zimo listened to his words in a daze, feeling as if she had been hit in the head. Shu Qingxue sighed. I don't know what kind of team President Ning has invited, but I feel that if we rely on them, it would be almost impossible to accomplish this. They can only make a small fuss and can't make a big brand. The corner of Ning Zimo's mouth curled into a wry smile. Director Su, you really are amazing. Then what do you think I should do next? Give up on this plan? Shu Qingxue thought for a moment and said, it's hard for me to say the specifics at once. However, I feel that President Ning has made a mistake, and that is to avoid the background of the purple bamboo forest and the Ning family. In fact, through legal means, spreading the gang culture of the Ning family and the purple bamboo forest will also attract a lot of attention. This is your greatest advantage. Just like many companies in Dark Harbor and Moss Bend, they all have gang backgrounds, but they don't avoid it. Instead, they constantly use soft text to spread it, and they can instantly become famous. Ning Zimo's eyes lit up, and she smiled excitedly. After hearing what CEO Su said, I suddenly have a lot of ideas. Shu Qingxue nodded, looked at her watch, and revealed a faint smile. All right, we're done talking about work. President Ning is older than me, so I'll call you Sister Ning. Sister Ning, do you want to have lunch together? Our company's restaurant is pretty good. Ning Zimo was quite surprised, but she was still very happy to hear this form of address. All right, then I'll call you Qingxue. You call me President, and it's quite strange for me to call you CEO Su. Yi Fan, who was at the side, heard that the relationship between the two women was getting closer, but he couldn't laugh. Ning Zimo was usually quite astute, but when she met Su Qingxue, she paled in comparison. After all, in terms of acting skills, Su Qingxue could be said to have reached perfection. After a while, Su Qingxue and Ning Zimo had become friends. The two of them went to the restaurant together, leaving Yi Fan to the side. After all, Yi Fan followed them over, so it wasn't good to eat at the same table. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to explain if someone saw him. After lunch, Ning Zimo walked out of the embroidery group with a smile on her face. Yi Fan had been waiting for the woman in the parking lot for a long time. Seeing the woman come over, Yi Fan waved his hand. Ning Zimo happily ran over, leaped up, and hugged Yi Fan's neck. Hubby, I'm so happy. Little sister Qingxue is quite a good person. She's clear about public and private matters, and she's still so gentle. I used to hear people say that she was an iceberg female CEO, and that it was very difficult to get close to her. It seems like it was all just a rumor. You have to be nice to her. She seems to be quite afraid of you. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. He couldn't say that his wife was acting. This was equivalent to saying bad things about Su Qingxue. He could only say, Ning, son, I really didn't stop you from meeting her. In short, there are some things that you can't believe. Ning Xuma's beautiful eyes moved as she blinked and said, I know. It's the first time we've met, so I really can't tell. But even if she's pretending, as long as she keeps pretending in the future, it doesn't matter. You sure are open-minded. Yifan reached out and touched the woman's face. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, but I might not have time to accompany you. What gift do you want? Ning Shuama's face lit up. You still know about Valentine's Day? I know you don't have time to accompany me, but it doesn't matter. I don't lack anything, so forget about the gift. I knew you would say that. Fortunately, I've already prepared the gift. You'll be able to receive it tomorrow. Yifan smiled mysteriously. What gift? Ning Zimo asked expectantly. Secret. Yifan kept it a secret. In fact, not only did he prepare Ning Zimo's gift, Yifan also prepared Feng Yueying, Du Yin'er, and Chu Yunyao's gifts. Although he didn't have time to spend Valentine's Day with the women, he still needed them. Yifan had also improved a lot in dealing with relationships between men and women. At the same time, in Su Qingshue's office, a female assistant walked to Su Qingshue's desk and respectfully handed over a craft envelope to the woman. Director Su, this is a letter that just arrived at noon. It's for you. Where did it come from? Su Qingxue asked as she planned to open the envelope. Chapter 688. 0688. Su Qingxue was shocked. Schwerer, what's wrong? Fog Knight vigilantly walked in front of Su Qingxue and looked at the female assistant. Who are you? The female assistant said. I'm little Zhang sent by the secretariat to be a temporary assistant. Zhang Ziyu, what's wrong? You're not Zhang Ziyu. You just look exactly like Zhang Ziyu. Fog Knight sneered. Zhang Ziyu revealed a puzzled expression. Miss Fog Knight, I don't understand what you mean. Su Qingxue became vigilant. Schwer, what did you find? Fog Knight took the envelope and handed it to Zhang Ziyu. You open it. Zhang Ziyu shook his head. This is a letter for CEO Su. How can I open it? If I tell you to open it, then open it. No matter what's inside, I won't blame you. Su Qingxue frowned. Zhang Ziyu sighed helplessly. All right, she took the envelope and slowly opened it. However, just as she was about to open it, she suddenly waved it towards the Fog Knight beside her. A white mist-like object gushed out of the envelope. Fog Knight was already prepared and quickly retreated. At the same time, he shouted, Sister Su, retreat. At the same time, Fog Knight had already bypassed the white mist and arrived directly behind Zhang Ziyu. Bam! A roundhouse kick landed right on Zhang Ziyu's back, causing her to flip over and fall to the ground. What is that? Su Qingxue retreated. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but become nervous. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing to suck it in. Fog Knight frowned and said, This person isn't Zhang Ziyu. I've seen Zhang Ziyu before. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand my kick. Sure enough, the Zhang Ziyu on the ground flipped over and stood up again. His face became expressionless, completely like a cold-faced killer. She quickly ran towards Fog Knight, quickly making a Special Forces killing move, like a Soldier King-level Special Forces soldier who had experienced hundreds of battles. Her movements were not sloppy at all, and she went straight for Fog Knight's vital points. Fog Knight felt that his throat and heart were locked onto. He knew that the other party was a top expert in fighting, so he didn't dare to be careless. Fog Knight was an assassin. She had been training since she was young to think of ways to kill people. Direct combat was not her forte. She hurriedly circulated her innate chi and displayed her agile movements, waiting for an opportunity to avoid the opponent's direct attack and circle to the side. Fortunately, this imposter's speed was not as fast as Fog Knight's. With a single move, Fog Knight had a chance to counterattack. Fog Knight leaped into the air, and with a chop in his hand, he heavily chopped down on the killer's neck. Clang! With a loud sound, Fog Knight discovered that his hand was a little numb. This was even after she had used her true energy and cultivated the movements that Yifan had taught her for a period of time. It was a strengthened body. How is this possible? Fog Knight didn't even feel that this assassin had any Jin Qi or something to protect his body. In other words, this guy relied on his physical fitness to forcefully resist her body refinement realm Jin Qi and her hand strength. After turning his head to the side, he turned around and grabbed at Fog Knight. Fog Knight's shoulder was caught. She quickly dodged to the side. With a ripping sound, her clothes were torn, leaving behind a few bloody claw marks. Son, Su Qingxue couldn't help but cry out in alarm when she realized that Fog Knight was actually injured. The assassin's target was obviously not Fog Knight. She took advantage of the Fog Knight to retreat and turn around to charge towards Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue saw the assassin pouncing over, and in her panic, she subconsciously pushed her hands forward, doing her best to release all the ice zhenqi she could. Hoo! A ball of blue and white zhenqi swept through half of the office, and the temperature suddenly plummeted. The momentum of the ice zhenqi was not very fierce, because Su Qingxue was not able to control such a large amount of zhenqi very well. However, the temperature of this blue and white zhenqi was simply too low, but its lethality was very obvious. After the assassin was wrapped in zhenqi, his movements became sluggish. His legs seemed to be stuck, making it difficult for him to continue moving forward. One hand was half a meter away and was about to grab Su Qingxue, but it was too late. The assassin's head trembled, and he swayed nervously. His body was quickly covered in a layer of white frost. Su Qingxue collapsed to the ground, her hand supporting herself on the ground as she gasped for breath. She raised her head in disbelief and looked at the assassin that she had frozen. Clang! A white light came from behind and chopped down from the sky, cutting the assassin's frozen head in half. It was Fog Knight. Taking advantage of this moment, it pulled out the warrior's dagger that was hidden behind its back and ended the assassin's life. Just now, when Su Qingxue released her ice zhenqi, Fog Knight didn't dare to approach. It could only wait for the zhenqi to dissipate before it dared to make a move. Even so, Fog Knight still shivered. Looking at half of the office that was covered in frost, she couldn't help but mutter, "Sister Su, what kind of martial arts are you practicing? This is too crazy." Su Qingxue awkwardly smiled bitterly. She stood up shakily and supported herself on the table. Looking at the assassin, her gaze froze. "Son, you, look." Fog Knight also noticed that something was wrong. She realized that there wasn't much blood flowing out, and when she looked at the assassin's head, she could clearly see that other than some flesh and blood, there were also some metal bones and electronic circuits. Androids. Su Qingxue thought of the matter with Song Xinghe and immediately reacted. This is bad. Song Xinghe is back. Brother Yi Fan is right. Although Fog Knight had never seen Song Xinghe before, she knew that part of the reason why she and the others came to protect the woman beside Yi Fan was to prevent Song Xinghe's revenge. This Song Xinghe, he actually placed the bionics in our company without a sound. Since this Zhang Ziyu is fake, then where is the real Zhang Ziyu? Su Qingxue was puzzled. You should be dead. Actually, it's not difficult to do such a thing. We just need to wait for the employees to get off work, find an opportunity to kill them, and then replace them with the bionics. Fog Knight said solemnly, "Sister Su, I suggest that you leave the company immediately. I'm not sure if there are any other bionics in the company. Furthermore, I need to tell Brother Yi Fan about the situation here as soon as possible. I also need to contact my other companions and raise my vigilance. If it really wasn't possible, it would be necessary to increase the number of people on guard. This bionics is very strong. If it wasn't for Sister Su Zhenqi causing the metal in her body to become abnormal, it would have been very difficult to kill it." Chapter 689. 0689 Snow Cherry was Fog Knight's katana. Its shape was very exquisite and simple, and the silver blade had beautiful cherry blossom patterns on it. This was also the blade that she had carried with her when she was adopted by Asmontis. It was the heirloom of the Fog Knight family. Fog Knight had found an underground research institute to study it and found that the metal composition of Snow Cherry was very complicated and special. It should have been made from some special metal like meteorite iron. If it wasn't for the huge change in Fog Knight's family, such a divine weapon wouldn't have been tied to a little girl like that. Su Qingxue also had a lingering fear in her heart as she nodded and said, "Then how does the company check? How did you find out that it was a fake Zhang Ziyu?" Footsteps. Fog Knight said, "The real Zhang Ziyu is 48 kilograms, and this bionic human weighs 55 kilograms. The sound of his footsteps is completely different. Ordinary people might not be able to tell, but I pay attention to the people around you every day, so I can tell. Su Qingxue was suddenly enlightened. She finally understood why Yi Fan asked Fog Knight to protect her. Actually, under the circumstances that she didn't understand, Fog Knight had been secretly observing her surroundings. I'll call Yi Fan now. Su Qingxue picked up her phone and dialed Yi Fan's number. However, as soon as the call connected, he heard a sinister man's voice coming from the other side. Director Su, not bad. My Vanguard was actually destroyed for no reason. But it doesn't matter. I also know that it's a bit difficult to catch you in one go. Just treat it as an appetizer. Although Su Qingxue felt that this voice was unfamiliar, she guessed and immediately reacted. Song Xinghe? Huh. Director Su still remembers me. Song? I'm deeply honored. Song Xinghe, what exactly do you want? Yi Fan already gave you a chance back then. Why are you still so stubborn? Song Xinghe sneered. Give me a chance? When will your husband give me a chance? From the moment he appeared, he kept fighting for what belonged to me. My life, my love, my ideals. They were all trampled on and destroyed by him. What do you want? Isn't it simple? What he did to me, what he made me suffer, I will return it 100 times, 1,000 times over. Su Qingxue secretly signaled Fog Knight with her eyes. Fog Knight understood and knew that she was supposed to inform Yi Fan. However, Song Xinghe said, don't waste your time. The signal in your office has already been controlled by me. You won't be able to contact anyone. Fog Knight, he took out his cell phone and pressed a few times. When he realized that he couldn't make a call, he couldn't help but look around vigilantly. Sister Su, he's probably watching us from a nearby building. He's monitoring us. Haha, smart. It's a pity that there are so many buildings. Don't even think about finding me. I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, my people have a way to blow your brocade building into ruins at any time. Let me think, how many employees do you have? If more than 1,000 people died, would the embroidery group be finished? Song Xinghe laughed morbidly. Despicable. Of course, Su Qingxue wouldn't joke around with the lives of 1,000 people. What do you want? Song Xinghe said, it's very simple. Right now, I've sent a helicopter to the apron on the top floor of your building. Get on the plane alone. After you get on it, I'll tell you what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a silver-gray helicopter approaching from afar. Sister Su, you can't go. Fog Knight hurriedly advised. Su Qingxue clenched her teeth. I can't just watch as my employees ignore me. That's not only thousands of lives, but also thousands of families. But hurry up. After the helicopter lands, I'll only give you 3 minutes. Otherwise, I'll blow up the entire building. Song Xinghe roared. Su Qingxue shook her head at Fog Knight, then ran to the elevator to go to the rooftop. However, just as he was about to enter the elevator, he saw a man walk out. It was Yi Fan. What happened? Yi Fan heard the sound of a helicopter approaching the building. He took a look and realized that this helicopter had been modified, so he immediately ran up. Brother Yi Fan, fortunately you're still here. Fog Knight quickly said, quickly persuade Sister Su. Song Xinghe is using this building as a threat to get Sister Su on his plane. A cold light flashed across Yi Fan's eyes. He's here. On the phone, Song Xinghe gritted his teeth and said, Yi Fan, how have you been? You've been living a good life recently, right? I hope my appearance will make you feel unhappy. Song Xinghe, you really are a lingering spirit. Yi Fan sighed. Thank you for your praise. I've been waiting to meet you again, but before that, I would like to invite your wife to my place as a guest. Song Xinghe said, what right do you have? Just because you want to blow up this building, you want my wife to go with you? Oh, so cold. You mean that the brocade employees in this building aren't even worth as much as your wife's life? Song Xinghe laughed evilly. You really aren't a good person. Su Qingxue frowned and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yi Fan. It doesn't matter if you go to the helicopter or not. He might blow up this building. Song Xinghe has no trust in him, so I definitely won't allow you to use your life to make a deal. Besides, as long as he doesn't bury the explosives in advance, I can think of a way to stop him with some kind of weapon like a missile. Yi Fan said. When Su Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but hesitate. Fog Knight said, "Brother Yi Fan, he's monitoring a nearby building. We were in the office just now, and he exposed himself. If he dares to blow up the building, we'll make it so that he can't leave Huahai. This beauty, you think too simply of me." Song Xinghe sneered and said, "If there are 1,000 lives in a building, you guys don't care then. This old nanny called Jiang Yuan and our dear principal Li Shuhua. Shouldn't you care a bit?" Hearing this, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue's expressions changed drastically. "You can even do something to President Li? Song Xinghe, do you still have any humanity?" Yi Fan said angrily. "He even captured Aunt Jiang." Su Qingxue's pretty face turned pale. How could this be? Aunt Jiang's kung fu is very good." Yi Fan's mind flashed, and he suddenly came to a realization. Tong Huizhen? That Tong Huizhen is fake. Ha ha. It's too late to understand now. How about it? I, this time bomb, have been by your side for so long. You guys admire my foresight, right? Song Xinghe laughed maniacally. Yi Fan finally understood why the black stone he placed in Su Qingxue's hometown was inexplicably found and taken away. He also remembered that time when Tong Huizhen hurt her hand while cutting vegetables. Her expression was strange, and she was trying to hide it. Chapter 690. New Technology 0690. Yi Fan's face was as gloomy as water. He grabbed Su Qingxue's shoulder and said, "Don't panic. At least now, we can be sure that Aunt Jiang is still fine. If it wasn't for my benevolence back then, something like this wouldn't have happened." Su Qingxue blamed herself to the extreme. To her, Aunt Jiang was no different from a family member, and it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that she was the closest person to her. Although her grandparents had been very good to her, the one who had always been by her side was Aunt Jiang. Su Qingxue felt suffocated when she thought about how the first old man she saw when she went home every day had fallen into the hands of a lunatic. Yi Fan looked at the woman's face, which was getting worse and worse, and couldn't help but shout, "Su Qingxue, listen up. If you want to save Aunt Jiang, don't panic. She's not dead yet. If you cry now, it won't be of any help to save Aunt Jiang." Su Qingxue stared blankly at the man, sobbed a few times, and nodded. "Heh. Yi Fan, aren't you afraid of scaring your little wife by shouting and shouting? Let me tell you, I'm in a bad mood. If I don't see Su Qingxue leave the building in a helicopter within 5 minutes, I'll kill the hostage. Kill President Li first, or kill Jiang Yuan first. You can choose for yourselves." Song Xinghe laughed evilly. Although he had sent people to protect his women, he had forgotten about President Li. Of course, part of the reason was that he subconsciously felt that no matter what Song Xinghe did, he would not extend his hand to the orphanage. From the looks of it, he had still misjudged Song Xinghe's ruthlessness. This guy already had no bottom line. "If you want to capture my wife, don't you want my life? I'll be the hostage, or you can let me see Aunt Jiang and President Li, and we'll exchange them face to face." Yi Fan said. Song Xinghe sneered. "Do you think I'm stupid? I already know your background, so I won't meet you face to face. I just want to slowly torture you, slowly let you experience all kinds of pain. I want you to live a life worse than death before I'm done playing. Don't even think about finding me, much less expect me to release the hostages." It seemed that Song Xinghe already knew of his overseas name, and it probably had something to do with Selena. "Let me go. If I go, there might be a chance for Aunt Jiang and Dean Li to live. If I don't go, there really won't be a chance. He will continue to capture other hostages, and the casualties will only increase." Su Qingxue calmed down and wiped her tears. Fan Xian knew that what the woman said was the truth, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't abandon Li Shuhua's life. "Wife, I will definitely save you. Don't worry," Yi Fan said solemnly. Su Qingxue forced a smile and nodded. "That's right. Don't worry, I haven't had enough fun yet. I won't kill anyone immediately. 5 minutes for minutes left." Song Xinghe laughed complacently. Yi Fan took the phone. "Shut up." Finished speaking, Yi Fan directly crushed the phone. For minutes later, on the tarmac at the top of the splendid building, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue walked to the side of the helicopter. Inside the helicopter, there was only a pilot wearing large goggles, but just by looking at half of his face, he could recognize who this person was. Song Xinghe? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to attack, he realized that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "Androids." The pilot, Song Xinghe, grinned. That's enough, right? I'll personally pick up your wife." Yi Fan knew that even if this bionic man was killed, Song Xinghe would still be fine, so he could only give up. However, this bionic man actually knew his true identity and was even obeying the commands of the main body. It could be seen that Song Xinghe's control over the bionic man had already reached a whole new level. Not only could he allow the bionic man to have the memories of the main body, but he could also allow it to be restricted by the program. Under the premise that he knew that he was a bionic man, he could still completely submit to the main body. As a result, Song Xinghe's control over the bionic man had naturally reached a new height. Such a scientific research result, there was no lack of funds for the competition. The most likely reason was that Selena had funded him. "I'm leaving," Su Qingxue said faintly. Yi Fan clenched his fists and nodded. "Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen." Su Qingxue pursed her lips and sat in the helicopter. The fake Song Xinghe saluted Yi Fan sarcastically. "Don't worry. I will take good care of your wife. Also, I have to remind you, if you let me find out that you are following me, you should know what will happen to your little wife if the helicopter explodes. All right, old friend, goodbye." The helicopter quickly rose into the air and flew towards the southeast. It was obvious that it was heading towards the sea. After Yi Fan watched the plane leave, he went all the way to the underground garage and drove out of the building. After getting on the road, he took out his phone and dialed the numbers of the various women. This was an extraordinary moment. The safest way to protect all the women was to gather them together. The safest place that Yi Fan could think of was Chu Yunyao's Cloud Club. There were military forces there, and Chu Yunyao had set up many defensive measures that could defend against Song Xinghe's technological methods. Feng Yuing, Duke Yuner, Ning Zimo, who was on the way back to the Purple Leaf Tea House, and even Mu, who was in class, were all notified by Yi Fan one by one, telling them to hurry to the Cloud Club with the assassins beside them. Chu Yunyao received the call, and after hearing the news, she also realized the seriousness of the situation. She asked, "Then what do we do now? Do you need me to send nanomachines to search for Song Xinghe's whereabouts?" Yi Fan said, "No need. Even if we find Song Xinghe in Huahai, it will definitely only be his bionic substitute. Our only chance is to find his real stronghold and give his main body a thunderous blow. If we can't track his helicopter, then it might be a bit difficult to find his stronghold in the vast ocean." Chu Yunyao said. Yi Fan said, "I know this too, but the key is that he has hostages in his hands, so if I want to attack and save him, I have to plan carefully." "Then what are you going to do?" "I'm afraid that Song Xinghe has set up an inescapable net, and who knows how many traps he has set up." Chu Yunyao frowned and said, "Don't screw up. You agreed to fight for the position of patriarch for me, so you can't die first." Yi Fan smiled. He didn't know if the woman was really worried about her future, or if she was using this method to tell him to be careful. "Help me settle him down. Don't run around. I'll think of something else." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he hung up and then dialed Xiao Linfuan's number. "Boss, what's the matter?" "I'm in a meeting," Xiao Linfuan whispered. Chapter 691. 069, 1 inch what? Xiao Linfuan suddenly raised his voice. "Song Xinghe? He really didn't die?" Not only did he not die, his counterattack this time was even fiercer. He took hostages and threatened your sister-in-law to go to his place. Yi Fan said in a deep voice. When Xiao Linfu heard this, he exclaimed, "Sister-in-law has been captured." Then, "Boss, I called you just to let you tell the Dragon King that I will use my own method to deal with this guy. I don't need your help, but you have to be mentally prepared. There might be some special situations in Huahai. In addition, if I were to make a move, I would call for help. Dragon Soul, don't give me any trouble." Yi Fan said. After Xiao Linfu understood, he said uneasily, "Boss, do you want to call all your old brothers over to deal with a single Song Xinghe? Is there a need to mobilize so many people? Besides, They're all on Purgatory Island, so they won't be able to come over in time. Xiao Linfuan asked, then how about I apply to send a group of Dragon Soul agents over? It's not worth it. Song Xinghe is definitely prepared. If your Dragon Soul makes a move, it will only alert the enemy. So keep your men to maintain law and order. If we can settle the battle at sea, then that would be for the best. If we really want to fight in the city, then you guys have to be mentally prepared. Yi Fan said. Xiao Linfuan took a deep breath. I know the situation. I will immediately explain it to the Dragon King. You go save sister-in-law as soon as possible. If the Dragon Soul has any movements, I will tell you. After Yi Fan hung up the phone, he drove the car onto the highway and continued to speed up, heading toward the airport. At the same time, Yi Fan made another call to the Leviathan. The Leviathan, who was on Purgatory Island with nothing to do, received the call. He was obviously surprised. Boss, why are you suddenly looking for me? Yi Fan said, Big Cuttlefish, are there any ships that can be used in the high seas near the southeastern Sea of China? The Leviathan thought for a moment and replied, In the seas near China, my only vassal organization is the Tiger Head Shark, but it has already been destroyed. Because of the influence of the Dragon Soul, there are relatively few gray organizations on the sea. Some of them are too small and want to join us, the Sea Demons, but I don't care about them. Yi Fan frowned. That doesn't belong to us. Could it be that there aren't any other organizations operating there? Leviathan immediately said, Yes. There were also some who relied on colluding with the governments of different countries to do well. It's just that these guys are the shame of our pirate world. They cooperate with the government to extort the merchant ships of other countries. Sometimes they become soldiers. Sometimes they become pirates. It doesn't matter if they're soldiers or pirates. I want a ship. Yi Fan reiterated. Leviathan chuckled and said, Boss, there's an organization called Sea Warriors that can barely reach the B-class. They operate in the high seas southeast of China. Their ships were obtained from the self-defense forces of Fusang country. Although they were all obsolete ships, they were still better than ordinary pirate ships. I heard that they colluded with the government of Fusang country and have been harassing some fishing boats and merchant ships of Xia country. If boss is interested, I can find out their current location and send it to you. Yi Fan said, No need to send it to me. Just tell Asmuntis directly, huh? Tell the sloppy ghost? Boss, why? Leviathan was puzzled. There's no need to ask. He'll tell you the specifics. After Fan Xian finished speaking, he hung up the phone, accelerated the car to its fastest speed, and rushed to the airport. As night fell, on the high seas in the southeast of China, a helicopter slowly landed on top of a pitch-black submarine. When the helicopter landed smoothly, the platform slowly descended into the submarine, and the top was sealed once again. The helicopter door opened, and after the pilot, Song Xinghe, came down, he opened the cabin door at the back and made an inviting gesture. Please, Madam Yi, welcome to the Star River submarine. Song Xinghe grinned. Su Qingxue got off the helicopter and looked around. It was all silver-black metal structure, and she couldn't see anyone else. Song Xinghe threw away the helmet on his head and pressed a button on the wall. A door opened, revealing a passageway. Su Qingxue could only follow Song Xinghe in. Along the way, she didn't see any living people. Instead, there were some robots that were moving around in the submarine through rollers. Su Qingxue revealed a surprised expression. It was hard to imagine that the crew of this submarine were all robots. There's no need to be surprised. Robots can do what human crews can do, and they're absolutely loyal, and the cost is also lower than that of bionics. Song Xinghe said proudly as he walked. Su Qingxue came back to her senses and said, I've already followed you here. Aunt Jiang and President Li. You should let me meet them, right? Song Xinghe turned around and teased. Miss Su, you don't seem to understand the current situation. Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? I'll let you see him whenever I want to. You must obey me. Su Qingxue clenched her teeth. Who said I have to listen to you? As she spoke, the woman grabbed her throat and said, If you don't let me confirm whether they are safe or not, I will commit suicide right now. Since I was captured by you, I will either be humiliated or die. Even if I die, you can't do anything to Yi Fan. Song Xinghe narrowed his eyes. You don't have to scare me. You don't have the guts to commit suicide. Besides, even if you die, I can still use that old woman to threaten Yi Fan. Then you could try. Let's see if Yi Fan will still be threatened by you after I die. Su Qingxue said with a resolute gaze. After the two of them confronted each other for more than a minute, Song Xinghe spread out his hands. All right, there's no harm in letting you take a look. Follow me. As he spoke, Song Xinghe brought Su Qingxue into a cabin. It looked like a bedroom for resting. There was a large bed, a flat-screen monitor, and some basic cabinets. Where are Aunt Jiang and President Li? Su Qingxue asked. Song Xinghe walked in front of the flat-screen monitor and turned it on. Then, an image appeared. On the screen, it was Aunt Jiang and President Li. Aunt Jiang seemed to have been knocked unconscious by some kind of medicine, while President Li was sitting in the corner with his mouth covered, but it was impossible to see where he was. Aunt Jiang! Aunt Jiang! President Li! Su Qingxue shouted a few times, but the old man obviously couldn't hear her. Don't waste your energy. You can't hear me. But the two old men are still alive. Miss Su, don't you want me to let them go? Song Xinghe asked with an evil smile. Su Qingxue coldly said, You're willing to let them go? I guess there are some conditions. Chapter 692. 0692 this time. What appeared behind the door were a dozen or so men with different skin colors, ragged clothes, ugly appearances, and messy hair. This group of men were all bound by electronic shackles. Their eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and their mouths were dripping with saliva. As soon as they saw Su Qingxue, every man's eyes began to emit fanaticism. Song Xinghe, what do you mean by this? Su Qingxue asked coldly. Haha, Miss Su, these vagrants have been locked up here for more than a week. They have been injected with enough medicine every day, but there are no women who can satisfy them. Tell me, when such a group of animals see a beauty like you, how can their eyes not light up? Song Xinghe's expression was twisted as he laughed. Is this why you captured me? Su Qingxue still maintained her composure. Do you think I will let you succeed? Song Xinghe leisurely picked up a camera from the side and said, Of course I know that Miss Su is a chaste woman. Even if she dies, she won't let herself be defiled by a group of vagrants. However, when you're awake, you can resist, but if you're not awake, that might not be the case. Just as he finished speaking, Song Xinghe took out a tranquilizer gun from behind him and shot a needle at Su Qingxue. Huahai, Ivy League Orphanage, the door was tightly locked. In President Li's office, Song Xinghe, who was wearing a black leather jacket, was lying on a chair, looking at the laptop screen on the table. On the screen, the scene inside the submarine was playing. Seeing Su Qingxue's situation, Song Xinghe's eyes were filled with anticipation. At the side, Tong Huijin was wearing a black sweater and black leather pants. Her sexy and mature figure was very attractive. The woman knelt on the ground and helped Song Xinghe massage his legs. Master, has this Yi Fan been tricked? Didn't you hear what he said on the phone? It's just as I thought. He must have installed something like a tracker on Su Qingxue or used some method to find the location of our submarine through satellites or something like that. He thought the hostages were on the high seas, so he wanted to go to the airport to take a plane and fly to the high seas. Then, he used a pirate ship to save them all at once. It's just a pity that he won't be able to find our submarine. Even if he does, the hostage isn't there. He still has to listen to me. Master, what should we do next? Tong Huijin asked with a smile. Of course, it's to take advantage of the fact that Yi Fan isn't in Huahai to go to the Cloud Club and control his other women. He gathered all the women in one place, which made it convenient for me. At that time, when he returns empty-handed from the sea, he will discover that all of his other women have fallen into my hands. Song Xinghe laughed out loud. But didn't Yi Fan send a lot of people to protect those women? Tong Huijin said with a frown. Song Xinghe kicked Tong Huijin's chest, causing the woman to fall to the ground. Stupid woman, what do you know? Why do you have to fight them head-on? We have hundreds of hostages from the orphanage in our hands. I don't believe that they can hold themselves back if we ask them to come out. If they dare to let me wait for a minute, I will shoot a little bastard. 2 minutes. If they can wait for Yi Fan to return, then all the children here will die. Tong Huizhen stared blankly at Song Xinghe. Seeing the flames of madness in the man's eyes, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid. At this moment, a sigh came from outside the office. Song Xinghe, you really are hopeless. Hearing this voice, Song Xinghe's entire body quivered as he suddenly looked out. Yi Fan. He only saw Yi Fan's figure walk in from outside, standing at the door and looking at him with a face as dark as water. You, didn't you go to the high seas on the plane? Why are you here? Song Xinghe's eyes widened. Yi Fan expressionlessly said, I just went to the airport and watched the plane take off. Which eye of yours saw me get on the plane? Song Xinghe and Tong Huizhen were both stunned. They really didn't see Yi Fan board the plane, but through the eavesdropping, they tacitly assumed that he had rushed to board the plane. After searching for an entire afternoon, I didn't expect you to be here. You really know how to pick a place. Is this the so-called most dangerous place? The safest place? Yi Fan sighed. Song Xinghe swallowed his saliva and said, Do you think that by lying to me, you can make me release the hostages? Don't forget, Su Qingxue is in my hands. Don't tell me you don't care about Su Qingxue anymore. Is that so? Are you sure? Yi Fan revealed a strange smile. Inside the Star River submarine, he originally thought that with this shot, Su Qingxue would definitely fall, but things didn't go as smoothly as Song Xinghe had thought. The moment the anesthetic needle was shot out, Su Qingxue nimbly dodged backwards. Song Xinghe was stunned for a moment. Seeing Su Qingxue's nimble movements, he frowned and said, I didn't expect Miss Su to have this kind of ability. Su Qingxue sneered and said, With just you still want to charm me? Song Xinghe's eyes were ruthless as he shot a few more times towards Su Qingxue. However, he was unable to hit any part of Su Qingxue. From Song Xinghe's point of view, this was inconceivable. Even if Su Qingxue cultivated inner force, when did her movement technique and consciousness become so good? Damn it! Without saying a word, Song Xinghe threw away the tranquilizer gun and pounced towards Su Qingxue. His fighting style was exactly the same as that bionic Zhang Ziyu. It seemed to be filled with the skills of a special forces soldier on the battlefield. The moment he made his move, it was aimed at Su Qingxue's vitals. After Su Qingxue dodged the first wave of attacks with a backflip, she dodged all over the room, not letting Song Xinghe touch her. Your own bionics, like other bionics, should have used all sorts of data to write their combat skills into an intelligent program and write them into your heads. You're smart enough to know that the internal energy of an ancient martial artist can't be reflected through data, and the effects of ancient martial arts won't be good. The simplest and most effective way is to convert the combat skills of the special forces into data and input them into your brain. You really have an idea. Su Qingxue dodged and moved while leisurely commenting. Song Xinghe had fought for more than 30 moves, but he still couldn't catch Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue clearly had some strength left, but she didn't retaliate. This finally made him realize that something was wrong. He suddenly stood still and sized up Su Qingxue. A circle of light appeared in his eyes, as if he was scanning something about Su Qingxue. Suddenly, Song Xinghe exclaimed, You're not Su Qingxue? Who are you? What do you mean? If I'm not Su Qingxue, could it be that I'm still Su Zhongxue? The woman smiled. Su Qingxue's height is between 168 and 170 meters, and your height in high heels doesn't even reach this standard. You're not Su Qingxue. Song Xinghe was very angry. He felt that he had been fooled. From the very beginning, this fake Su Qingxue had been stalling for time. What a pity. I still want to play more. Chapter 693, 069, 3 Inchitsu. Song Xinghe finally understood why he was unable to knock this woman down. Song Xinghe, you said that you understand my brother Yi Fan's background. Then didn't you properly check what kind of talent every great demon in Inferno possesses? Fog Knight laughed mockingly. My master, Asmontis, is known as the #1 assassin in the world. His concealment skills are unparalleled in the world. If he doesn't even know how to disguise himself, then what kind of #1 assassin is he? No, impossible. Song Xinghe had never seen a disguise technique before, so he was naturally very shocked. When did you guys switch? Fog Knight shrugged. Isn't it obvious? You gave Sister Sue 5 minutes to get on the plane. Even if I had 3 or 4 minutes, it would be enough for me to disguise myself. Thinking about the scene outside the elevator, following Yi Fan's request, quickly taking off his clothes and changing clothes with Su Qingxue, Fog Knight felt that it was a little funny. Fortunately, just in case, he could act as a substitute for Su Qingxue at a critical moment and protect her. Fog Knight had long since brought along the disguise item with him. Originally, it was used in some dangerous situations as a substitute to confuse assassins. However, this time, it was used in place of kidnapping. It could be considered to have a miraculous effect. It had to be said that as an assassin, Fog Knight worked very hard in all aspects of his studies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to learn Asmontis' disguise technique. At the same time, in the Ivy League orphanage, in the principal's office, Song Xinghe and Tong Huijin saw on the computer screen that the person who appeared in the submarine was actually Fog Knight. They already revealed expressions of disbelief. You have your high-tech bionics, and I also have experts who are proficient in all sorts of concealment techniques. Song Xinghe, don't tell me you think that I found a group of top assassins to protect my woman just because they are good at concealment? Yi Fan said. Song Xinghe angrily slammed the table. His face contorted as he said, You were in the building. You deliberately crushed Su Qingxue's phone. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders, admitting it. At that time, his first reaction was to let Fog Knight disguise himself as Su Qingxue. In order to ensure that Song Xinghe wouldn't find out, he would need to destroy the phone that was bugged. At the same time, there were cameras in the elevator, and there was a risk of being monitored, so he changed his clothes outside the elevator. After that, Fog Knight boarded the helicopter. The real Su Qingxue was in the building, taking the stairs to the underground garage. Then you keep saying that you want to find a ship on the high seas. Is it for... Of course it's to get my brothers to bring Rower back. Even without me, I can still do this. Yi Fan directly interrupted Song Xinghe's question. The assassins of Baphomet all carried tracking chips with them, and they were all implanted under their skin. Asmontis could easily locate Misty Knight and help her retreat. Then you told the Dragon Soul not to do anything and said that he would solve the problem himself. Is that also a smokescreen? That's right. That's all for you to hear. Of course. My brothers in the Dragon Soul also think that this is all true. Yi Fan said, You don't need to ask anymore. Those bionic hands of yours outside have all been killed by me. Everything should be over. Song Xinghe's entire body trembled. He naturally did not know what had happened outside while he was looking at the computer screen. With Yi Fan's current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to quietly get rid of the androids guarding the orphanage. However, Song Xinghe still laughed strangely. He narrowed his eyes. No, it's not over yet. Yi Fan, if you have really taken care of all the hidden dangers, then you should have already made your move to kill me. Let me guess. Why didn't you make a move? Oh, right. You found out that there were no hostages here, right? You found out that President Li and Jiang Yuan aren't here, right? Yi Fan frowned. He really couldn't find President Li and Aunt Jiang. In fact, after he arrived at the airport, he secretly ran over to Chu Yunyao's place. Although he told Chu Yunyao on the phone that he didn't need to use nanomachines to search for Hua Hai, it was only used to confuse Song Xinghe, so that Song Xinghe wouldn't hide even deeper. After Yi Fan arrived at Chu Yunyao's place, he told the woman the real plan. Chu Yunyao used the nanomachines to search many areas of Hua Hai, only to discover that Song Xinghe and Tong Huijin were actually staying in the orphanage. However, President Li and Aunt Jiang couldn't find them no matter how hard they tried. The nanomachines had already searched the surroundings of the orphanage, but to no avail. In addition, Fog Knight could no longer disguise itself, so Yi Fan could only reveal himself. Haha, looks like your search ability is only SOSO. Even if you deceived me, the hostage is still in my hands. Yi Fan, do you dare to kill me? Song Xinghe proudly walked in front of Yifan. Yifan remained silent. Firstly, he couldn't guarantee that the person in front of him was Song Xinghe's real body. Secondly, he didn't dare to joke around with the lives of the two old men. Why don't you commit suicide in front of me? If you die, I'll let the people around you go. Song Xinghe spread out his hands. Yifan thought for a moment, then said, Song Xinghe, don't you think that it's very stupid for you to play this kind of trick with me? What did you say? Song Xinghe said with a cold expression. Don't forget that the hostage is in my hands. So what if you have a hostage? You can't find a way to kill me head on. You don't even dare to appear in front of me without a hostage. Since you know my past, you should know that I'm used to losing important people around me. If my enemy could force me to commit suicide by capturing someone close to me, I would have died 1,000 times over. If you dare to kill the hostage, I will kill you. It's that simple. I am the one in control, and you have two paths in front of you. 1. Let go of the hostage and scram forever. 2. You cannot let go. I will not kill you for the time being, but you will not get anything. And sooner or later, I will find the hostage and kill you. Song Xinghe's face alternated between red and white, and his entire body trembled in anger. Finally, he laughed sinisterly and said, All right, then I'll wait for you to kill me. After saying that, Song Xinghe waved his hand, indicating to Tong Huijin, who was behind him, Let's go. The two of them walked out of the office and arrived at the top floor of the orphanage building. Song Xinghe looked at the corpses of several androids that had fallen to the ground in the orphanage, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Yifan did not stop him. Before he found the hostage, he did not want to provoke Song Xinghe too much. At that time, he would jump over the wall in desperation and fight to the death. Then Aunt Jiang and President Li would be in danger. Not long after, a helicopter flew over from afar. It was obvious that Song Xinghe had already arranged a way to retreat. The helicopter hovered in the air and lowered the rope ladder. Song Xinghe and Tong Huijin climbed up one after another. Chapter 694. 0694. When the helicopter left, Yifan jumped down the stairs and found the little thing on the lawn. It was a small ball of paper, pinched to the point that it was smaller than a fingernail. If it wasn't for Yifan's sharp eyes, it would have been difficult for ordinary people to catch it. After opening the ball of paper, there was a string of numbers written on it. 122341421300256679. Yifan frowned. He didn't know what this was, so he could only put it aside for now. He then hurriedly ran into the office. The notebook was still open, and Fog Knight had already cut off the fake Song Xinghe's head after the battle. Son, can you hear me? Yifan tried to use the system to talk to Fog Knight. Fog Knight put away his katana, looked around, and immediately nodded. Brother Yifan, where are you? Did you find a real Song Xinghe? I don't know if what I found is real or not. Look in the submarine and see if the hostage is there. If not, meet up with your master as soon as possible and then come back. Yifan said. After receiving the order, Fog Knight quickly ran out and began to search for the submarine. However, Yifan didn't have much hope, because if the hostage was really in the submarine, then Song Xinghe wouldn't have left so calmly just now. Yifan arrived outside the orphanage. Coincidentally, a white Bentley and a black Mercedes-Benz S600 arrived at the door. The ones who walked out of the car were Su Qingxue, Chu Yinyao, Ning Zimo, Feng Yueying, Du Yin'er, and Mu Mu Mu. This was the first time that all the women around Yifan had gathered together. However, none of the women had the leisure to care about the atmosphere or whether it was awkward or not. This was because they were all worried about Song Xinghe and the hostages situation. Now that they found Song Xinghe here, Yifan took the lead and came over. The women were not at ease, so they decided to come and take a look. In any case, since they knew the enemy's movements, there was no need to hide in the Cloud Club. How is it? Did you find Aunt Jiang and the Dean? Su Qingxue was the first to ask anxiously. The woman was still wearing Fog Knight's clothes, which were obviously small and quite tight. Yifan helplessly shook his head. There's still no news. Song Xinghe is hiding very well. He just won't let go of the hostages. Of course, he wouldn't believe that you would give him another chance to live. To him, Other than constantly looking for opportunities to take revenge, he has no other goal in life. Chu Yinyao chuckled. Chu Yinyao, now that we haven't even found the hostage, how can you still laugh? Su Qingxue frowned. Chu Yinyao raised her eyebrows. I say, Miss Su, if you can't find a hostage, you don't need me to cry, right? Aren't you a scientific genius? Didn't you say that you were very skilled in the clubhouse? Why haven't they found Aunt Jiang yet? He could only watch as Song Xinghe and the others ran away. Su Qingxue was about to go crazy. When she thought that Auntie Jiang might never be found again, she became more and more flustered. Chu Yinyao shrugged her shoulders. If you think I don't have the ability, then go look for it yourself. But before you look for it, don't change your real skin-tight clothes. You. Su Qingxue was about to explode from anger. This woman was actually mocking her. Looking at the two women who were already at odds with each other, and now they were even arguing, Yi Fan, who was at the side, felt a headache coming on. Feng Yuing, Du Yin'er, and Ning Zimo, who were at the side, were rather harmonious, but no one dared to stop them. Yi Fan wanted to find a way to divert the attention of the two women, so he slapped his forehead and said, Oh, right. Let me take a look at the number on this piece of paper. Wife, you're especially sensitive to numbers. Take a look at what this is. Leaf Yi Fan showed the slip of paper to Su Qingxue. After Su Qingxue read it over, she frowned and said, What is this? What did you get it from? It doesn't look like a bank account. Could it be a running number? Poochie. Chu Yinyao, who was at the side, giggled happily. Miss Su, you really have money in your eyes. Why do you think of everything in terms of business? What do you mean? Do you know? Su Qingxue said with a cold face. Li Fanxian frowned. All right, Yinyao, if you know what it is, then hurry up and say it. Time is precious. Chu Yinyao sighed and said, This is very obvious. It's a coordinate. Could it be that you guys didn't even go to geography class when you were young? You're saying this is the latitude and longitude? Yi Fan suddenly realized. Yeah, it's just that this coordinate is accurate to the decimal point. It's very accurate. And the person who wrote the coordinates was in a hurry, so he didn't write the decimal point clearly. However, a smart woman like me can still see it. Chu Yinyao said as she looked at Su Qingxue in ridicule. Su Qingxue didn't have the time to care about the provocation and asked, What do these coordinates represent? Li Fanxian's mind flashed. He quickly took out his phone and entered the coordinates into a GPS map. Only after checking did he discover that this place was a nameless island in the southeast of Huahai. That place was filled with these small, undeveloped islands. Other than a few fishing boats, there were almost no ships that passed by. Your nanomachines. Can't you cross the ocean? Yi Fan asked Chu Yinyao. Of course, the robot is in the water and can't move normally. How can it go to the sea? Chu Yinyao said. Li Fanxian was ecstatic and said, I'll go over now. The girls also understood that these coordinates were most likely the location of the hostage. If it was a place that could only be reached by crossing the ocean, then of course Chu Yinyao wouldn't be able to find hostages. If Song Xinghe wanted to escape, he definitely wouldn't stay in China and go overseas. Therefore, putting the hostages on the escape route and taking them along with him was indeed the most convenient. After all, in order to protect himself, he had to put the hostages within his control. If they were too far away from him, he wouldn't feel at ease. I'll go too. Su Qingxue's face was filled with persistence. In her heart, she was still afraid that something would happen to Aunt Jiang. She definitely didn't want to stay at home and foolishly wait for the news. Yi Fan thought about it. It was good to let the women go together. At least he could ensure that Song Xinghe wouldn't kill any vicious spears. So he nodded and agreed to the woman's request. They went by helicopter. Wouldn't it be too slow for us to drive over to save the hostages? Chu Yinyao asked. Yi Fan smiled and said, The hostages don't necessarily need us to save them. Even if I can't get there immediately, I can still let the others go and save them first. Chu Yinyao's eyes lit up. She took out her phone and said, I'll contact the army. Song Xinghe can't eavesdrop on my phone. An hour later, on a small island in the southeast of Huahai, a seemingly ordinary private yacht was docked at the side of the island. Song Xinghe's helicopter slowly landed on the yacht. It was obviously impossible to rely on the helicopter's fuel to go too far away, so he still needed to resupply. After getting off the helicopter, Song Xinghe first went to the cockpit, drew up a route to leave, and started the yacht. After that, he brought Tong Huijin into the lower cabin of the yacht. Dean Li, Aunt Jiang, it feels like, before Song Xinghe could finish his words, he was stunned. The room that was originally used to hold the hostages was completely empty. How is this possible? Song Xinghe was shocked. He immediately came to his senses and turned around to run out. However, when he walked out of the cabin again, he discovered that the yacht had already been stopped by someone. On the deck, there was already a group of soldiers wearing amphibious combat equipment and armed with live ammunition. They were aiming their black muzzles at him. "Raise your hands and face the wall. Hurry up," a soldier shouted loudly. Song Xinghe's face was still filled with doubt. He did not know how he was found. Chapter 695. 0695 Other than Su Qingxue and Chu Yinyao, the other women all chose to stay in the military camp area on the shore. The two women sat on the speedboat, while Yi Fan stood at the bow of the speedboat. When he saw Song Xinghe and Tong Huijin, who were already surrounded on the deck, Yi Fan immediately jumped into the air and steadily landed on the deck. "Song Xinghe, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon." Yi Fan grinned. "Why did you find me?" Why? Song Xinghe was about to go crazy. He should have noticed all sorts of details and made sure that no one was following them. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "How to find you is not important. What's important is that you no longer have any hostages." Right at this moment, Su Qingxue walked onto the small island. On the small island, two soldiers were supporting President Li, and Aunt Jiang was also standing there. Although their skin was pale, the two of them were obviously fine. They had been hiding in the cave on the island before. "Aunt Jiang, are you all right?" When Su Qingxue saw Aunt Jiang, she finally couldn't hold back her tears. Although it had only been less than a day, it had already scared the woman. Aunt Jiang hugged Su Qingxue and kept shaking her head. She smiled with tears in her eyes. "It's okay, miss, I'm fine now. Other than my head still feeling dizzy and weak, I'm fine." Seeing this, Song Xinghe's gaze darkened. He muttered, "I know that the hostages are here. The people who know this place, other than myself. It's..." Song Xinghe slowly turned his head and looked at Tong Huijin, who was behind him. At the same time, Tong Huijin's face was filled with determination. She suddenly pounced on Song Xinghe and strangled his neck from behind. "Bastard! You killed my son. I want you dead," Tong Huijin screamed, wanting to strangle Song Xinghe to death. Yi Fan did not expect this scene and couldn't help but be startled. However, Song Xinghe's body had obviously been modified to become even stronger. Not only was he not affected, he even grabbed Tong Huijin's neck, lifted the woman up, and threw her towards the metal railing on the side of the boat. Clang! Tong Huijin hit it and fell into the sea. Yi Fan frowned and said to the amphibious combat team members, "Go and save her to the shore." The special warfare officer frowned. "Who are you? Why do you have to command us to fight? Just do as I say. Do you want a rebel?" Chu Yinyao shouted from the speedboat. When the officer heard Chu Yunyao's words, he immediately accepted the order and sent two team members to pick up Tong Huijin. Bitch! You actually betrayed me?" Song Xinghe roared in exasperation. Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang, who were on the shore, were on guard when they saw Tong Huijin, who was drenched in sweat, being brought up. "Yi Fan, she was the one who knocked me out. I'll kill her right now." Aunt Jiang's face was full of anger. "No." Yi Fan hurriedly stopped her and said, "Aunt Jiang, Tong Huijin is on our side. She was the one who brought us here. She should have her reasons." "What?" Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang both looked at the woman in surprise. Tong Huijin's face was full of sorrow and guilt as she muttered, I'm sorry. Yi Fan sighed. "You should be the bionic Tong Huijin, right? Why did you help Song Xinghe capture Aunt Jiang? And now you're helping us." Tong Huijin raised her head and said bitterly, "I can't disobey the orders that Song Xinghe gave me, but I actually don't want to do that. The only thing I can do is send the news to you guys while he's not paying attention. Leaf, after hearing this, Fan Xian finally understood. This Tong Huizhen was an android. When she was controlled by Song Xinghe, she was unable to make her own decisions, and her own thoughts were no longer of the same mind as Song Xinghe. Qingxue, please believe me, Song Xinghe was the one who told me to kidnap Aunt Jiang. If I let him find out that I was going to disobey him, he would probably force me to kill someone or do something else. I really don't want to do anything to let you down. I'm very grateful that you forgave me back then and gave me another chance to be a human. I really don't want to do anything bad anymore. Tong Huizhen started crying sorrowfully. Seeing Tong Huizhen crying so heart-wrenchingly, Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang were both stunned. They didn't know what to do. The person in front of them was clearly an android, but her emotions were so real. On the deck, when Song Xinghe heard this, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Bitch! He was just an android, yet he dared to make his own decision. Do you really think you're a human? I'll detonate you right now. As Song Xinghe spoke, he took out a special cell phone that he carried with him, intending to press some number. Li Fanxian knew that this thing was definitely used to control androids. So how could he give Song Xinghe a chance? In a flash, Yi Fan had already appeared in front of Song Xinghe and grabbed Song Xinghe's wrist. Crack, crack! Song Xinghe screamed. The joints of his hand immediately deformed, and his phone also fell to the ground. Yi Fan threw Song Xinghe over his shoulder again. After a 180-degree turn, Song Xinghe was heavily thrown onto the deck, causing a few small pits to appear on the deck. This fall was already very heavy, but Song Xinghe's modified body did not suffer any fatal injuries. He turned around and grabbed Yi Fan's arm, kicking towards Yi Fan's thigh. However, Yi Fan stood there motionlessly. Song Xinghe's strength could not affect him at all. You. Song Xinghe realized that Yi Fan's strength was not something he could shake. Yi Fan expressionlessly said, "Last time, I pierced through your heart, but you survived. I wonder if you can survive this time." No. Don't. No. When Song Xinghe realized what was about to happen, he finally began to beg in fear. However, Yi Fan didn't want any more accidents to happen. With a punch, he directly shattered Song Xinghe's head. The deck was in a mess. A headless corpse struggled a few times and was completely dead. Phew, this is a real person. It seems like it's finally over. It's a pity that I still didn't get his bionic technology. Chu Yinyao walked onto the deck and said with a regretful expression. Yi Fan stood up and looked at the corpse on the ground. He felt that something was wrong. When Yi Fan raised his head and saw the helicopter on the upper deck, he finally came back to his senses. What exactly was the problem? Pilot, where's the helicopter pilot? Yi Fan asked the Special Forces officer beside him. The officer and the Special Forces members were all at a loss, and then they were all very surprised. He didn't drive his own helicopter here? The officer asked. Li Fanxian's scalp went numb. That's right, just now, someone drove a helicopter to pick up Song Xinghe and Tong Huizhen. The pilot who was with them must also be on the boat. How could he suddenly evaporate now? Chapter 696. 0696 inch. There's someone under the boat. The people on the boat couldn't see what was going on underwater, but Su Qingxue, who was on the shore, happened to notice it. A man whose entire body was drenched in sweat emerged from the sea and quickly ran towards the shore. It was another Song Xinghe. Regardless of whether he was an android or not, it was obvious that when he noticed that something was wrong, he had quietly slipped into the water from a hidden position. If Yi Fan had arrived earlier, he would have been able to discover one or two of them. However, Yi Fan had only arrived later, so he naturally didn't know when this guy had slipped away. Get off the boat. Yi Fan understood something and immediately shouted. However, it was still too late. The entire yacht emitted a loud explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Balls of fire rose from the bottom of the yacht. The large amount of explosives that Song Xinghe had just set up underwater had turned the entire yacht into a burning ship of fire. The first reaction of the sail was to pick up Chu Yunyao, who was already stunned, and then suddenly jump up, leaping towards the shore. However, the only one he could save was Chu Yunyao. The other amphibious Special Forces members were unable to react as quickly as possible and were immediately surrounded by the fire. A large amount of yacht fuel floated on the surface of the sea. There were also flames burning on the surface of the sea. A group of team members screamed loudly. Some of them were directly killed by the explosion, while others jumped into the sea to survive. On the shore, Song Xinghe, who had rushed out of the sea, took advantage of the fact that Yi Fan had yet to reach the shore and directly ran in Su Qingshue's direction. His face was ferocious as he staked everything on one throw. It was obvious that he wanted Yi Fan to lose his love and complete his final bloody counterattack. At the same time that the two Special Forces members protecting President Li reacted, they raised their submachine guns and shot 2 bullets at Song Xinghe. However, the bullets had turned Song Xinghe's flesh and blood into a bloody mess, but they were unable to kill him. On Song Xinghe's legs, arms, and chest, there were some metal structures and bones. At the same time, it revealed the truth of the bionic human, which also meant that the ordinary guns of these two Special Forces members were unable to cause any fatal damage to him. "Miss, run. I'll block it." Aunt Jiang anxiously wanted to go up and fight with Song Xinghe, but there was still a large amount of medicine in her body. Just as she raised her Jinqi, she felt dizzy and knelt on the ground. Aunt Jiang. Of course, it was impossible for Su Qingshui to put down the old man and run by herself. Seeing Song Xinghe coming over, she planned to condense her true qi once again. However, in order to freeze that fake Zhang Ziyu, Su Qingshui had already used too much energy. At this moment, the state of her frost qi had already been greatly reduced. In the air behind him, Yi Fan's gaze was like a falcon as he stared at Song Xinghe charging towards the woman. Although he was still 100 meters away and was still carrying Chu Yinyao in his arms, he still managed to free up a hand. He had never tried to use the sword essence he had learned from the power of heaven and earth at such a distance. But now he could only give it his all. His 2 fingers formed a sword and moved towards Song Xinghe's trajectory from afar. With a prediction, his arm forcefully advanced and thrusted out a sword. Just as Song Xinghe watched helplessly as Song Xinghe approached, he felt that he had no way to resist at all. A sharp sound of something tearing through the air came from the air. An invisible sword intent was like a bullet fired from a heavy sniper rifle. With a powerful trajectory, it went straight into the back of Song Xinghe's neck. Clang! As Song Xinghe ran, his neck was pierced through. The metal in his neck was shattered and his head was twisted. His body tilted, and heavily fell in front of Su Qingshui and Aunt Jiang. At this time, Yi Fan had not even landed on the ground yet. It was enough to show how fast this sword intent was. Chu Yinyao was the closest to him. When she saw Yi Fan's 100 steps piercing yang, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She realized that she had underestimated a man's strength. Su Qingshui was already so scared that her pretty face turned pale, but when she saw Song Xinghe being knocked down by Yi Fan from afar, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, seeing that Yi Fan was carrying Chu Yinyao down, the woman's mood wasn't any better. Just when everyone thought that Song Xinghe's counterattack had finally been stopped, Tong Huizhen, who was not far away, ran towards Su Qingshui. "Qingshui, run!" Su Qingshui and Aunt Jiang still had some doubts about Tong Huizhen. They were filled with doubts about whether this bionic human was an enemy or a friend. At this moment, seeing Tong Huizhen run over with an extremely nervous expression, they were all stunned. Tong Huizhen didn't seem to care too much. She directly pounced towards Song Xinghe's corpse that was lying on the ground. Boom! A ball of fire exploded. Song Xinghe's corpse was actually a bomb. Just now, when he wanted to pounce towards Su Qingshui, what he wanted to do was to self-destruct together with her. Although Tong Huizhen was an android, she knew more of Song Xinghe's secrets. At this moment, she was unable to explain too much, so she chose to use her body as a meat shield to block most of the bomb's power. The shockwave of the bomb still caused Su Qingshui and Aunt Jiang to roll backwards. A cloud of dust flew into the air, and everyone felt a little tinnitus. When some metal fragments and mangled remains fell from the sky, everyone was finally convinced of what had just happened. Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Yi Fan was already halfway there, but he couldn't stop Song Xinghe's corpse from self-destructing. What shocked Yi Fan was that Tong Huizhen was actually willing to use her life to protect Su Qingxue. The ones who were the most shocked were none other than Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang. They were originally suspecting that Tong Huizhen was going to betray them again, but at this moment, Tong Huizhen's actions made all their suspicions vanish into thin air. Su Qingxue looked at Tong Huizhen, whose body had almost been blown to smithereens and only had a few metal bones left in her lower body, and quickly ran over. Tong Huizhen's body had already suffered severe injuries. If not for the fact that many parts of her body were protected by metal, she would have been completely shattered by now. The skin on her face had already been burned away, leaving only half of her face pitch black. It was barely possible to tell that it was her. Why? Why did you do this? Su Qingxue seemed to have collapsed as she knelt beside Tong Huizhen's broken body. Her eyes were moist. Although this kind of explosion might not take Su Qingxue's life. After all, she had the protection of the Aishin Qi, and her recovery ability was also very strong. But in the end, her life was still in danger. Su Qingxue never would have thought that a fake Tong Huizhen would stand up for her and sacrifice herself at such a critical juncture. Light, Qingxue, on Tong Huizhen's metal head. Her eyes moved, and a weak voice came out of her mouth. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes focused, and she hurriedly leaned over and said, You can still speak. Are you all right? Thank you for giving me like that. I'm so unwilling. If I really was a real person, how great would that be? Chapter 697, 0697, Su Qingxue stared blankly. After listening to these intermittent words, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. She clearly knew that the person in front of her was just an android and not the real Tong Huizhen, but she actually had all of Tong Huizhen's memories. It was just that at a point in her life, she had made a different choice and had a different idea. In a sense, the Tong Huizhen in front of her was also the real Tong Huizhen, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even fulfill such a pitiful wish of becoming a human. She wanted to be a new person, a good person, but she was a used bionic human. Wife, don't be sad. Her dream is to become a real person. Although her body is an android, at least she lives more like a human than many people, doesn't she? Yi Fan squatted beside Su Qingxue and comforted her. Su Qingxue looked at the man and nodded, and she should be the first android that Song Xinghe created, so she can escape from Song Xinghe's complete control and have her own thoughts. What a pity! She could have been a good person. Chu Yunyao walked over at this time and said with a sigh. Aunt Jiang wiped her tears, squatted down, and comforted, Miss, no matter what that real Tong Huizhen is like, at least we saw a kind lady. From now on, we will treat her as the real lady. Su Qingxue thought for a moment and said, Let's bring her back. I want to bury her in the cemetery. On the small island, everyone was silent. The only thing that echoed was the sound of the waves hitting the reef. In a quiet coffee shop, the owner of the counter was lying there, dozing off. It wasn't that there were few customers, but that the coffee shop had met two distinguished guests early in the morning. They rented it for the whole day and didn't allow anyone else to spend it. Originally, the owner of the coffee shop thought that some crew had come over to film a commercial or a TV series and was renting a venue. Who would have thought that this man and woman would stay on the second floor of the coffee shop, drinking coffee, drinking tea, and looking at a laptop? They didn't do anything else. The boss was bored and wanted to chat with them, but the man's eyes were too cold. The boss was a little afraid, so he didn't dare to go upstairs and disturb them. It's over. A man dressed in a black suit and purple shirt, dressed like a successful person, had a delicate and handsome face. The man closed the notebook and looked at the woman opposite him. The woman had an oval face, charming facial features, and a voluptuous figure. She was wearing a color-matched dress, which made her look sexy and alluring. What? Do you feel uncomfortable seeing your bionic human save Su Qingxue? The man asked with an evil smile. The woman picked up the coffee cup, took a sip, and took a deep breath. It's just a robot. After all, it's just a robot, yet it was actually bribed by Su Qingxue's hypocrisy. How despicable. He deserved to die. It's just a pity that I didn't kill Su Qingxue. Dealing with Yi Fan is not an easy task to begin with. This time's plan is a simulated battle, and the result is similar to what I thought. Fortunately, we didn't follow this plan. If we had carried it out ourselves, we would have been the ones to die. The man narrowed his eyes. The woman said, "Master, what should we do next? Should we formulate another plan?" The man sneered. "Don't you understand? With our current abilities, it's very difficult to kill Yi Fan. Selena gave me money and told me to kill Yi Fan, but she was actually using me. Although I don't know how Yi Fan managed to stop her, I really hate the feeling of being used as a gun. This time, the plan was just a test. It would be good to be able to kill Yi Fan and make him feel pain, but the other goal was to make Yi Fan think that I am already dead." The man and woman in the coffee shop were Song Xinghe and Tong Huijin. Song Xinghe looked even more scholarly and handsome, while Tong Huijin seemed to have suddenly become a dozen years younger, returning to her youth. Her body had also undergone a transformation, becoming even tighter. Even if Yi Fan brushed past them, it would still be difficult for him to discover that it was them. "Master, do you want to sneak attack Yi Fan when he isn't paying attention?" Tong Huijin asked. Song Xinghe sneered. "Is your brain a pig's brain? I've already told you, without absolute strength, in front of Yi Fan, we are as weak as ants. Threats and kidnappings were not enough to defeat him. And even if we don't kill him, there are plenty of people who will deal with him. Now that we have money, and I have changed my appearance and changed your face, we can think of ways to increase our strength. That Selena wanted me to be cannon fodder, but I was just pretending to be stupid and swindling money from her. If she wants to use me, don't even think about it." "Master, then how can we increase our strength?" Tong Huijin asked curiously. "There are many ways. Ancient martial arts, superpowers, magic, witchcraft. With my intelligence, I don't believe that I can't find a way to kill Yi Fan head-on," Song Xinghe said with a gloomy face. "Master, I want to become stronger too. I want to learn those things too. I want to personally kill that little bitch, Su Qingxue." Tong Huijin's eyes were filled with hatred as she pleaded. Song Xinghe teased, "You are so stupid. I advise you to take advantage of the fact that no one knows you and quickly use your new face and skin to hook up with a rich person. Maybe you can even live a good life for a few years. Don't even think about revenge or anything like that. You can rest assured that my plan is watertight. That Selena must be the same as Yi Fan and the others, thinking that we are already dead, so you are now free. No, no, master, don't leave me behind. I just want to follow you." Tong Huijin knelt on the ground with a pleading look on her face. "I really can't do anything to a slut like you." Song Xinghe smiled evilly, leaned back in his chair, and opened his legs. "If you want to follow me, then serve me well. Make me feel comfortable both mentally and physically. Naturally, I won't abandon you." Seeing this, Tong Huijin understood and immediately smiled charmingly. She licked her red lips and crawled to the space between Song Xinghe's legs. She reached out and pulled down the zipper of the man's pants. After returning to Huahai from the island, Su Qingxue did as she said before. She went to the cemetery and found a cemetery, planning to bury her at a later date. The woman's mood was also very low. Until the next day, Valentine's Day, she didn't feel anything at all. She had already forgotten about this festival. Li Fanxian originally wanted to tell Su Qingxue about his Valentine's Day gift, but seeing the woman's emotions, he felt that it was inappropriate, so he decided to wait a few days. The next morning, Aunt Jiang tidied up some of Tong Huijin's personal belongings. After everyone went to cremate the items, they were buried in the cemetery along with Tong Huijin's remains. After completing this series of matters, it was already night when he returned home. Chapter 698. 0698 Annie Jiang, what's the matter? Just as Su Qingxue asked, she realized that Annie Jiang was holding a glass jar. Aunt Jiang smiled and said, "This little turtle is raised by the madam. Miss, do you think I should take it to my room to raise it? Or put on the balcony?" Only then did Su Qingxue remember that the bionic Tong Huijin had left behind such a pet. This little turtle obviously didn't know that its owner had left forever. It stuck out its little head and curiously looked around the study with its black eyes. Su Qingxue thought for a moment and said, "Put it down. I'll raise it." "Huh?" Aunt Jiang thought she heard wrongly. "Miss, you want to raise a little turtle?" Su Qingxue faintly said, "She used her life to protect me when she was alive. I want to treat this little turtle she left behind well." Aunt Jiang sighed. She knew that Su Qingxue treated that bionic Tong Huijin as a real family member. To Su Qingxue, it was no longer important what the original Tong Huijin was like. What she remembered was that kind Tong Huijin who liked flowers and plants, who liked to raise little turtles, and who liked to work in the kitchen. "All right, miss, I'll put this glass jar here. The turtle feed is also here." Aunt Jiang smiled. After Aunt Jiang left, Su Qingxue walked to the side of the glass jar and looked at the little turtle. She stretched out her finger and lightly touched the little turtle's back. The little turtle hurriedly shrunk its head in fear. Seeing this little thing's appearance, Su Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. "Don't worry, I will take good care of you in place of your master." After looking at the little turtle for a while, Su Qingxue remembered that she didn't know how to raise a turtle at all, so she ran to the computer and searched for turtle-raising skills. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Su Qingxue looked at the person who called and quickly picked it up. Wait, are you back?" Su Qingxue called out. "I just got off the plane." "How is it, CEO Su?" "I'll call you once I get off the plane." A woman's clear and melodious voice came from the other side. Su Qingxue squinted her eyes and smiled. "Which hotel are you staying at?" "I'll come find you tomorrow." "I think it's the Cloud International Hotel." Anyway, it was booked by the management company. It's the best 5-star hotel in Huahai. You should know about it, right? Su Qingxue frowned and said, "Oh, I know." "All right, then it's sometime tomorrow. I'll go meet you and give you a reception." "Yo, my dear President Su, you are so busy every day, but you still have time to see a little girl like me?" Hee. Su Qingxue sighed and shook her head helplessly. "How can I compare to you? You are now an international movie queen, a first-rate celebrity. It would be an honor for you to see me." "Su Qingxue, you've learned bad things. You even know how to make sarcastic remarks about me. Who asked you to be so weird? You keep calling me CEO Su. If you call me CEO Su, I really don't have time to eat with you. I have a lot of things to do." Su Qingxue teased. Xiao Shui, I was wrong. It's not easy for me to come back. I wish I could run to your house, kiss you, and hug you. If it wasn't for the fact that my manager and bodyguard were watching me, I would have rushed over right now." Su Qingxue hurriedly tried to persuade him. "Don't be like this. If you move now, all the reporters in the country will follow you. I don't want to be randomly photographed." I don't want to either. If I'm photographed with you, people will definitely think that I'm not pretty enough. Then wouldn't I be destroying my own future?" Su Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes. "All right, Wei, don't say such things. Hurry up and rest. I'll come find you tomorrow." AI. Don't hang up in such a hurry. It's rare for an old classmate and an old best friend to meet you. Yet you can still sleep so peacefully? Don't forget to bring your husband along tomorrow. I like to see who has the ability to kidnap my wife." Ling Yue snorted. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll see if he's free." "Why are you like this? Didn't you say that you would let me meet him last time?" Su Qingxue muttered. It was fine if it was any other place, but in the Cloud Group's place, she just felt disgusted. "All right, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'll try my best to bring him there." After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she hung up the phone. After sitting on the chair and thinking for a while, Su Qingxue got up and walked out of the study room. She went to Yifan's room and knocked on the door. "Aunt Jiang, the door isn't locked." Yifan shouted from inside. Su Qingxue frowned and pushed open the door. "It's me." Yifan was sitting in front of the computer, wearing headphones and playing games. When he turned around and saw Su Qingxue, he asked in surprise, Wife. I didn't expect you to knock on my door. Yifan didn't even go to feel who was outside the door. He tacitly assumed that it was Aunt Jiang who had brought him food. Shu Qingxue helplessly said, "Playing games with Moo again?" Yifan smiled awkwardly and nodded. Ever since Moo complained last time, he would still spend some time playing games with the girl. Only by appeasing his sister-in-law would his family not be in a mess. Let me tell you, I'm going to have dinner with my best friend tomorrow. She wants to see you. If you don't have time, then I do. Yes. Yifan hurriedly agreed. Wife, it's rare for you to have a best friend. How can I not go and meet her? Hearing this, Shu Qingxue didn't feel good. What do you mean by it's rare to have a best friend? Am I that hard to get along with? Yifan quickly changed his words. Oh, ordinary people don't have the qualifications to be your best friend, my wife. Shu Qingxue glared at the man. Then wait tomorrow morning. I'll look for you then. Don't dress too casually. Does that mean you want me to wear my own clothes? Yifan asked. Shu Qingxue was stunned for a moment before she remembered that Yifan's own clothes were all made by Master Alec with ridiculously high prices. So she hurriedly shook her head. Don't. Just wear what I bought for you. Just wear a normal brand. Li Fanxian smiled in understanding and nodded. He curiously asked, Wife, what's the name of your best friend? Is it about the same as you? Shu Qingxue thought of Ling Yue's image and said, Her name is Ling Yue, and she's completely different from me. When she was in school, she was the big sister to school, a bit like a bad girl. However, he's a good person and treats me well. It's just that he's a bit of a tomboy. He smokes and drinks, dyes his hair, and wears very neutral clothes. But now that she's a big star, her image is quite like a goddess. Yifan said in surprise, Wife, why would you be friends with a bad girl? Aren't you the top student in school? Shu Qingxue bit her lips with a strange expression and said, Why are you asking so many questions? It's up to you to go or not. Chapter 699. 0699. The next morning, Yifan drove Shu Qingxue's Bentley, and the two of them arrived at the Cloud International Hotel. It was unknown if Shu Qingxue was purposely trying to show off to Chu Yinyao, but she actually chose a white Bentley. The model was exactly the same as Chu Yinyao's car. Yifan pretended not to know anything. After getting off the car with the woman, he walked towards the hotel entrance. Around the hotel, there were a large number of reporters and photography teams. Even some of the nearby buildings were paparazzi reporters trying to capture the scene from all angles. Yifan was very puzzled and asked the woman, Wife, is this best friend of yours so famous? Shu Qingxue looked at Yifan as if she was looking at a monster. You really don't know my best friend? Although she rarely had any activities in the country, she was the best actress of an international A-level film festival. She was very famous internationally. Last year, when it came to China, there were 2 Hollywood movies with a box office of more than 1 billion, and both of them were starring her. Yifan said, Is she acting in one of those special effects blockbusters, action blockbusters or something? Yeah, she's a martial arts actor. Otherwise, in a magnesium country, it would be difficult for actors in China to become famous by relying on other actors. Shu Qingxue said. Yifan suddenly said, No wonder I've never heard of her. I don't like watching action movies and special effects movies, because those are too boring for me. Shu Qingxue thought about it and realized that it was true. The fights that men experienced themselves were much more exciting than the movies, so why watch those fake movies? As soon as he entered the hotel, he saw quite a few posters and banners for the hotel. We warmly welcome Miss Ling Yue, the international movie queen, to the hotel. It could be seen that the Cloud Group also seemed to have spent money on this kind of international celebrity in order to rely on Ling Yue to advertise. This Chu Yinyao. It seems like the hotel's business isn't that good. Shu Qingxue looked at these advertisements with disdain. Yifan hurriedly catered to him and nodded. Yes, business is definitely not good. Shu Qingxue saw that the man also said the same thing. Regardless of whether he was sincere or not, she felt comfortable hearing it. She took the initiative to hold Yifan's arm. The two of them walked to the elevator together and found that there were 4 bodyguards and 2 hotel attendants guarding the elevator. It was obvious that they were afraid that someone would disturb Ling Yue at this critical moment. With a glance, Yifan could tell that these foreign bodyguards were from the Special Forces. Their strength was not bad. They should be from a professional bodyguard company. Hubby, Wei Wei is in the presidential suite. We should be able to go in directly, right? Su Qingxue asked. Because of Tong Huijin's matter, Su Qingxue had been in a low mood for the past 2 days, so she didn't call out to him. Listening to it again, after 2 days, it was like the sound of nature. It should be possible. Didn't you contact her before? Yifan said. Su Qingxue couldn't guarantee it either. When she reached the elevator, she was indeed stopped. Sir and madam, due to the fact that the Heavenly Queen is checking in, the situation is rather special. Please show us your room cards first, an attendant said. Su Qingxue said, I'm Lin Yue's friend. My name is Su Qingxue, and I came to find her for a meal. She should have said it before. The waiter asked them to wait for a while and made a call. Mr. Osani, there's a Miss Su here. She said that she's a friend of Miss Vivian. She said that she made an appointment to have a meal with Miss Vivian. Yes. The waiter waited for a moment, hung up the phone, and said apologetically, Miss Su, Miss Vivian didn't ask you out. Please go back. Su Qingxue was stunned. Yifan also had a puzzled expression as he looked at the woman. Wife, what's the situation? I don't know either. Su Qingxue frowned. I'll make a call. The woman took out her cell phone and called Lin Yue, but her phone was turned off. Su Qingxue couldn't help but worry. How could this be? Did something happen to Wei Wei? Yifan asked the waiter, Who is that Osani? Mr. Osani is Ms. Vivian's manager. If there's anything, we can communicate with him. Most of us can't directly contact Ms. Vivian, the waiter said. Li Fanxian narrowed his eyes and brought Su Qingxue into the lobby. Hubby, why? I clearly agreed to it with Vivian. Su Qingxue was puzzled. Fanxian said, I reckon that it's that Osani who doesn't want us to see her, or something unexpected happened. Wife, do you want to leave now, or do you have to go up and meet her? Su Qingxue said, I'm already here. If I don't see her, I won't be at ease. What if something really happens to her? But how do we get up there? Are we going to barge in? Yifan rubbed his chin and chuckled, Wife, there's something I don't know if I should say. Su Qingxue thought for a moment, then snappily said, You want to find Chu Yinyao? Ugh, is this the simplest way? Of course, if my wife doesn't want me to look for her, then I won't look for her. Yifan hurriedly said with a serious expression. Su Qingxue's eyes were cold, as if she was about to get angry. Yifan hurriedly said, I'm not looking. Wife, don't be angry. Suddenly, Su Qingxue sighed and said, Anyway, I can't stop you. You just like her. Li Fanxian's heart was filled with guilt. Wife, I'm not looking for her. I really don't want to look for her. Don't be like this. If I tell you to find it, then find it. Why are you so timid? Isn't I just afraid that my wife will be angry? I'm your wife, not a monster, and I won't eat you. Why are you so afraid of me? No matter what, you are a man, a dignified king of hell. Is there need to be so afraid of me at home? It makes me seem like I have a bad temper. Su Qingxue pouted. Yifan thought, You have a bad temper to begin with, but he hurriedly smiled and said, Then I'll look for Yunyao. Wife, wait a moment. Li Fanxian took out his phone and called Chu Yunyao, explaining the situation. Chu Yunyao seemed to have just finished a meeting. After listening, she said, I understand. You guys wait a moment. Not long after hanging up, a man in a suit jogged over to Yifan and Su Qingxue. Director Su, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I'm the general manager here, Zhao Guojun. Chairman Chu has already explained the situation. I'll bring you two to the presidential suite now. This way, please. With Zhao Guojun leading the way, the waiter at the elevator didn't dare to stop him. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything. The three of them took the elevator all the way to the floor of the presidential suite. As soon as they got out of the elevator, they discovered that there were more than 10 tall bodyguards standing in the corridor. Director Su, I can only bring you two here because the hotel has signed an agreement with the GAA company of the Magnesium country. Including the management of our hotel, we can't disturb Miss Vivian without the permission of our manager, Orisani. Zhao Guojun said apologetically. Chapter 700. 0700. As soon as they arrived at the door, two tall bodyguards stretched out their hands and blocked the door in front of them. The few bodyguards beside them even reached into their waists and clothes. It was obvious that they were hiding some kind of weapon inside. "Who are you?" the white bodyguard asked in English. Su Qingxue said, "I'm here to look for Vivian. I'm her friend, and we have an appointment to have lunch together today. You just need to ask her, and you'll know." "I'm sorry, but Miss Vivian's schedule today doesn't include eating with friends. Please leave immediately," the white bodyguard said solemnly. Su Qingxue frowned. "Is it difficult for you to go in and ask, did something happen to Vivian? Why won't you let her see me?" The bodyguard's face darkened. "Please leave, otherwise we won't be polite." Su Qingxue was angry in her heart. So she simply shouted at the door, "Wei Wei, are you in there, Wei Wei?" As soon as he shouted, the bodyguard at the door flew into a rage. He extended his hand towards Su Qingxue's collar and was about to hit her. However, Yi Fan's speed was even faster. He had already swung his fist at the bodyguard's face. Puffed. The bodyguard spat out a mouthful of blood and two teeth, then fell to the ground at the door. "What the F***CK? You dare to hit my wife in front of me?" Yi Fan put on a very manly appearance and raised his eyebrows at Su Qingxue. "Wife, did I do well?" Su Qingxue didn't even react and couldn't help but sigh. "You hit them too hard. At least they're Wei Wei's bodyguards." "This is heavy. If I don't retract my strength, won't his head explode?" Yi Fan innocently spread out his hands. While they were talking, the group of bodyguards beside them also came back to their senses. Immediately, 3 or 4 bodyguards rushed towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan's hands and feet were like the wind. He opened his bow left and right, sending one flying with a punch, kicking one away with a kick, grabbing one's neck with his hand, using the 2-meter-tall man as a sandbag, knocking over 2 more. When this group of retired Special Forces soldiers saw Yi Fan's skills, they finally realized that the situation was not good. They all took out their hidden pistols and aimed at Yi Fan. "Immediately raise your hands above your head. Face the wall, otherwise we'll shoot," one of the bodyguards shouted. Yi Fan teasingly looked at the bodyguards on both sides who were holding their guns, his eyes revealing a cold glint. "Open it. Guess who will die first?" The group of bodyguards looked at Yi Fan's calm appearance, and all of their hearts started to pound. They didn't know why, but the man in front of them was clearly unarmed, but none of them felt that they could defeat him. At this moment, the door to the presidential suite finally opened. A middle-aged, fat Caucasian man with a pipe in his mouth and brown sunglasses walked out. He was balding and wore a checkered shirt. "What the hell happened? What are you doing?" Fatty's face was full of anger. "Mr. Osani, these 2 people insist on seeing Miss Vivian. They say they have an appointment with Miss Vivian," a bodyguard quickly explained. Osani glanced at Yi Fan and the other 2 and said with a gloomy face, "Were you the ones who requested to see Vivian just now? I told you, Vivian has no time for you. Hurry up and scram, or I'll call the police." "I don't believe it. I just called Wei Wei last night. She's my best friend, so it's impossible for her to suddenly not see us," Su Qingxue coldly said. "And you're her manager, so you don't have the right to restrict who she meets." Osani sneered. "Looks like you guys are definitely going to prison. I'll call the police right now." After saying that, Osani was about to make a phone. Leaf, how could Fan Xian be willing to waste time with him? He directly walked into the suite. "Hey, what are you doing? Halt!" Osani reached out to stop him. However, with a flash of Yi Fan's body, he dodged the obstruction and arrived at the suite. The scene was in chaos. Su Qingxue took advantage of the time and also ran in. When they arrived at the presidential suite, the 2 of them discovered that it was completely empty. There was no one inside at all. "Wei Wei! Wei Wei!" Su Qingxue shouted twice, but there was no response. Yi Fan frowned and said, "Wife, there really is no one here. She's not here." "How could that be?" Su Qingxue turned around and looked at Osani in confusion. "What exactly is going on? She's not here at all. Why are you guys still guarding her like this?" Osani was so angry that his face turned red, but he also looked panicked. "This is none of your business. Get out of here." Yifan took a step forward and arrived in front of the fat manager. He grabbed his clothes and said with a cold expression, "Listen, the way you talk to my wife isn't very good. I hope you can be a little more respectful." "Why? Why? What do you think you are?" Without waiting for Osani to finish speaking, Yifan punched a wall at the side. The fist was still more than a meter away from the wall, but the fist intent that it brought out was as powerful as breaking dry weeds and rotten wood. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge hole appeared in the wall, and dust flew everywhere. Osani's face turned green as he stared dumbfoundedly at the hole. The bodyguards behind him were even more amazed, as if they had seen a ghost. This was simply like a dream. He didn't even touch it, and the wall almost collapsed. "Do you know how to speak now?" Yifan asked lightly. The fat white man swallowed his saliva and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. His eyes were filled with intense fear. "Sir, miss, I will definitely speak properly. Don't kill me." Osani was on the verge of tears. Su Qingxue sighed as she watched. Why did some people have to wait until Yifan was angry before they were willing to speak properly? But then again, ever since she met Yifan, this man had been growing stronger. Now, even though she knew Yifan's background, Su Qingxue still felt that this man's strength was unfathomable. Recently, Yifan had become even more diligent, practicing every morning and night. Su Qingxue was even more unable to see through how strong Yifan was. That's right, we Chinese are usually very easy to talk to and are very hospitable. That's right, we Chinese are usually very easy to talk to and are very hospitable. Come, don't be nervous. Sit down and slowly tell us what happened to your Miss Vivian." Yifan grinned and put Orisani down. Osani was almost leaning on the wall as he walked to a chair in the distance and sat down. He was so scared that he couldn't stand steadily. Actually, Osani said with a sullen face. "Vivian, she's missing." "What?" Su Qingxue immediately asked worriedly. "What do you mean by missing? I was still on the phone with her last night." Chapter 701. 0701 inch. Doesn't the hotel have any surveillance cameras? Could it be that people will disappear from the world? Su Qingxue said anxiously. "Yes, but there really isn't a record of Miss Vivian going in and out." Osani sighed. "Then why did you keep stopping us from coming up? Why do you have to guard so tightly? Are you still not going to call the police to find someone?" Su Qingxue said angrily. Osani said with a bitter face, "Call the police. I don't know what to say even if I call the police. The disappearance of a person is too bizarre. Moreover, we don't dare to leak this news to the outside world. Once Miss Vivian is kidnapped, our company's stock will plummet. The fans all over the world will be in a state of panic, and the pressure of public opinion will be enormous. The key is, we don't even know how he disappeared, so we can't give a reasonable explanation. We can't even do public relations. Right now, only a few higher-ups at the head office know that Vivian is missing and are discussing how to deal with it. Before we get the news, we can only pretend that Miss Vivian is still at the hotel." Hearing this, Su Qingxue's face was full of worry, and she couldn't help but look at Yifan. "What should we do? Was Wei Wei kidnapped?" Yifan strolled around the presidential suite and said, "Did she leave anything behind? We called her cell phone just now, but we couldn't get through." Osani walked to the desk, picked up a diamond-studded phone, and said, "This is Vivian's phone. It was left here. I was worried that someone would call, so I turned it off." Yifan took it and turned on the phone. "Let's take a look at her last communication record. Maybe we'll get something out of it. But this phone needs her fingerprint and password to unlock it," Osani said bitterly. Yifan smiled. "This kind of special encrypted phone isn't a military phone. Just find a hacker and unlock it. What's so difficult about it?" "Wait a moment." Yifan quickly contacted Sally Yi, who was on Purgatory Island, and asked her to send a hacker to remotely unlock the phone. After unlocking it, Yifan flipped through the phone records and found that the second-to-last call was to Su Qingxue. Then, the next call was to a stranger. "Do you know who made this call?" Yifan asked. Osani looked at it, shook his head, and said doubtfully, "This is a stranger. I didn't see Vivian pick it up. She should have picked it up in her room." Yifan pondered for a moment, then pressed the number and called back. This? What are you doing? Osani exclaimed. Fan Xian shrugged. Call and ask who the other party is. Isn't that too much? Osani was speechless and said nervously, What if it's a bandit? Isn't that even better? At least we can solve the case, Yifan said. While they were talking, the call connected. After picking up, an old man's voice could be heard. What's up? Yifan asked. Hello, sir. I want to ask, did you call Miss Lingyue last night? After a moment of silence, the old man said, She's fine. When the time comes, she will go back. After that, the old man hung up the phone. Yifan frowned. He wanted to call another person to ask about it, but he couldn't get through. Who the hell is that person? Osani asked anxiously. What happened to Vivian? Yifan said, Has Miss Vivian encountered any threatening letters or enemies recently? No. If there is, we will have a clue. But the problem is that there is no such enemy. Osani said anxiously. What did that person say? Who is he? Yifan spread out his hands. That old man said that the time has come. Vivian should come back, so she will naturally come back. What do you mean it's time? When exactly is it? How would I know? Yifan smiled and said, Then why don't we wait? Osani was about to go crazy. We can't wait. Although she can find a way to delay today's trip, from tomorrow onwards, her schedule and work will be fully carried out. Once the outside world finds out that she is missing, things will get out of hand. Qingxue was also worried and said with a frown, Hubby, can you track the phone signal? Why do I feel that old man is strange? Could Wei Wei be in trouble? Seeing that his woman had said this, Yifan asked the hacker to track the coordinates of the previous phone call. In the end, he found that the location was still very familiar. Purple Leaf Tea House. This made Yifan confused. Could it be that this had something to do with Ning Zimo? Yifan hurriedly made a phone call and asked Ning Zimo, Ninger, that famous female celebrity called Ling Yue, is she with you? Ning Zimo said in surprise. Hubby, how did you know? Are you also her fan? She came over this morning. There was an old man who seemed to be of good standing and prestige. He brought some people and booked a private room by the lake. He seemed to be talking about something. Yifan was stunned for a moment. From the looks of it, Ling Yue was not kidnapped, but was with someone she knew? But why did she disappear in such a bizarre manner instead of leaving properly? All right, Ninger, I'll go take a look now. Don't alarm them. Yifan hung up the phone. After telling Su Qingxue about it, she was also very surprised. The two of them were about to go to the Purple Leaf Tea House, but they made Osani go crazy. He asked them if they had found Ling Yue. However, Yifan was too lazy to bring this manager along. After all, the situation was still unclear. Bringing him along would be tantamount to bringing a bunch of reporters over. After Yifan drove Su Qingxue out of the hotel, he changed his speed and made a few turns, shaking off Osani's cars before heading straight for the Purple Leaf Tea House. When they arrived at the tea house, little Zhao was already waiting at the door. Seeing that Yifan had brought Su Qingxue along, little Zhao was slightly stunned, but he quickly welcomed them with a smile. This was Su Qingxue's first time coming to the Purple Leaf Tea House. Looking at the surrounding scenery, she said, With such a beautiful place, no wonder I don't go home often. Leaf hearing this, Fan Xian felt rather awkward and hurriedly said, Wife, you can come often in the future. In any case, everyone knows each other now, huh? What are you talking about? Do you think my place is okay? Qingxue? Ning Zimo walked out with a smile. She was dressed in a Han dress, looking classical and graceful. Sister Ning, you look really good in these clothes. Su Qingxue sincerely praised, but immediately asked, We're here to find Wei Wei. She's my best friend. Ning Zimo suddenly understood, so that's how it is. You even know that kind of international heavenly queen. I've been nervous this morning, afraid that there would be reporters surrounding me. In the end, I didn't wait for the reporters, but instead waited for you guys. Miss Yue is at the lake gazing hall. I'll take you there. Leaf. Chapter 702. 0702, Su Qingxue and Ning Zimo looked at him in surprise. Ning Zimo asked, What happened to the person who came? I think they're all quite friendly. Their cultivation is much higher than yours, so you can't tell that there's a martial artist in the middle who should have the strength to enter the spirit condensation realm. Normally speaking, such a person wouldn't be a small fry in the ancient martial world. Yi Fan said, "Focus?" This kind of realm was still too far away for the two women. Unless it was some hidden expert, otherwise, with this kind of strength, they would be able to become the upper echelons of any large sect. As a leader, the country would also value them highly. One had to know that when Yi Fan fought with the Dragon King, even the Dragon King was only half a step into the spirit condensation realm. Although it could be said that the position of the Dragon King was not purely based on strength, it was enough to prove that the people in this private room were not ordinary people. As the lady boss, Ning Zimo naturally went up and knocked on the door. "Old sir, Miss Ling, is it convenient for you to open the door?" An old man's voice came from inside. "Please come in." His attitude was quite good. Ning Zimo slowly opened the door. There were 7 or 8 men and women sitting inside, drinking tea at a short table. The atmosphere seemed rather solemn. An old man with a gray beard and hair. His hair was meticulously combed, and he wore a navy blue retro outfit. His eyes were hale and hearty. Behind the old man, there were a few middle-aged or young men and women. All of them had extraordinary temperaments and sharp gazes. Little Snow, in the private room, the only young woman, stood up with a happy expression. She was wearing a dark blue trench coat with a white sweater inside, black slim pants, and black leather boots. She was dressed in a European and American street style. The woman's shoulder-length hair was slightly curled, and her face was a natural oval face. Her eyes, nose, and small mouth couldn't be said to be particularly outstanding. But when her facial features were put together, she was as beautiful as a begonia flower after the rain, giving off a strong aura of an Eastern woman. The key was that her figure was truly alluring. Her proud chest was not like that of an ordinary Eastern woman, and her perky buttocks and long legs, because of her fitness, were tight and straight, and her thick and thin ratio was shockingly sexy. Although in terms of appearance and temperament, she was not as good as Su Qingxue, but if it was a dark night and they were on the big bed, this kind of woman would be even better. However, Yi Fan didn't dare to look too much. After all, there were 2 women standing beside him. When Qingxue saw the girl, she also smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "Wei Wei, why did you suddenly come here? Why didn't you tell me? I thought you were in trouble." Ling Yue smiled with a complicated expression. "I'm fine. It's my grandfather who came to find me. He came out in a bit of a hurry." "Your grandfather?" Only now did Qingxue understand who the old man was. She hurriedly greeted, "Hello, Grandpa Ling. I'm Wei Wei's classmate from school." "Hello." The old man smiled amiably, but his eyes were thoughtfully looking at Yi Fan, who was behind him. The reason why Ling Yue was able to suddenly disappear from the presidential suite was probably because she used her movement technique to fly out of the window. Previously, Su Qingxue had said that Ling Yue had successfully made her debut by acting in an action movie. It was because Ling Yue was an ancient martial artist. This was also why the hotel's cameras couldn't capture any records of her entering and exiting. Speaking of which, it was laughable. Ling Yue's group of bodyguards might not even be a match for her employer. "Xiao Shui, is this your husband?" Ling Yue curiously sized up Yi Fan. Su Qingxue blushed and said, "Yes, his name is Yi Fan." "Surnamed Yi?" Ling Yue was stunned for a moment, and then said with a sigh, "His surname is actually Yi as well." "What do you mean by surnamed Yi?" Su Qingxue was puzzled. "Oh." Ling Yue smiled and shook her head. "Nothing. It's just that he's not as handsome as I imagined. He doesn't feel like he has any special qualities. What exactly do you see in him?" Hearing this, Yi Fan was unconvinced. "Miss Ling, I admit that I don't have any inner qualities, but my looks should be handsome enough, right?" When Ling Yue heard this, she giggled. "Oh, so your husband is a clown?" Su Qingxue felt a little embarrassed. Couldn't this guy be a little more serious? "He's just like that, ignore him." Su Qingxue turned around and asked, "Wei Wei, you suddenly ran out. Your manager over there is about to go crazy. What's going on?" "Don't worry about him. This is just a small matter. The main thing is that I want to use the normal way to come out with my grandfather. It's not convenient, so I might as well just come out. Ling Yue helplessly blinked her eyes. After all, I have too many followers. So, it's like that. I thought something happened to you. Su Qingxue shook her head and sighed. What had happened to me? Have you forgotten? Back then, when we were in school, 7 or 8 hooligans surrounded us and attacked us. But didn't I still beat them away? If you want to kidnap me, Ling Yue, that's just a dream. Ling Yue curiously asked. Oh right, Xiao Shui. How did you know I was here? Su Qingxue naturally wouldn't go into too much detail. She only said, this is Hua Hai. There's always a way to find you. Seriously, at least tell me. It makes people worry. When Ling Yue heard this, she happily reached out her hand and hugged Su Qingxue's slender waist, kissing Su Qingxue on the mouth. TSK. The sound of kissing could be heard clearly in the entire room. Fan Xian watched as Su Qingxue was kissed. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't stop her. Her best friend had a good relationship, so he should just kiss her. Su Qingxue's face turned red. Wei Wei, what are you doing? Ling Yue smiled sweetly and said, Xiao Shui, I'm sorry. You also know that I'm a careless person, so it's easy for me to forget everything. However, you're so concerned about me, and you're actually able to find me here. I'm still very touched. After all, you're my good wife, and you're so concerned about me. Who's your wife? If you continue to be like this, I'll get angry. Su Qingxue was speechless for a while, and worriedly looked at Yi Fan behind her. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong, and suspiciously said, Miss Ling, don't make me misunderstand. Are you trying to steal my wife? What do you mean steal from you? It was you who stole my little Snow, okay? Didn't little Snow tell you that she was my wife when we were at school? Ling Yue proudly blinked her eyes. Su Qingxue's face was burning, and she hurriedly explained, Don't believe her. She called it herself. Ling Yue, if you continue like this, I'll ignore you. Yi Fan was confused, but there was one thing that made him more and more certain. This Ling Yue seemed to like women. Chapter 703. 0703. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan, Su Qingxue, and Ning Zimo were all very surprised. Why did it sound like someone from the Ling family wanted Ling Yue to marry someone else? Wait, what's going on? What are you talking about? Su Qingxue pushed her best friend away. Ling Yue flipped her hair and said, I have a child marriage, but I don't like men at all, and I don't like that marriage partner even more. But my grandfather insisted on taking me back to fulfill the marriage contract. Am I not negotiating with him right now? Su Qingxue was stunned. You still have a child marriage? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? It's not like it's anything to be proud of. Do I still have to show off on the streets? Ling Yue rolled her eyes. Li Fanxian and Ning Zimo were not surprised. It was normal for large families, especially traditional large families, to have such a child marriage, child brides, and the like. However, no one would have thought that a world-class celebrity, Ling Yue, would actually have such a traditional family background. At this time, the old man stood up and said in a calm tone, This is not a negotiation. You are the only woman in the 3rd generation of the Ling family. You must fulfill your obligations to the family. After all these years, I have not interfered with your life. When you were studying in Hua Hai, I did not care about you. When you ran overseas, I did not stop you. It's time to return to the family and fulfill the marriage contract. Your future in-laws did not despise you for being a girl outside for so many years, which is already very magnanimous. That's because they don't understand me. If they knew what kind of woman I am, they definitely wouldn't want me. Ling Yue frowned and said, Grandfather, I won't go back to get married anyway. Even if you want to kick me out of the Ling family, I won't obey. The old man's face darkened. I've been trying my best to persuade you for so long. Why are you so stubborn? Do you know what this marriage of yours means to our Ling family? Do you think that by messing around outside like this, you can really avoid your mission? From the moment you were born, the mission that you carried is not something that you can abandon just because you want to. F*CK, his mission. I'm not willing to marry him. If you dare to force me, I'll take a knife and slash my face a few times. Let's see if their family still wants me. Ling Yue was so angry that her eyes turned red. Shut up. You're just a girl. How can you spout such nonsense? The old man scolded angrily. That's how I am. Let them all come and see. If you dare to ask me to marry him, be careful that I'll give that guy a green hat. Ling Yue retorted. You. The old man trembled in anger. Yi Fan, who was at the side, sucked in a breath of cold air. This girl's temper was quite hot. No wonder Su Qingxue said that she was a bad girl back then. What a pity for the grandfather in the world. This old man Ling, an expert of the spirit condensation realm, was actually angered by his own granddaughter to the point that he was trembling. Old Master Ling, since Wei Wei is so unwilling to marry, can't you make an exception? A forceful melon is not sweet. Su Qingxue couldn't help but intercede for her best friend. The old man took a deep breath and said, This is a matter of our Ling family. Miss, you don't have to say any more. Ling Yue snorted, held Su Qingxue's hand, and said, Xiao Shui, don't waste words with my grandfather. He's just a stubborn old man. It doesn't make sense. Let's go. But Su Qingxue still felt that it wasn't appropriate. The old man said, Yue, even if you can leave today, you still have to face reality in the end. The next time I come looking for you, it's possible that the person who will come won't just be an old man like me. You should take advantage of this time to settle all these worldly matters. You should have enough fun making movies or something. You don't belong to that kind of place at all. Making movies is my career. It's not just for fun. I want to be a director in the future. Be a producer. That's my dream. I don't want to be treated as a tool and live for that kind of disgusting engagement. I also have my own life. Ling Yue said seriously. The old man was unmoved. No matter what you say, the heavens cannot be disobeyed. Then just you wait. Sooner or later, I will go against the heavens and change my fate. After Ling Yue said those harsh words, she pulled Su Qingxue out. Yi Fan didn't want to cause any more trouble. Since everyone wasn't familiar with each other, seeing that the woman was about to leave, he also planned to leave. But just as he was about to turn around, he was stopped by the old man. Young man, please wait. Yi Fan turned around, and Su Qingxue and Ling Yue also turned around. They didn't expect the old man to specifically call out to Yi Fan. What's wrong, old man? Yi Fan politely smiled. This old man's name is Ling Qingfeng. You might not have heard of me, but I see that the woman beside you has cultivated ancient martial arts, so she should know about the ancient martial world. We are from the Mount Shu sect of the ancient martial world. Ling Qingfeng said with a smile. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment before he suddenly understood why this group of people looked so sharp. The Mount Shu sect wasn't that one of the 4 great sects in China, a sect that specialized in sword arts? This group of people were obviously focused on practicing swordsmanship, so their temperament and gazes were all quite sharp. Looking at Ling Qingfeng's cultivation, he should have a very high position in the Mount Shu sect. The Ling family that Ling Yue belonged to indeed had an extraordinary background. It was very likely that the current Mount Shu sect was led by the Ling family. Ling Qingfeng couldn't see through Yi Fan's cultivation because Yi Fan's strength was already higher than his, and he didn't have any internal energy. However, Su Qingxue and Ning Zimo both practiced inner force, so they were naturally able to see through it. Mount Shu sect, it's been a long time since I last saw your name. Is there something you need from old Master Ling? Yi Fan was puzzled. Seeing that Yi Fan knew, Ling Qingfeng was even more satisfied. He said, Young man, are you willing? Take me as your master? The scene was inexplicably quiet. Not only was Yi Fan dumbstruck, even Su Qingxue and Ning Zimo, who were at the side, felt a wave of bafflement. They even felt a little funny. Ling Yue, on the other hand, looked at Yi Fan up and down in shock, as if she wanted to see something. Yi Fan swore that if he were to guess, he wouldn't be able to guess even if he were to guess 10,000 times. Ling Qingfeng actually wanted to take him in as his disciple. Yi Fan really wanted to laugh out loud, but he felt that it wasn't appropriate, so he could only stiffly ask, Old man, you should be joking, right? Do you think this old man is joking? Ling Qingfeng said calmly, Ling Qingfeng, have accepted more than 20 disciples so far, but in the past 15 years, I haven't accepted any more disciples. It's all because it's been hard to find good seedlings. Today, when I saw you, young man, I've been observing you. I discovered that your physique, your body proportion, even your hands, your temperament, all of them have the potential to become a peerless swordsman.